And welcome to today's continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. A casual day. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. Just one event going to be on the docket here today. That will be event number 8, a 75K no limit. And yesterday, contrast to today, we did have a couple of matters of business, Randy. Of course, there was the finale of event number 6, the 50K no limit, and then event number 7, which was a turbo, came to a close as well. As we picked up that coverage of the 50K, 38 hopefuls had made it through to day 2, but of course, only 8 would squeeze onto that final table once we lost Justin Bonomo in 9th, and that's when the final table was set. As we glance back together at that action, Canadian Mike Watson found himself calling it off against Punat Punsri's cutoff open with the 2-10s. His ace-queen was unable to improve on the 5-5-3 board. Turn made things look even more grim as a double pairing 3 on the river would spell the end for Watson. $184,000 pickup for him. Then, of course, the man who's already picked up a title thus far here on the series and hunting a 7th, calling his shot, making this FT. It was Jason Kuhn, 6-7 offsuit.
I'm wrapped around all kinds of cards here.
Up against Brian
that's so
Kim.
Boring.
Boredom on the turn, said Jason, and unable to hit a 6 or a 7 on the end against the ace high. Plenty of respect and admiration being shown by the competition. And plenty of payout as well. $241,000 added to his illustrious Triton total. David Yan, the Kiwi then, found himself 3-betting pocket 7s against Vyacheslav Buldigin, who looked a little bit uncertain with pocket 9s, and the flop delivered added uncertainty, as despite flopping a set, he was up against a gut shot. 2 outs turning into 4 for Yan, but the 8 that he hunted was unavailable as Buldigin would fill up. And Yan would take home $306,000, courtesy of a 6th place finish. Now that was the first of continuous Buldigin bust-outs. 8-4 deuce flop on this occasion as Buldigin 7-4 offsuit managed to dash the hopes of Tune Mulder's ace-king. He did have 6 outs on the river, but he too was unable to connect. And the Dutchman and his rail, a little bit of disappointment, but a hedge, courtesy of $392,000 and a 5th place finish. 4 remain now. And the equally animated...
You don't want to win this one.
Sean Winter suggesting that Buldigin didn't want to win that one. Keep me around, short stack. You're able to just do your bidding. Ace-queen up against king 4. Again, a pair of 4s for Buldigin. And again,
I would have chip leader.
unable to double was the competition. Sean Winter, 4th place finish, $488K.
Not in pictures.
Punat Punsri, main event champ from our last visit here in North Cyprus. A deep run with king queen. He flopped top pair and a gutter. Looked in great shape against this ace-3 suited for Buldigin. Turn.
This picture.
And he was 93%. And then a filthy ace of clubs as Punsri going over to the rail to be consoled. Plenty of smiles on that man's face. Nevertheless, a 3rd place finish, $603,000. And then Brian Kim, who was so steely, so measured, and on occasions so far in the chip lead, took 2 jacks up against king 5. Buldigin hits a king on the flop. On the turn, he improves to an open-ender. Didn't need the help, of course.
It's no way.
Man. Well played.
Brian Kim
No way that I wanted to win the tournament.
says, well played. Showing respect and admiration, as all do here in the Triton Super High Roller Series, and the biggest smile ever on Buldigin's face. Kim would take home $920,000. Buldigin just a buzzsaw at that FT. $1.34 million first place prize, Randy, and it was a treat to watch him operate.
Of course it was a treat, right? He was just applying all that pressure, and you saw he was eliminating people with 4x, like 7-4 offsuit,
right.
king 4 suit. It's running down to ace-king and ace-queen. But, you know, we've had Vyacheslav at a lot of our tours, right, playing all the no limit events, and he's been a very animated character, as you mentioned, right? And, you know, in the interview, he was just, you asked him what's going on in his mind when he's making these expressions, and he just was some monkey just with the symbols, you know?
It was hilarious because it's somewhat a sense of humor, but also just acute humility, I think, for Vyacheslav. He recognizes the degree of talent he is surrounded by, and obviously he's put in work. He suggested that he hasn't. You know, we've seen results because, remember, his first 17 events he played across 2 or 3 stops, he only had 2 caches. Then suddenly here, he's gone 3 for 5, and others as well come to mind as having turned a corner, perhaps. Santosh Suvarna, we're calling him Santosh 2.0, obviously also doing very well for himself. Let's talk a little bit about Brian Kim, though. His second Triton series, he's gotten a 3rd and a 4th already in Vietnam. He's trending in the right direction, and he's one of those guys that set himself apart insofar as at the table. He's kind of scary.
Yeah, he's definitely a very scary player. And actually, funny, speaking about Brian Kim, I ran into him earlier today. I was getting a coffee, and he was just saying, like, he was kind of fanboying the Triton a bit and kind of wanted to take his shot at it. And he's said that he's been running pretty good. Of course, you know, in Vietnam, his first stop, multiple final tail, was very happy to have that opportunity to play at such a luxurious spot, and very humble, of course. And, you know, he's not able to close one out yet, but is getting further and further each time he does play a tournament. And he told me that, you know, I might just travel a bit less. I'm down under, right? But go to every single Triton stop.
Yeah, and listen, you come from down under. There's flights available. It's not that difficult. Don't want to overlook, of course, Punat Punsri, main event champ last time around here. Kind of closing in, 3rd place finish, not so bad for him. But let's turn our attention to the first-timer theme. Back at it. Sean Winter. I've neglected to refer to him as a Triton first-timer every time he's been on the felt. Why? Because I've watched him play high rollers out in Vegas, commentated on him. It just feels like he's been here, but he actually hasn't, and he's 3 for 5 already. So catching heat to start. What have you thought of Sean so far?
I mean, of course, I've never actually watched Sean Winter myself, but as you said, he does play all those super high rollers out there in Vegas, and obviously a treat to watch. But, you know, he's really got some game. And it's just, I suppose he feels that he should belong here at these Triton stops, just didn't make the journey, and was like, there's value that he's missing. And as you can see from his results, 3 out of 5 caches and more tournaments to come right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. David Yan, second final table on the series, also something to mention. Let's turn our attention then, because it wasn't just one trophy that we awarded yesterday. We had a rare one-day turbo event. That was a 25K where we saw Paul Pua at the final table, along with Ding Biao, who has already had a championship, a title here at the series, and then Santosh Suvarna, again, making FT runs. At the end, however, it would be Triton first-timer Anatoly Zlotnikov, who would seize victory, and $570,000 went his way. Bit of a hedge, though, because he's been 0 for 4 in his first 4 efforts. First cash made it count. Did you have a chance at all to get wind of Zlotnikov's operations there in the turbo?
No, wasn't able to get wind of him, but we know that it's always cool to see these newcomers come in with a big score. We weren't able to stream that the last second, but today we got the 75K. From the get-go, level 1, first hand, we'll get to watch every single one.
Yeah, it's going to be the only event going on in the room, as we talked about. Don't want to overlook, by the way, Paul Pua, Bossman, making the FT in that 25K turbo. He's showing that he's trending in the right direction. Perhaps another title available for him before this is all said and done. Storylines, by the way, in this 75K, as you just mentioned, Randy, going to be happening. We're going to play 10 40-minute levels on the day, but Player of the Year implications. Points available. As the buy-ins go up, more points are up for grabs, and you do get extra points for registering on time. However, Jason Kuhn, who is in the hunt to dethrone Stephen Chidwick, sitting at the top of that leaderboard, not present to start the day.
Possibly he's been playing some cash games on the side. We know those have been going out into the wee hours of the night. Of course, if he should be kind of registering if he could in time. Maybe he missed it. Who knows? But there's also those bonus points if you happen to be the Player of the Year of the Cyprus stop, extra 100 points, and maybe able to push him over to take over that Ivan Lau Player of the Year leaderboard.
Yeah, he's obviously sitting pretty for the stop title, no doubt about it. He is currently, Jason Kuhn, 556 points back, 183 back here in Cyprus. But as you mentioned, that 100-point bonus going on. By the way, I ran into Socia Jang on the topic of the cash games that you just mentioned. Apparently, they didn't draw the curtain on the cash games last night up in the Whiskey Lounge until 6 a.m. So burning it at both ends could be an issue in terms of players who aren't registering on time. Maybe that extra 1 or 2 REM cycles worth more when you're out here fighting and battling against the best in the world than the points, especially if you're not in the hunt for the Player of the Year title or, of course, the Player of the Series. So that'll do it for us here at the desk as we take a look at a very modest 3-player field. Guess the alarm clocks weren't
Just
working.
these 3. I mean, we probably have another feature table going on at the same exact time.
Well, yeah, it's
so
not
maybe
the
6.
entire
We
field,
got 6
but
or 7 right now, but they're gonna trickle in.
just a 3-player affair here at a feature table. And I gotta be honest, Randy, if you asked me, what table would you never want to have to play poker at? I think I'm staring at it. Short against these guys. Does it get any worse?
The card's too.
Yeah, I
Possibly.
I would late register probably if I was these guys. Some
Do you
other
think anybody
people.
comes up to the registration desk? Let's be honest, there's gamesmanship going on, and everybody's looking for the edges that they can take, where they look out and they say, "Yee, I don't know if I want to hop in and have to play, you know, 4-handed against the likes of these guys. Let me just go grab a bite, see what develops, come back, take a look, and then decide."
100%. You know, all these poker players know that they need to find the extra value, the players they perceive to have an edge against, right? Yeah, and they're gonna look if they see someone that they perceive as a VIP, you know, that's playing out for fun. You're gonna see more entries trickling in. It's gonna roll over. It's just understandable the nature of the game. You know, it's just all business. It's understandable.
To be fair, our VIPs, when we're saying we assume, oh, they're just playing for fun, many of them have demonstrated very professional tendencies of late.
Yes, of course.
So no pushovers really on that side of the field as Chidwick's 10-6 suited open on the button, which is also under the gun when you're playing 3-handed, is flatted by Haxton's pocket 6s. Greenwood 7-8 suited. Everybody's starting with 200,000 in chips, by the way, here. Blinds at 500 and 1,000. 8-4 deuce. Greenwood out flopping the field here.
And we're going to see like just so many different lines given that we're 200 big blinds deep to start this tournament off.
And also playing short makes things a little bit different.
Yes, of course, 3-handed. And we know these 3 guys are just the best players in the world. They're comfortable playing with these stacks.
2 checks in front of Chidwick.
Still very serious, of course, you know.
You know, it's funny. I was just kind of taking note of the fact that here we are, level 1, 10 players registered. And if I just showed you that shot of Chidwick, you might think that this was a final table or money bubble or any other moment in a tournament. He just takes it seriously from soup to nuts. Doesn't know any other way to go about it. And the results speak for themselves.
They do. Well, all 3 of these guys, right?
Yeah.
They register on time. You don't register on time if you're not trying to look for some EV, some way to pull, you know, catapult yourself to the top.
He's playing defense, obviously, as the guy who is top of the leaderboard for that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award and the $200,000 that comes with it. So it's not just pride and prestige that he hunts, as Greenwood, facing a follow-through of 6K from the button and a flat by Haxton, deliberates on what to do with top pair backdoor hearts.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an idea of check raising at some frequency. Check call usually what you do see in this spot. Deep stacks, different game tree lines to approach. Looks like he's cutting out. Is that calling chips right there? Or is that raising? That's raising. That's a huge raise, 20K. And this is the beauty of deep stack no limit hold'em is you get to explore all these different more lines where players are putting you to the test multiple streets. Lots of fun to watch.
Awkward one for Haxton here. So he tries to make sense of this line from Greenwood. Lots of draws out there.
Wow.
Sixes serve as blockers to some of those.
Yeah, kudos for Greenwood for getting such value already on the flop of just a pair of 8s, 7 kicker.
Isaac flats. And now Greenwood picks up a heart draw. Extra 14K investment by Haxton brings the pot to 56,000.
You know, picking up that extra equity, of course, nice for Greenwood. Imagine him check raising that flop, a sign of value. So the Queen of Hearts, maybe you peel one off. Hit some very disguised backdoor flushes. Perhaps a bet occasionally. If he does come with a bet, likely a small one. He is going to fire something out.
There it is.
It's a big bet, actually. 45K. A bit of mergy to me.
Obviously, the heart draws back up in case the 8s are no good is helpful. As Haxton with a reluctant feeling muck there.
Yeah, I mean, for him to be suspicious on the flop to call that big raise. Of course, you will be reluctant to fold post-flop on further streets.
Shot clock, by the way, 20 seconds are given pre-flop, 25 seconds on the flop, and 30 seconds to act on the turn and the river. Each of our players receiving 12 time banks upon registration. An extra 5 will be issued after reg closes. And max late reg is actually to start the day tomorrow. So
A little bit of a shorter day today.
TBD.
Give people some rest.
Yeah, just how many people decide that they just want to take the day off, perhaps.
So 12 time banks, 30 seconds. That is how many minutes?
6.
Okay. Checking, fact checking.
Haxton now with the 10-8 suited. Raise from the button. Greenwood, the customer, has flopped a pair of 7s while Haxton's got the gutter. Backdoor hearts. You at all surprised to see Greenwood defend with 7-5 suited from the small?
A little bit, but you know, with deeper stacks, you can get away with playing these kind of suited connectors. The type of hands that are valuable, a bit different, 200 big blinds deep. And actually, you know, talk about being surprised pre-flop, but even the post-flop here, Sam Gruen has opted to lead here with just middle pair.
Every time the pre-flop raiser gets led into, there's always this, hey, thought we had an understanding kind of response that there is, because it deviates from the expected flow of play.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because let's just say you have a strong hand. You often actually would go for a check raise given 200 big blinds deep, and that's why Haxton's raising. He's just, why would you lead the flop if you were extremely strong?
Yeah, that's kind of the distilled essence of the decision to raise here, is posing a question. Now, mind you, players at this level will absolutely lead super strong and be balanced
Of
sometimes
course.
to induce exactly this behavior. But on this occasion, as we can see, it's just middle pair for Greenwood, who also recognizes Haxton would be liable to do this with hands that don't have him beat, such as the 10-8. Now, the ace of diamonds strikes me as a lovely card for Haxton to maybe decide to continue story time
Yeah,
against Greenwood.
I agree. It basically depends on what you think that Greenwood is leading. Would he lead his flush draws out there, his ace X, ace jack, ace sevens? Probably not, I'd imagine. So I think Isaac Haxton, especially with the flush coming in, might be able to apply pressure. Ace of diamonds, just a hard card for Greenwood to have hit lead calling. Take a free one off. I mean, his hand's just, probably if he had a diamond, he's more likely to bet.
Surprised to see the check back, though, given the raise on the flop?
A little bit.
Greenwood loved to see it. Now a very dry deuce, which is an equally welcome development.
You often will see a check here with 7, still some showdown value, just beating the random bluff raises. But he might, you know, come in with the idea of just putting a huge bet, just trying to represent that flush. We'll check. I wonder if the hand's over yet. Perhaps Haxton was waiting for some kind of weakness to find a way to win this pot.
Shut down.
It's a fun showdown.
Mike. Greenwood all too happy.
A little smirk coming. It's like, I gotcha.
You again.
You thought they were diamonds, right, Ike? Is that what happened? You misread the suit?
Yeah, just black. Oh, another stone cold crusher.
Yeah.
Table's getting extremely soft, huh? With the adding Timothy Adams.
Oh, yeah, this is who they were waiting for. We're like, oh, sweet. Greenwood, by the way, 2,414 points currently in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year rankings. Behind Jason Kuhn, who's got 2,661 and has leapfrogged him into second. Chidwick, 3,273. And as mentioned, this is the last
when
stop.
you wear the black tracksuit, you're evil Parnikovs. And when you wear the beige one, you're good Parnikovs, and the electric one is like somewhere in the middle. Chaos Parnikovs.
Sam suggesting that you know which Alex Ponikovs you're going to get depending on the
Yeah,
tracksuit.
even
So
in the
today it's
sunglasses,
evil
too, with
Ponikovs.
when you wear the black one.
Yeah, this is definitely the evil Ponikovs look.
Evil Ponikovs. Well, it's getting lively out there. That's good to see.
That is good to see. As the field continues to grow.
Ponikov just left. I think he's changing.
He's
Tracksuit.
offended. He's like, unregister me.
I'm out.
These guys are rude. Greenwood on the button. 3,000 to go. Timothy Adams in the big. Take a swing.
Yeah, a small note that it seems that 3x is a standard raise we're going for at this table.
Yeah, for the time being, playing short. Bottom pair up against a gutter.
Oh,
Canada on Canada confrontation. Sam betting 2,500. Downsize from the pre-flop. Adams. Gonna peel.
The fun one here.
Yeah, nice looking card in terms of the open-ender, but a lack of a heart is a bit of an issue for Tim Adams, whereas Greenwood now picks up the flush draw.
Also got a double gutty working for Greenwood.
Yeah, the 5 works for him too.
And with this kind of card, it's just a good spot to put in multi-barrels often. Oh wow, actually checks. Greenwood just quite tricky.
Dry river.
I wonder for Greenwood if there's some bet check bet lines here with 10-8 offsuit, trying to find some bluffs. Might be hard to do so. It's all business in here right now for Timothy Adams. Let's check.
Well, when isn't it all business out there?
Yes, it looks like we do find a bet check bet line from Sam Greenwood. Quite a tricky player to play against. Finding bluffs in this spot. Full pot size bet. I think he's pretty aware that Timothy Adams likely would be leading the river after it goes check through with a jack or better.
As played, how uncomfortable are you with 6s?
Extremely uncomfortable. You know, with deep stacks, it's very easy for Greenwood to check back Jack X, no heart, even with heart. Does fold, and Greenwood has really just been getting the best of these players so far in these early levels. Nice. 256K. That's 56 more blinds than what you started with.
Yeah, back-to-back pickups and a 25% increase plus to the starting stack. Do you ever feel like, though, sometimes
Like basic stretching. Like
if
the
you're,
one thing
as
that
we
comes to
flip it
mind
over to
is
our other
most you
feature
can't do
table
it
where we
here is
find
do
Artem
dry needling-
Vezhenkov
dry needling in
and
that
company,
muscle. That always helped. Made me.
if you put
Dry
a lot of
needling.
work in
You ever seen that?
in the
No, I
early
don't know if it's
levels,
like
fight for a lot of
pseudoscience
pots,
or what, but
and then all of a
the
sudden,
PT I had always did it, and it
a couple of,
really helped me.
you know, blind level increases, and all you did was tread
Put the
water.
little needle
You
in
know what I
there and
mean?
just,
But
like,
obviously,
they,
if you
like,
don't
bang it off
have
the
those
nerve or
pickups,
whatever, it, like,
then you're
makes the
not
muscle
sitting
tighter.
with the same number of big
Um,
blinds. But
I was
it's
actually
frustrating
reading a
insofar
book,
as you're just not, it's not as meaningful, let's say.
What's the fucking
I totally
thing
understand
called
where you're
on
coming
TV?
from, Ollie, and I think
Yeah.
cash game players tend
Because
to
like up until
like
pretty
to get in
recently,
the get-go,
I think
deep
people thought it was
stacks.
like fake science.
But it's
now
really-
It's just like confirmed, right?
yeah, now it's just like confirmed that it works.
Yeah. Yeah. I
It's
think
really the
dry
tournament
needling
players
is,
that just
kind of.
shine
just
because
very
of
local
the end of the
acupuncture.
tournament. But
Exactly.
let me listen
Yeah.
to this.
I think they're talking about
acupuncture. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe not.
So you guys
Maybe I
we're
don't
not
need
missing
to
out on
listen
too
to
much.
I used all mine.
Davies opening the button to 3,000.
It really sucked though. Like the actual part of doing it sucked, but it always made my arm feel better.
Devoris defends. His 10-9 turning into trips, and that is a nice development when you're dominated pre. Checking it over to Davies, who's interacting with that 10 of clubs. Enough to barrel.
Trip tens, you know. Mixed strategy of check calling, check raising. A bit of both.
Been a somewhat rough start to the series for Devoris, by the way. He has played 6 events and has 1 FT, a 5th place finish for 369,000. I'm guessing that he's in the black, but you know, he's hunting results anytime.
I mean, he's one of our winningest Triton players, right? Like with, does he have, how many tiles did you say? 1 or 0 was it? No titles, right?
Dvoris has not yet won a
But
title,
still
but he has
has, like,
17 cashes, 7.1 million.
Yeah, it's
plus in
quite
winnings.
absurd how much winnings he has. Mind you, let's get back to his hand real quick. Because
Yeah.
Seth Davies has bet called check raise of King Nine of Clubs, just suspecting that his opponent will often check raise, give up on this type of board.
And a
Clubs
great-
come in.
Yeah, great turn card for him, given that he picks up equity that he sought. So we play for 20,000 plus.
7.
A cutesy bet here,
Yeah.
about 1/3 pot.
Is there ever any argument for raising this bet and just
Shouldn't
maybe,
be.
you know, pushing something other than a 10 out of the pot, knowing that maybe the backdoor clubs are so often going to be good? But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I would say at a very low frequency, you basically would need to think that Daniel Divorce is check raising some 5x, ace-x type hands, but not too often.
4 diamonds, dashing Davies' hopes of being able to get to showdown with a winner.
I mean, seeing the hands, of course, Daniel would want to check, but when he does check raise flop bet turn, he's going to think that Davies is most likely got some showdown value, probably in the form of some pocket pair, 5x here and there. Most likely comes in with one more bet. Note the sizing again, once again, 3rd pot. Looking for some crying calls.
Yeah, just trying to retain 2-pair kit for Davies to have that. And Seth doesn't waste much time putting it in the muck.
It sucks doing it, like, you mean it hurts or it's just like queasy
it's-
doing it? Like it's
It
painful?
actually, I've found it really painful. Everyone always called me a pussy, but
Oh, because I
found-
guess it's like pinching a nerve, right?
Yeah.
You like Danny Tang getting a massage?
What's that?
You like Danny getting a massage? Same facial expressions.
I don't get. Oh,
Have you seen Danny get a massage at the table?
yeah. He grimaces a lot, or what?
Yeah. He just like makes the craziest faces you've ever seen.
He's a bit of a grimacer, come to think of it, isn't he? I kind of do too,
I
though.
think
So
he
I
does
can't.
get
I'm not.
really
I'm
hard
not one to
massages,
talk.
though.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not painful. It's just these outrageous
You
faces.
just gotta do this one all the time.
Now, Randy, I don't know whether or not you
first
caught
Yeah.
the
And then,
designer
yeah,
label
Probably get a massage therapist to
on that
dig up a
delightful
little bit, but
tangerine
that's
button
one, like,
down that Artem
I've had one
Bezhenkov
on my
has
left side that just hasn't gone
Is
away
it?
for like
reached
3
into the
weeks.
closet for today. But the unmistakable
Get a little muscle work.
Playboy Bunny icon
Oh.
is on the front. And I gotta say,
And then raise. This is
it's
good.
fitting.
You probably know all of it. You probably know all about elbow problems.
I like it with
I
the
didn't have
orange
when
shades
I
as
played
well.
Tennis, yeah, I was
Gotta
lucky I
coordinate.
never get injuries.
Yeah.
Do you still play a lot?
Tennis now. For the last 10 years, I didn't.
I asked him to play. He's like, I'm not gonna play. I don't want to play. Stop asking. So,
Yes, and I prefer to play paddle.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because when I play tennis, I feel like I'm so bad compared when I used to
When
play
you
10
used-
years.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it
for
tilts me so hard.
Yeah, that's. I know exactly what you're talking about there. That's when I play basketball. Can't fucking shoot.
What Davies can do on the basketball court, though, is dunk, as one of our recent Triton Instagram posts demonstrated. During that chat with Sosha earlier, prior to the pregame,
Played a lot last night. We played
she said that
like
she
an
went
hour
out
and a half.
and did yoga
Oh.
earlier today, despite playing until 6 in the morning,
I saw
by the
a
way.
little Instagram post. I think I saw Mike
Jackie.
Watson in the mix.
Yeah.
He's the
That's the
best.
best.
I'm not, are you on that group chat where they're
He's like
letting you know what's going
very,
on?
very
No,
good,
I'm not.
Ping pong.
We gotta get in on that.
I'm not included.
I got FOMO. I'm not saying I'm gonna go to the
You just
yoga.
want to be
I just want to
invited.
know that I'm invited to the yoga, and maybe one of these days I show up. As both Brewer and Vezhenkov
He
have
looks
shown
like
up
with the Finnish guys.
from the blinds
I
after
was in, uni.
Boris opened the button in aces and fours.
Parsons.
Lovely development for Vezhenkov. Boris
Oh,
with
did he?
just an ace.
He plays too, huh? Must be popular in Finland.
Yeah.
Like Ellis plays in Spain sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah, in like I guess not professional, but like high level amateur leagues. He's supposed to be really good.
Good. Yeah, it's like paddle is booming in Finland too now.
And it's really popular in Spain, right?
Spain is super popular.
Yeah.
Round of checks and the counterfeiting 9 of clubs. Such a deflating card for Vezenkov to look up at.
Argentina too, huh? Yeah, it's something that.
This is
isn't
the
popular at all
exact
in the
card
US.
that just upsets me if I'm Vezenkov.
Oh, yeah.
If it wasn't
But you
for,
know,
like,
still could have the
you
best
guys,
hand, of course, right?
I would
Check
never
through
even
around
heard
on the
of it.
flop.
A lot of people play squash and racquetball.
In Spain,
Oh,
it's
Dao
not
Min
now.
Fu.
Really?
Racquetball is not a thing.
He was a part of that cash game until the wee hours.
Nice.
I mean, it's just probably like a less athletic version of paddle, kind of.
Yeah, we could do.
It's just paddle's a little more
You played some paddle at all?
athletic.
You know, the last time I played paddle tennis was in junior high school. And it kind of strangely is having a resurgence. Pickleball is what's really blown up
Yes.
in the States. And I guess paddle is a little bit more popular in Europe. Meanwhile, Dvorak elected not to barrel on the turn. I wonder whether or not Vezenkov is left thinking this ace is worth betting. Looks like we've got our answer.
Are you gonna go
500.
straight to Vegas after this?
Go London to play Scoop last week, and then
Oh yeah, the Scoop 10K is coming up, isn't it?
main event. Yeah. It's not this Sunday, next.
Next Sunday. So you won't miss anything in Vegas then. You'll play all the big stuff.
Only
Dvorak
if I did
will
run
chop
the
it up
Scoop main,
after
I
calling.
missed the first and the fifth.
Yeah, that one. It's on like Wednesday.
What?
What's the guarantee this year?
Keep our ears peeled to this conversation between Davies and
5 million.
I'm listening.
Maybe I'll go
Mateos.
try to play.
I'm there? I think then.
10K, 10 million.
Yeah.
I might go try to play those.
The average 16 bullet, 10K, 10 million guarantee.
Yeah, yeah.
Sick turn.
16 bullets.
Davies, 220,000 despite losing that one to Dvorak, who is flatlining along with Dao Min Fu, who just arrived. Chris Brewer off the pace at 168.5. Still oh so early here. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Here. Event number 8, 75K. No limit hold'em, 8 max. Just
Like
getting our
probably
feet
like
wet.
an average outcome, right?
Yeah.
Like I've definitely been in for more than 15 before.
Yeah.
More than 15.
I mean,
Yeah.
you only
Oh, the
you
ones
only
that
make
have like a million day ones.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah you only make day
Not
two.
the-
You only make day two if you make the money.
The last one I made, I fired 10 and I was so tilted.
No, not
think it was
like,
my
like the
record.
one where there's like day 1F or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That can't be
I mean,
one
you only
whiskey
make day two if you make the money. It's
for Mateos, can it?
easy to knock
Whiskey
cash in
pot.
tournaments.
He's just like, I'll take a scotch, couple fingers,
I
just
remember
to
in those party poker
start the day.
tournaments, the live ones I'm talking about.
Take a
we
couple of
used
kings
play
to
the-
start the day.
You probably remember this. There was a
Dvorak.
level that was like 15K, 35K. Do you
Except
remember
for-
this? And we played it in like 50Ks and 100Ks and stuff.
Yeah, 30-minute level.
Yeah, nobody had any idea how many blinds they had. Stuff. Like 35K.
Ah, in live, you mean
Yeah, yeah.
These guys are bad
I
at
remember
math,
the
huh?
Barcelona party stop and everyone
I
just being
call.
like, what? like, what? How much money is here? What is this?
Top set for Dvorak, who's holding the deck on this
15,
flop.
35K level.
Yeah, 35 is a tough number to use.
It is an idea to check
impossible
top
number.
set.
Oh yeah.
Might as well be fucking 3.6.
Maybe Brewer takes the rope here, Jack 10. No.
Now a
hear
double
about
That is
gutter.
the one, Ali.
It's exactly what Dvorak wants, is to let Brewer pick up enough to make a call on the turn.
In December. Confirm?
Lack of a flush draw maybe allows Dvorak to
Yeah.
check again, and
Pretty sure.
unfortunately for him, Brewer is drawing live.
That's good.
Yeah, exactly correct. I think if there was a flush draw, we might see Divorce lean for betting a bit
One drop,
more.
yep. Have you played much of the win stuff? Have you ever been there?
I play small stuff.
It seems like
But
a
you didn't go in
mandatory bet here,
December to,
double
like,
gutter
I
now.
go to Prague, APT
Flat
Prague.
out ace highs, little pairs.
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's a really nice place to play. I'm glad that
I play a few times and I really like it.
they have like good tournament directors too. It's not like WSOP. It's much better.
Just calls here, top set. Deep stacks. No bink.
King's full now. As Brewer
Good
took
time.
his shot.
Best time.
I mean, Brewer's going to perceive Divorce's line so far to be weakish. Usually not top pair, right? It
So
went
the plan
check,
is to make some
Let alone top set.
yeah, check through on the flop, check again, call bet, check.
satellite into the World Series.
Brewer just debating whether to represent King X
17
himself. He's trying, full pot.
Satellite into half your buying.
These chips are not coming back.
No. Burning smell in your living room comes courtesy of Jack High potting it. Understand Brewer, though, you know, maybe there's some ace-X in there that Divorce was just keeping an eye on him with on the turn as played. And
Probably more targeting like some kind of pocket pair like
Sure.
9X, like 8s, 6s.
And he can kind of rep 7X from time to time here. A little, you know, connector.
I was in 21, I think.
Yeah, look at
Those
Chris.
cards went
Yeah, I mean,
up
this
high.
was a long time ago.
Frustrated.
It's like what, 2000?
Hasn't been a good start for him, but still super deep.
It's like minimum 8 years or something.
Wait, do you play the one that Dan Coleman won, or David Coleman won? Daniel, whatever.
When was the winner? I think the winner was Fedor Chop with.
Should we scan the QR code on
Oh, that was the one that bought him.
Dow's mask? See what's what?
Is there a QR code on it?
Look like it.
Fedor eliminated me, and I think he chopped.
DMP.com?
How strong would
This was
that
at
be?
WSOP, yeah.
Against, yeah, with one.
Diamond
Yeah, it must
Poker.
have been the bottom.
Diamond
.com.
Poker. Dot VE? I don't know.
Rumor has it he played a big one with Rob Young. When the cameras got turned off, one extra orbit up there in the cash game. Dow was dealt pocket aces.
Hey, Mikey.
Rob had bottom pair and a flush draw. Money got in on the flop.
Mikhail Adamov.
And Dow drew dead on the
Mikhail.
turn, courtesy of
Welcome.
the nut flush for Rob. There was some real bloodshed. Another one I heard about was Phil Nagy, as we see Mateos' snowmen going to come under pressure from Brewer.
Oh, note the sneakiness here. Pocket
Yeah.
King just smooth calling here.
One king in the muck.
Wow. Very, very interesting. That's going to change the way this post flop develops.
Where you do this and there's like a way to move your fingers or something to like.
Ace high flop. Not what either of these guys had in mind.
But
No,
usually
you don't
it's done,
slow
like,
play two kings
The only
hoping for an
thing that
ace.
I knew-
like in a cat-cow position, and then you do something with like your fingers.
The only thing that I know about that would be the other side. I don't know if this would help that side at all.
Like this.
So what we would do is you go like this.
Goes check,
and
check. Neither
you
play
raise
with the diamond.
your hand up and you look away like this. You do it with
Yeah,
both
both players
arms
with
up,
the type of hand they're
and
trying
by
to get the
turning your head,
showdown
it
with.
flosses the nerve, and it's supposed to relax like the inside.
Maybe occasionally
I don't
you'll
know.
see some kind of bet
So
from
it's
Brewer,
just
just
like-
given the kings are vulnerable
you
to a
were-
diamond.
Oh, blind. You just stand like this, and if it was your right side, you just like lift it up ways.
Boy, this run out really froze the action, didn't it?
Yeah.
As Davies and Dvoris are having a stretching session.
8.
And Brewer
Ooh, trapping.
Yep.
It's a bad time to step away from the
Good flop for me,
table.
I guess.
You'd want to
Yeah.
see those two kings,
Yeah.
actually. Harp and muck those cards. Yep, Brewer is safe.
Like on a neurological level.
Kings worked out a little better for Dvoris in terms of profitability than they did for Brewer there. As
Hey.
the Dominator joins the party.
Everyone's favorite player to watch.
Not so much favorite player to be up against, though. 2.5 million plus in career Triton
No.
earnings, 2 titles, 6 cashes.
Especially in the early levels, like level 1 and 2. And you might think your stack is not at risk, single raise pop, but somehow this guy finds ways to pile in hundreds of big blinds, whether he's got it or not. It's quite tough to play against, but certainly delightful to watch.
It was interesting. Adamo in Madrid.
Two
Picked up
titles?
two titles.
That's a 2 titles one, right?
Yeah.
It was like first event he played, maybe?
No, he did play all the way back in Jeju, Rosnodar.
No,
But you're
first
talking about in
event that
Madrid? Yeah, the
stopped.
20K 8 max was the first event he played. Then he binked the 75K 8 max as well. Those were his only 2 caches, by the way. And then he came up empty at our last North Cyprus. So obviously very happy to have turned that around as he finished 14th in the 40K 8 max. His first event did not cash in the 50K 7 max. Here he is with 5-6 suited, promptly going to work. As Dao Min Fu will try on a pair of 8s, which are in the lead on this board.
You know, against a player, most players, you would imagine this 6-5 immediately hitting the muck, but Adamo's just one of those guys where he's got a little bit of check raise, let me get at you, just going to lay it down, but give it some thought.
How do your feet hold up after playing that much? Does your feet get sore?
No.
Really?
But like, I mean, I go through periods where I run like 50 miles a week. So
You got fucking caveman feet. For
Yeah.
Sure. Dude, you know Charlie Hook? Yeah.
Yeah.
Play with us. He's like on this big like weight loss bet. He posted this thing yesterday, or a couple days ago. He went on an 11.5-hour walk.
Well, he has to walk across the United States.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he has a prop bet with Polkins. Yeah.
Wait, like,
But he's not like
physically
actually.
has to do it, or just the same
never know
distance
what's
as it would be?
Yeah.
No, he has to like physically walk across the United States for $1 million or some shit.
I bet it's just distance. Cause he has
No,
like,
Look, did you
it's-
see
it's
Mateos' facial expression in response?
The prop bet's crazy. You should go, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, he must be training for it.
Yeah, he's training for it. Yeah.
Wow, he's actually gonna do that.
Whatever. What is it, like 3,000 miles or something?
That sounds about right, yeah. I mean, he posted like the data from his walk. It was like a little over 11 hours. It's like 40 miles, like 75,000 steps or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many times would you have to do that? Almost 100 times?
Interesting
How fast
development
did you
here.
have to do it? Do you know the details of the prop bet?
I think it's just he has like, fuck. It wasn't like a crazy time frame. It was just the fact that he has to do it.
Right,
And
that
he
sucks.
like you have to actually.
He's got to go.
Well, you have to do it during the summer too. Like you can't do it during the winter.
Why not?
Well, like those parts of the U.S. Like good luck walking through in the snow.
Wow.
Go through the south.
It's a
wait,
Domo
but,
3 bet,
Southern US for sure.
Mateo's cold call
Yes.
3 bet,
Yeah,
10,
I guess
Dao
it's
Min
south.
Fu
Does
To
out.
complete it within like a year or something?
I've
Something
hadn't
like
heard
that.
this bet at all.
Trip
This doesn't
Queens
sound
here
very
for
hard.
Adamo
Doesn't
as we
sound hard,
defer
it
to
just
this
sounds miserable.
fascinating
Yeah,
Sounds like-
that.
For $1 million?
prop bet
$1
combo.
million is
Yeah, no, that's how I read it. When I read the bet, I was like, I could do it, but like,
Yeah.
it just sounds awful.
Yeah, I guess it's always going to have a big price, so it's. No, it
16.
doesn't sound. Yeah, I would definitely do that.
Kinda.
16,000.
Half pot bet incoming.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. Maybe you just have your family like drive a call and stay at all the hotels you stay at.
Yeah. Yeah, it would just really suck for him because he has like. His kid's
Yeah.
like 8, 6. I think he has 3. Like that's
I don't know. It just seems like easily-ish doable within like 3
Adamo
months.
obviously
and then you get
hoping
$1
that that
million.
3-bet cold call out of the big
Yeah,
blind from
He just
Mateos
grinded really hard. He could
includes
probably do it in 3 months.
some of the bigger pairs. And look at
But it's-
Adrian
Oh my.
just getting
They're
away
walking.
on the Queen 9
How?
board.
Note the player he was up against too.
Yeah, I just
Right,
He's a
Adamo
big
with that
guy, too.
reputation
Yeah.
for being
I think the biggest thing is Just there's a
aggressive.
few areas where like you just have to.
Checking back in on our other feature table where we find a hand in progress. Sam Greenwood, the opener with ace-5 suited. Same kit for Chidwick, Diamond Edition. Flats the cutoff, and Panakovs joins the party with smothered spades. One of two remaining aces finds its way to this ace-10-4 board.
Hi, yes.
Greenwood with the advantage, courtesy of the 4 of spades.
You'll see a mixed strategy with top pair in these spots, ace high. Looks like he's gonna come in the form of a bet. Small, very small bet, 2K into 9K, mind you.
Tickler. We'll keep those Broadway combos in.
Well, yeah, at this price, it's not gonna fold anything out. That's reasonable.
Might even keep some of the unreasonable stuff in there, if we're being honest.
Well, queen 6 should be out of here.
King is a little
Paint.
bothersome, let's call it.
Bit of a different vibe at this table than the other
Yeah,
business table.
no stretching,
This man.
no prop bets, and no turn bet. As Greenwood checks it. See if Chidwick feels like betting or playing pot control.
It's tricky, actually. You know, am I charging these Broadway 1-pair type hands? Possibly value owning myself. If I do, we'll go with check. Trip ace is a delightful card.
Backdoor hearts show up. Both players have trips with no kicker. Case card. Now Greenwood bets. Is it 4K?
It's 4 red ones. 4 times 1,000, 4,000.
There it is, Randy. That's what we
Got
got
it.
you here. It's like a human abacus.
I actually don't really know how to use abacus. I know. It's
Who does? It's 2023. Now, as played, Chidwick's looking up at this 4K and wondering whether or not there are bigger aces involved.
It was contemplating a raise
Yeah.
there.
Just decides the flat is the more prudent approach on this occasion, as the guys will chop it up.
More interesting question for me, actually, Ali, is what are you chomping on now?
Oh, man.
Yeah. What you were souping yesterday?
Yeah.
You've got some chewy bar.
It's called the That's It. I picked up a bag of them from Costco.
That's it.
And the only thing in the ingredient list, Randy, as you know that I'm dedicated to healthy eating and lifestyle, is apples and blueberries. That's it.
Okay. Well, I applaud you. Good choice in
How
food.
you were saying
It's
the
literally the only healthy thing I've eaten since we arrived in Cyprus, if I'm being honest.
Carry on.
Really, truly delicious.
Can you just mute your mic? I'll just hold down the fort for a
No,
bit.
nobody wants me to mute my mic.
ASMR right now.
Yes. You knew exactly where I was going.
Well, it's
with
my
that.
Instagram feed. Just people chomping on food, hairbrushes. I don't know. What kind of other ASMR things go on? Cats.
They've gotten out of control.
Do you have cold brew?
cold brew.
Okay.
Cold brew.
Translation problem, I think.
What's the line on the order coming in correctly? I always get excited. I don't. I just say it once, and then I'm like, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Let's see what shows up. As Ponikov's has shown up here, 3-betting to 13,500 from the small.
Yeah, not shy of aggression. 10-8 of clubs.
Also not shy is Martirosian.
Oh, contemplating cold 4-bet actually, and he knows his opponent, KYC.
There it is, as suspected. 32,000 Haxton, easy release.
Sizable one, 32 big blinds.
5-bet coming, Randy?
I don't think 5-bet's coming, but he's contemplating whether he can take one out of position here. He thinks the 10 and 8 is obviously live cards against Ace King. Unfortunately, this spot is not. What do we got? 160 big blinds. Very deep stack poker. It wouldn't surprise me if he takes one off. It's a tough one to make, especially for this price. Ponikov's not really a shy player for action.
Yes.
Evil Ponikov's out.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
We're on the same page today.
When he did it, and then he didn't hold it right away, you sensed the little red devil on his shoulder going, Alex, today we wear black hoodie. You must call.
Эти моменты не люблю быть на столе.
Ты не можешь отъехать тут.
Ну, по ощущениям там, да.
Thank you, but I'm okay.
Oh,
There's Sosia Jang
you can just bring it.
joining the feature table. I don't speak Russian, by the way. Ponikov's turning to Artur.
It would have been a good post-mortem for us,
After
given
that one.
that 4-bet pot right there.
And I suggest he just let him know you're off the Christmas list, basically.
Really? That's what you came up with? You're
3-bet
off
me
the
again,
Christmas list?
and I'll shank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Maybe it wasn't that. I don't know. We can dream.
25.
We're not dreaming about shanking, okay?
Speak for yourself. It's evil Ponikovs today. I'm in a black hoodie too. Maybe it's evil Ali.
I'm gonna eat black hoodie too.
You
It's a
don't have
shank.
any
It's a
evil in you,
shanking
Randy.
day.
You just
No,
too
I can't.
Nice.
I'll try.
How strong do you find those coffees?
Actually,
I would
haven't
feel
been
too guilty
drinking
if we
too many of
corrupted
these
you.
ones.
Our sweet
But
Randy.
it felt
Thank you.
didn't.
I'm gonna try, but I'm
Did
just
you-
saying, I will feel bad if and when I do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like
depends.
So she announcing her arrival under the gun with a little suited connector.
that much food. I feel a bit overly caffeinated.
Getting some
okay.
resistance from the small blind Artur. King 10. Been on a nice couple runs this week.
Yeah.
Sometimes having cold brew at just go to a coffee shop. They're like, yeah, we make our own cold brew.
Martirosian
I find.
I mean, you
Has
just like leave a sack of
already
in the water for
3 caches out of 5 attempts here in North Cyprus.
Yeah.
2 final
I mean, it is quite
tables,
strong, but I prefer
over 460,000
Starbucks.
in earnings
Fairly strong cold brew.
on the series.
I like
Knocking on the door of 1.5 in total as Sosia flops the gut shot straight draw on a 9-high rainbow board with a check in front of her. Fires. 5K.
Winner.
In the summer, I was.
Welcome, madame.
In the summer, I would start pouring
like slowly creeps up.
I just like.
Who's
sit on
nicer,
it for,
you
like,
or
4 hours,
Sosia?
so I don't-
You might be the 2 nicest people at any Triton
You
series.
think I'm nice, don't you?
Oh, God, that
I've
was
been
scary.
already. I've given you one punch. You've gone to the hospital once already this trip. Due to me. Giving you some verbal abuse. Do you really think it's me?
Yeah, they're like.
No, obviously it's Sosia.
You're so right. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, they drink like pot coffee.
You do have a dark side, Randy.
Then I'll put the big
Oh my
blind
God, I
down.
wish you guys could see the way he nodded enthusiastically in response to that here in the booth.
Oh, we also got Cowboy Dan. Welcome.
Okay, yeah,
They're trickling in.
Slowly but surely.
yeah. Might be finished.
16 runners.
That actually could be.
It could be like how they say it
2.5?
in Finnish and how Finns say it in English, but I've never heard that.
2.5x from Adams's ace queen.
Sounds like a great concoction.
I'm sure they have that.
How much?
Yeah, definitely. All in. Calls. Have all in and calls, right?
Sam. Small blind jack 8 suited. Likes it. And the price will certainly look good enough for Sosia Jiang to come along with queen 10.
I will lose my value with
Confirmed.
aces. I will lose my value with aces if I go 5. I think so.
8,500 in the middle. Three-way affair. 7 high, 2 heart board. Greenwood with the gut shot.
So typical intake of caffeine. You do like capsules when you want it, right?
Yeah, I do 200 mils. I guess mostly. Probably another 2 to 3 throughout the day. In general, so like 400 to 500.
Checked around to the pre-flop raiser, who doesn't like it, understandably, against the small and big
Feel like
blind
you
defend
might
ranges.
100
King of hearts on the turn, giving Sosia the only flush draw.
Oh, you've already started investing.
Just a type of card that no one really wants to fire at it. Expecting one more check through. Maybe if Timothy Adams had a heart in hand, you would put in a bet.
You experimented with delaying the first intake, or is it just too terrible?
I have not.
Just blanks out. Ace, queen, good. But this is the type of river card where maybe the blinds can try and represent that 6x. Didn't see a bet through on the turn. King X unlikely. Can really just target some random hands. And you can see it's crossing Sam Greenwood's mind. He is going to check, but let's see if Sosia finds a bet here of queen 10 high.
Four-liner on the board. Look at Jiang getting after it here. 3,000 into 8,500. Looks credible enough.
It looks very credible for me, right? Check, a round of checks, a round of checks. You're the big blind. You got all sorts of random sorting holdings. 6x, very credible. And actually the sizing can be some two-pair type hands too, right? 3K into 8,500. Well done. Sosia. Kiwi.
Golden Kiwi.
I don't know about golden Kiwi, just regular Kiwi.
Straight away. Sorry.
Ali, it's
Evil
my time
Randy?
to shine.
Oh, no.
Oh,
It's your
yeah.
moment.
It's my moment.
Tell us.
Triton play. A new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton play is a social poker game. Stop smiling at me. That is looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker. Open for pre-registrations now. You can scan that QR code. It's coming up. Just look for it. Start your journey into a new world. Triton's Play's got some really exciting stuff coming your way. A stealth demo, a London giveaway, and more. How'd I do?
Really like
Very
I struggled when you
technical,
started to
yeah.
smile at me, Ali.
Aaron Jones makes it unbelievable.
As so many have.
One more card to the button.
I'll give it a 6.
6 out of 7.
There's room
Not
for
bad.
improvement.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
6 out of
I haven't
5.
tried like macaroons or
Aria
croissants
line
or like,
back in
you know,
2004 that I liked.
I do fairly like, you know.
One more
Yeah, the
card.
only
Basic
Not that
stuff.
good.
I bake to stuff like cornbread or something where like you can't fuck it up. Like you need to really like try to.
Deck reading.
I've been like I've upskilled to bagels.
Oh,
Like that's, you know, but that's kind of as far as I've gotten.
From New Jersey, we take bagels very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making bagels at home in New Zealand, so I'm not gonna claim like
I live next
you know,
to.
fresh out of the oven. Like there's enough leeway in there, I guess.
Of all the
live
things
next
I
to
thought
a
we would
really
end up
good
talking
bagel
about
shop in Toronto.
I heard bagel.
And,
at the feature table, baking
it's tough to not
Oh,
just go every
baking.
day and get like.
Yeah. If I had access,
Was
easy
not among them.
access, then yeah, I would do the same.
Greenwood saying he has baked cornbread. Apparently, Jiang has fired up a few bagels. As
Start wheeling
this
the wood
flop is
trucks
going to
through.
fire up the ace-6 suited
If, like,
into the
half
nut
the
flush
people
draw.
Get the bagel.
Got shot for Smith. Same story for Chidwick.
Кстати, за тот стол, наверное. Из-за Лия хочется, а из-за этих двух точно не хочется.
Got to draw to Broadway here, Queen of Hearts. Of course, blocking the best kickers for that top pair. A round of checks. As bricky as it gets, 7x.
Board pairs, 2 tones now. Jiang mulling it over here. And again, barrels. $5K bet.
Dan is thinking about representing 7x in the big line. Looks like he's going to pitch it in, but kudos for thinking about it. He's queen now.
Well, if he were in the black hoodie,
The black hood.
maybe. But the navy blue, it's
a friendly
not
color.
evil enough.
It's a friendly color. Hand might not be over, though. Chidwick with ace queen. Nut high card hand. Draw.
I wouldn't mind it.
Currently best.
makes the call and hits Broadway.
Okay.
What happened?
Sorry, what?
The card, the burn card flashed. I mean, I thought.
Oh, I didn't see it. So you can explain it.
I had a nice morning at the buffet.
Backdoor diamonds showing up
Eating
under
cat all morning. And I remember him
how
from
Jiang's going to react.
last year.
Theory-wise, you want to have some kind of diamond in your hand to follow through, blocking those backdoor flushes.
I remember him. He was by himself today. He had no one bugging him.
Looks like this hand's over.
Tuna. Little pieces of chicken. Yeah.
Jiang shutting down here, wisely. Stevie activates as Socia
Does he make
deactivates.
I think he hates cats, but I don't think he was enthusiastic about a cat train.
Like in New York, New Jersey, have good bagels.
Now you might have noticed that patch on
Next two?
Stevie's hoodie, Randy. NeuroPeak
Yes,
Pro.
we spoke about this before.
We tried to get some intel on it earlier. Shame on me for not simply going
Anywhere in
to the
middle of
source.
country, right?
Oh no, I'm saying.
Obviously, he's a little bit busy, so I've gone to the next best thing.
Like, oh, is it the water?
Shot a text over to Stevie's wife just now asking for more information.
No, I think it's a bullshit theory, but
She's replied advising that it is a neurofeedback program that Stevie has been using for a couple of years, absolutely loves it.
This is a very
Most of the time they work with
that I don't know.
high-level athletes, especially golfers, she says. You wear sensors
are you educated on the topic?
daily, and based
think
on
the
the
other
data
thing is-
collected by those sensors,
I think the
they
other thing
custom
people say is in,
tailor
like some places,
certain
like
exercises.
Arizona
I don't know
or
whether
Vegas
they
or
are
whatever,
physical
no humidity,
or mental
water,
or both
climate,
that help
which
change your
What
brainwave
are you all
patterns.
talking about? It's like baked bread. Like,
Yeah,
So is he
No, I'm not-
censored
I
up
think the
right
more likely
now?
theory is
That's
that,
my question.
Yeah.
for a
There we go.
long period of time, people who lived in those areas didn't know what a good bagel was and didn't know how to make them. I think that's the most.
You know what would be great?
Oh, I would guess that the most important, I mean, there's
Getting
obviously
some
various
nuts?
steps, but probably one of the
Getting
most
the
important
nuts.
ones is the amount
But
of
yes, the
kneading,
almonds I've
because,
just been delivered is great.
you know,
Is if
that
I
determines how chewy it is.
wore Stevie's sensors
Yeah,
for a day,
definitely get a little bit of a workout.
and then he uploaded that,
To a point.
and then we got to listen in on that phone call where
I
they're like,
heard about a
what happened to you?
40-minute drive away.
762's Rainbow
yeah,
Years.
I love bagels, yeah.
Yeah.
Artur picked
Have
up
you spent time in
Haxton.
New York City?
Back to bagels.
I mean, not much time. Like, I've been there, I don't know, is it 2 or 3 times? And yeah, I go to the local, like, delis and
The bagels.
Queen
are
High has a
bagels.
bagel on this board.
But there's something I've never. I mean, there might be times of day, but like the baking them myself at home was the first time I've
I'm
had
just
one,
thinking, what's like a
actually fresh out
bagely
of the oven,
board?
where they're crusty and on the outside and like chewy on the inside.
This
I find that
conversation,
even
enlightening.
Even when I've been in New York, like, you know, they're not, because they've been sitting there for
Yeah.
a little bit of time. They're not as crusty.
I think like the popular spots, they go through them so quickly.
Right,
Like,
right.
I've had that
That's probably
experience
better.
pretty
Yeah.
regularly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I've tended to just get them near wherever I was, you know,
Yeah.
as opposed to, yeah. But yeah, like one of the supposedly better bagel places
Haxton.
in Auckland is meant to
Looking
actually
for
be
cream
Montreal
cheese on the
style.
turn
Yes.
But I'm not a fan of the sweeter
with this
one.
Queen High check
I'm
call.
not a fan of
Yeah,
the Montreal style bagel, but the
those
thing
are
is,
more slender, yeah? Like no less doughy.
they're sweeter. Yeah, they're smaller and there's a sweetness to
they're sweeter and they're not. They're, yeah, they're less doughy, but they're also kind of like chewier as well.
Artur checked
But
back
the
the
thing is,
ace
the
10
big
on the turn
Montreal
and
bagel
binks
places,
the 10
they're
high
like just
straight.
Open, I think they're open 24/7.
Oh,
Or
wow.
like they're open very late, and like you can like get them straight from the from like the wood-fired oven. So that's
I
that's
mean,
good.
That's amazing, yeah.
But like I also don't like a Montreal bagel as like a my preferred way to eat a New York bagel is like cream cheese and lox, and my preferred way to eat a Montreal bagel is with like jam or peanut butter or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
6,500.
That also might be because my grandmother would make jam at the cottage when we were a kid, and then they'd come back with Montreal bagels. so that
Understandable
might
effort
just
here
be the
from
next
Haxton
memory
as
then.
played
Yeah.
to represent this part of the deck, but unfortunately for him, Artur's
Also, when you were a kid,
got the
jam is
10.
like, you know, jam or peanut butter or anything like that when you were a kid is like so good.
Sorry for my lack of commentary. I was invested in this bagel discussion.
I'm wholly uninvested in the bagel conversation, Randy, if I'm being honest.
I actually don't know
Bagels,
how to
as we all know, are simply a delivery mechanism for cream cheese.
I hear you. I can get behind that.
Playing anything in Vegas this summer?
I'm not gonna
There we
go
I feel
go.
like
this
I'm going to
summer.
absolutely get
Yeah.
flamed in the chat, by the way.
I'm gonna take a break after this one, this stop, and then
There's the raise to 35.
evaluate the schedule. Yeah, I actually haven't decided if I'm gonna go to London yet, just 'cause things are so close and
It's a lot of poker. I feel you.
yeah, and then each trip is like, you know, pretty long trip.
Yeah.
Do you have taxes for Vegas too?
I do, yeah. So that definitely diminishes the appeal. Yeah, so last time
Queen high.
well, I went last year.
Quickly
spent
crumbles.
Half of it inside my room with COVID. And then, yeah, basically just played a little bit of cash in the main event. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's kind of really hard for me to
Even if
play anything
If
else.
there were a
if
used
you
car
knew,
ad
like 100%, you were going to get the money
for that
back,
Gucci hat that Artur's
just having
wearing,
that money in like limbo for
Locked
like
up, yeah.
locked
in
up for
the
like
A year and a half.
blurb,
Dave again said it took him a year and a half.
you would certainly have to
that's like a
write
pretty like
high mileage example.
because you so for you
I don't
can't
think I've ever seen him
file
not
till
wearing it.
January 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought he
And
was
then, yeah, and then it takes
a
you
Gucci guy too.
while
That's why I was a
after
little
that
bit
to
shocked when I
file.
saw him wearing the
And that's if
Louis.
you get it.
That is a Gucci hat.
No, I'm talking about to
Oh,
complement the hat.
Right.
Yeah, I
Because
suspect maybe the
I think
thing
of
to do
Gucci
is,
as
like,
his
to
designer
actually,
of choice.
Commit to a year of playing a lot
Correctly.
in the States or something like that, and I don't know, then it makes it more worthwhile. But yeah, like the whole like cash flow thing is just a negative free roll, right? Like you gotta fund all the.
Way too close to losing teeth.
All
You
right.
never wore the bird cage?
I did.
Did
But
you wear the
for-
bird
For
cage?
the finals, when it's streamed on KO, I
You
took it
can't.
off.
Yeah, you can't wear the bird cage on the fucking.
What's the line on bagel conversation at this
I was
table?
gonna say bagels out and
Math god?
Yeah,
Bird cages in?
degenning really hard.
Yeah, that's a pretty.
Yeah, stupid.
hello Orpin. I do commend like the players that are willing to get in there early, this level 1. Obviously deep stacks and just willing to play against the best. No easy feat to do. Some players wait for stacks to get a bit more shallow.
Shout out Dao Min Fu
Yeah, for sure.
to that end.
Yeah, and Orpin as well.
Yeah.
We know he's a big advocate of poker, but learns from the best. Knows he can hang in there.
Speaking of hanging in there, the Dominator with the 6-3 suited drops himself bottom pair ahead of the field as he defended his big blind against the Orpin Open.
You tend to see actually more throughway pots earlier in the tournament too. Something more unheard of at the end.
Note the hat, by the way.
Savage.
Turn Savage as well, as Dao Min Fu is outkicked. After the check back, leaves Orpin in front. Feels like we can get to betting at this point.
And just not a nice spot for Dao Min Fu picking up top pair. Well,
Ooh.
checking to the Vietnamese player here in position.
I'll tell you what. I suspect that this check has a little something to do with the fact that it is Dao Min Fu in position, because a lot of the conversations that I have had about Dao's play thus far in the series, all of them have come back and alluded to how aggressive he can be. And here we see him, understandably with top pair, betting. Of course, Orpin doesn't know that he has top pair, but he knows that he will bet with a higher frequency when
for
check
sure.
2 in this spot.
Yeah, really well said. I think you're right about that. Having said that, I believe that Orpin is just going to come in with check call here of King Queen. His opponent willing to blast away. Top 2 now. Hearts coming in. Some straight draws. Good check there. Dao Min Fu.
Yeah.
Could have lost more chips for sure. Good recognition.
Yeah, no sooner do I say that the guy's super aggressive than he finds the check back there against top 2. Randy? Nice start to this feature for Kisuchikolu. Orpin 5.3 million roughly in career Triton earnings. 5 cashes, 2 of them titles. And of course, we know he picked up one of those in Vietnam in this very event, Randy. 75K 8 max. A7 suited as Dow looks to claw back some of the chips lost in the fire. Linus Love in the building, Randy, and
yes,
a lovely Prada shirt, which we speculated was maybe a custom build where he bought 2 separate shirts and then had his tailor cut them in half.
I think that's my favorite Linus shirt that he's worn in all of the stops I've seen. Really like this one.
Here's the thing. Is there a world in which either you or I could get away with that shirt?
No, it's.
But Linus pulls it off.
No, I would get laughed at immediately.
I'd laugh at myself, as I regularly do.
I mean, nothing new here, guys.
Right. Ace-10 for Orpin in the big as Brian Kim arrives, announces his presence.
See some development incoming, right?
Yeah.
King high flush draw.
Check to him. Gutter for Orpin.
Of course, the gutter going to go nowhere, but maybe we have a little bit of check raise here and there with the hearts coupling with that inside straight draw. It's a sizable bet, though, on the flop, 6K. Against a bigger bet size, and you may see less check raises. Yeah, wow, he still finds a check raise against the 6K big C bet.
Showing some fight early here.
Well, on these types of board textures, when you get check raised really deep, pretty much you just have to call here, as you could be up against Jack 10 and don't want to blow up the pot for no reason. Calls the play and root for that heart.
Note that even if Kim makes this heart,
Won't be
Orpin will
over.
draw live. 3 of diamonds doesn't do anything.
Still a reasonable chance here. Orpin still continues. You know, for him to check raise a flop, representing that Jack 10, he would still expect a lot of bet calls, whether in the form of like 1 pair or some inside straight draws that would just have to fold a lot. We'll give up. Pretty interesting spot here actually for Brian, is he's seen the weakness, just has king high.
Yeah, it looks like give up to us, but it may not look that way to Brian.
Most players who check raise this flop for value will follow through for value on the turn. No reason to give up on the 3. Good awareness here.
30K. And Orpin puts it in the mug. Now, Randy, about 5 minutes ago, I ordered a couple of iced mochas to the booth. What arrived, I have to say, goes well beyond an iced mocha. Heavy amounts of whipped cream, white chocolate, and pistachio garnish. And dare I say, what appears to be a well-mixed, actual iced mocha. Unlike the other occasions on which I've ordered it, and they've simply slipped a chocolate biscuit into the bottom of a coffee. Kind of a punt, if I'm being honest. Now, I've yet to try it. What are
Shall
the
we?
initial reports? Have you not
I
tried
have
it yet
not
either?
tried. I was waiting for you. I thought you wanted to cheers the glass or something.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Okay,
Dalvin
we're a
Fu
team.
Gets cheersed by Brian Kim's Jack 10 suited.
You got a star rating for us?
I don't know about you, but I'm getting inadequate amounts of chocolate, as Michael Adamo feels like there's inadequate amounts of chips involved in this one. Four betting the ace jack suited from the cutoff.
Much more exciting than our current conversation here. Jack 10 of diamonds, definitely a strong candidate for calling a 4-bet, even though cold would be out of position, but when you look up at who you're up against, does let it go. Doesn't like being out of position against Adamo. It's understandable, especially
would?
200 big blinds deep. Good stuff.
That one did not work out as Brian Kim hoped it would. Talk about Dalvin Fu being aggressive. Adamo also very credibly can be assigned that adjective. Now an ace-2 suited. Kim quickly back to work. An opener on this occasion. Ace-8 suited on the button for Orpin.
That's definitely a hand worthy of activation here, right? Dealer button, always the ideal position in this game.
Flat calls and in great shape. Paired king high flop. Better interaction, one might say, for Kim, given the wheel prospects.
Yeah, I think he also is checking here, given that it's king high. So if he bets, gets called, and checks turn, he looks extremely weak. By checking, just still widens his value range. Have some kind of king X's, the little ones usually. Pocket pairs, ace highs. Orpin trying to pounce on this, on his check on the flop. Perceived to be weak, but I don't know if it's over with the backdoor hearts and wheel.
Getting laid better than 4-1 as he shoots a look over at the Turk. And
Not a
check
call.
raises.
Yeah, this is what I like to see. These players who are very experienced in cash game, deep stacks, willing to just put your opponent in tough spots. It's not one of those, oh, they checked me, therefore they're weak. They are very well balanced, as we know. And this hand is not over. Orpin calling here just backdoor clubs, ace high. We've got a real fight here.
Not just any ace high, the better ace high. Until, of course, the jack leaves both players level, except for the fact, of course, that Orpin has picked up the club draw. Once you do get called with the ace deuce, you start to wonder whether or not turn barrels are an exercise in futility. Kim shuts it down.
Yeah, such an intriguing development as, you know, ace high on ace high battle. Clubs is nice. And I think that Orpin is feeling that his opponent is pretty weak to check raise and check to turn. King X so unlikely. Well done. This man plays as a businessman in our invitationals. I don't know, man. He's pretty good.
I'll take the over on pretty good. Orpin really has put the work in, and the results speak for themselves.
I feel like he's got a title. Am I right or am I wrong?
Of course you're right. We talked about it in Vietnam, remember?
Yeah, that's
You should
right.
slow down.
I just want to
Squared off against Stephen Chidwick, by the way. He earned it. My favorite part of that, as we see the blinds moving to 1,000, 1,500, brought to you by PokerStake, was Orpin being wheeled out of the arena after beating Chidwick by Stevie, just given that he had sustained an injury to his feet while walking around
the hot
out
sand,
on the
I
beach.
think it was. Yeah.
Ace Queen suited for Adamo. Picks up Dao Min Fu's small blind. DMP dominated. But he does flop 2 overs in the gutter. One of those overs, of course, is no good. Checks with the flow. Lack of a spade. Bit of an issue for Adamo, who decides to check back. There's a spade. Not really going to help at this point.
Nice call to action. Jeez, I mean, I had something going through my mind, and you said that comment, just like, I'm out.
Oh, I ruined it.
Don't know what to say anymore.
Sorry.
Shall we just check this down, Adamo? Move on.
We're about to have our answer.
I mean, ace queen, of course, lots of showdown value. Am I actually going to reach for chips? Can never really predict the things that Adamo is going to do, of course.
Well, he's betting 35% pot. We see Dow make the call.
Snap.
Might he be thinking to himself, I can make the bet here, earn a check on the river, and then check back, as opposed to check and maybe face a bigger barrel out of Dow on the river, where the 10 pairs.
Yeah, no, I can definitely can agree with that. And I'm going to imagine he's going to be pretty happy to take the showdown of ace queen high, like you mentioned. Bit of a setup price, deny equity at the same time. It's a good proposition. Wow. This is, to me, a value bet with ace queen.
6 into 17, and I tend to agree, Randy.
You just can never know what's going through the mind of the Michael Adamo. Well done. Jeez.
Very well done.
That is thin.
Poorly done, by the way. Was you thinking that Orpin didn't have any titles? I corrected you and reminded you he had one in Vietnam, but he has 2, in fact. Mentioned that. When do you suppose the second one came around? You've been here since the beginning.
I looked earlier. I looked. It was Razvadov, 2019 in the 100K. 100K, mind you. Obviously a big and stacked field. He's an OG to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Dates back all the way to Montenegro 2018. That's where he played his very first Triton event. Seth Davies sitting atop the leaderboard at this feature. DMP at the bottom. As you get the breakdown, courtesy of bookmaker.eu. What's your breakdown on the mocha, by the way? Did you give it to us?
Oh, it's, I thought it was all right. It was just that the block of chocolate they gave us is unlikely to melt, especially when it's cold, so it's practically useless.
Yeah, also unlikely to make its way through the straw.
Yeah, it's...
I don't even think I could get enough suction to bring it back from the depths.
It's a huge piece of chocolate, actually. You know, like those Hershey bars, it's like about 33% of that at an angle.
I wouldn't mind melting a Toblerone into this thing here.
A Toblerone?
You know, the little triangle chocolate.
Yeah, no.
It's good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, DMP, 2 kings, and Lolliger.
That muck. just like...
He's like, here.
And I mean, defense is, as a position player, defense is just generally not nearly as important.
Dao Min Fu. So many people cheering him on. He looks tired, though.
He does.
Randy, we know that he was up until 6 a.m. playing that cash game, and already here
He didn't want to take an extended break before joining. He just loves it too much. It's like, huh, sleep is overrated.
I'll tell you what, sleep might be underrated when it comes to working your way into one of our events. Definitely want to be fresh.
I agree.
Mateos makes it 4K at the 1,000, 1,500 level.
Does look a little exhausted, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Comes along,
Yeah.
Ace 4 hearts.
Queen 10 in the big for Adamo. Mateos keeping an eye on him.
So he's a two-way prospect, which is extremely, which should never happen.
Comes along. 3 players, 14-5 in the middle. King 5-5. Mateos is going to love it, especially with that ace of clubs.
A little bit of backdoor action for Dalman and Fu. Backdoor hearts, wheel potential. It is against under the gun potentially, though. Look at this. Kind of like where Orpin checked to Dalman Fu there of top pair. Mateos doing the same exact thing.
And Dow picking up equity on the turn courtesy of that check in the form of the wheel draw.
By no means a standard check there on the flop of ace king. And
No.
you can see these adjustments that they're making.
Do you think a little bit of it also has to do with the fact that he's got Adamo in the big?
A little bit, right? You get that extra added value where Adamo just trying to represent some types of hands on turn flop check throughs. It's not about making a line that gets you the most, all the chips in there. Sometimes it's about checking to induce bets, getting value in spots that you normally wouldn't get had you bet. He might be a little bit interested here of inside straight draw. He is. Drawing slim. No, sorry, he's making it 15K.
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't buy this line from Mateos.
Well, Mateos has been rewarded with that flop check.
For the time being. Calls the extra 11-5 as Florencio Campomanos will make himself at home. A new arrival. 9 of diamonds on the river. Swing and a miss for DMP. He's going to get after it. No. Checks it. Maybe hoping he was up against some busted club combos. And the ace-king takes it down.
Where did you do the safari?
Did some in Tanzania, and also I went to Uganda. Yeah.
You ever gone on safari, Randy?
Safari, does the one at
And the
the Animal Kingdom
yeah.
count
Why is that
in Disney World?
No,
Paige is a big,
Randy.
Okay.
Paige is
No,
a
it
big
doesn't
innovator.
count. No, I haven't.
So
It makes sense.
Have you? It sounds like
Every time I play my mixed game, I'm on safari.
You made fun of David Yen in the same way.
Some Parnikov did. I was just explaining where I thought he was going.
You had to explain it to me.
But now I know that Uganda is the is like the chimp and ape like safari place to go to.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably better choice than Congo for the most part. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's incredible. Yeah. So
Did you actually get to interact with them, or just see them from a distance?
not the gorillas. They're
No,
wild.
the chimpanzees.
Gorilla trekking, where you like
Yeah.
walk for like several days to get accepted.
Oh
and
no,
you-
not several days. Like I just went for the one. I mean, you might like they. I mean, it's not a zoo. Like they.
Yeah.
You go with trackers, and then they literally you separate into groups. There's literally like 2 trackers with machetes, and because they're hacking a path through for you, and it can be a bit hit and miss how long you have to hike before you find them.
Got it.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's obviously always a memorable experience. And then the chimpanzees, like for the most part, they were like higher up. There was some lower down too, but you know, you can't really get like that close or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure like, you know, because there's limited family groups, right? So
Yeah.
most of them would probably be reasonably acclimated to seeing humans around.
I'll tell you this, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
I'm
Sam
no-
Kennedy?
By reputation.
What's that woman's name?
He did the gorilla
Jane.
trucking. There's a video of him like gorilla like.
You know what I'm talking
friendly,
about.
like,
The one
No,
from
you know.
Tarzan?
No.
Oh,
Jane Goodall, the legendary primate researcher. But
so
I
was
know
at
enough
a
to know.
time when there were some baby gorillas around, so
chimps are
we
moody.
were told like definitely
And
to keep
freakishly
others
strong.
more upset, you know.
Which is a dangerous combination.
I've seen Planet of the Apes. They're strong.
Sometimes, if they're tilted, they'll
Okay.
just rip your face off. True story.
Is it?
Yeah, there was a lady on Oprah who got her face ripped off by a chimp. She had to get a face transplant.
I was going to say, how did she do the show?
It's serious.
Yeah.
Page likes
Okay.
yeah,
She wore like a courtesy veil because obviously the transplant wasn't, you know,
not
Okay.
super successful.
as spiritual. I would not describe myself as a
Ponikov's
spiritual
looking for
person, but,
success with 10-9 suited on the button as he 3-bets to 13-5
Africa
over Haxton's
I should
open.
generalize. I went to Tanzania and
Out of position call here, Queen Jack.
just,
Bit noteworthy.
a very spiritual trip.
Flopped it.
I agree.
Top pair
Did you
for
go by yourself
Haxton.
or
That's
did
the
you go
idea if you're going to defend.
So I went with
It's also the type
a
of
group
board
of
where
us
10-9
did
suited often comes in with a
Kilimanjaro
C-bet,
and
3-bet in
Tanzania.
position.
And
You
then
can
I
note those
went to Uganda.
backdoor potentials.
That's like a very challenging hike, yeah.
Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main thing is you can't predict your own reaction to altitude sickness. So I was actually fairly okay. And for the, you know, they recommend, like, for most groups, they recommend, you know, like, whatever. Like, I would also recommend allowing yourself the extra 1 or 2 days, you know, rather than try to, like, rush through it. So
Oh, do altitude pills actually work, or they?
I think they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they
Although,
know?
like one guide, like definitely, it's a bit sad because like
Haxton thinking about how he wants to approach this one, not just
I
on
think
this
one guy
street, Randy, but
particularly,
subsequent
like,
streets as
wasn't
well
really-
before
because-
making this
okay,
decision, I
so
would
Right.
imagine, as he
first few days
faces
is a very
the 10K follow-through.
gradual ascent, and it's to help you acclimate, but you definitely feel like you start to feel headache and
Looks like it's going to come with a check raise. Probably a low frequency check raise. Does come with it.
because it's also the steepest.
And these check raises are a lot more
set off
common
3 in the
when we're
morning
playing
type
deep
of
stack.
Yeah, so
It's
once
kind of
one
like a
guy,
bait your opponent check raise. Look at the sizing, 10K to 22.5.
Yeah, never expecting
colleagues
a fold out of
independently
the vast majority of Ponikov's range.
Right, let's just say Ponikov's 3-bets like some pocket pairs, gutters, even some like Broadway's backdoor draws. They probably will come along and be very tempted with this sizing.
The modesty of the sizing cuts both ways for Ponikovs, though.
No,
On
I-
one
I
hand,
actually- I was
we
looking
think
at
to ourselves, why wouldn't you raise more? You can pursue more value. You know I'm going to call, but if you want me in there, if you raise so little, maybe you're just that strong.
Yeah, it's actually quite tricky to try to figure out which one it is. If he can get Ponikovs to put in more money. Cannot. Almost got him.
I believe you could also breathe in like they have
Surprised that Ponikovs would just muck?
I mean, he just had 10 high on a queen high board. He could be drawing very slim.
Position, backdoor
Yeah,
equity.
Just 'cause
a
you
lot
got
of times we
position
see
doesn't-
people peel.
I'm not saying that he
pack up
should.
time after you, and they're in like
The flop
Well,
check
they're in,
raise
like,
definitely
flop
not a normal thing you see on a rainbow
and then they
textured
just
board.
like zoom past you, And then like, you know, so, like some days we would stop for lunch and there would be a cook, like they've set up a tent and they've like cook you a meal for lunch. Which I only put out one, sorry. And stuff like this, yeah.
Shout out, by the way, to those of you who are streaming us live, either on the Triton Poker Plus app, on Twitch, or on YouTube. Glad to have you with us. As always, click like, click subscribe, or we will knock on your door.
No,
and physically force you to do it.
Not we, Ali may.
I don't have time for that. We have 160,000 subscribers. I'd be dead before I got around to all of them. Unless many of them live in one place.
The internet.
In which case I'd be drawing live. But obviously, glad to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying things. Producer James issuing a challenge of sorts, as he says there's another 8 billion people on Earth that we need to get to subscribe. Not all of those people have internet, Producer James. Nor do they know what YouTube is.
They've heard of Triton. Do you think so?
No.
No?
I don't.
I thought you were playing for the home team.
I am.
Like, you climb Kilimanjaro?
Trying to manage that and just being a rational human. Not my favorite exercise, by the way.
Yeah, one of my friends that I did it with, he lived in Hong Kong, so I hadn't seen him for like years, but on the way to the Triton Vietnam stop, I went by Hong Kong and we caught up. Yeah, we actually said, oh, you know, like, should do another Africa trip sometime.
Socia has done a lot of outdoor adventures, it seems, well-traveled.
I feel like I got to get into the Jiang entourage.
Back to business. Archer, Jack 10. See Greenwood thinking about playing this. Ace 9 will come in with the call. Pocket deuces, ducks. More interesting, though, is actually the big blind of Dan Smith. Is he going to come in with a squeeze here and there, or maybe just call?
Well, first things first. Jiang calls. Now Dan peers down at the AJ.
Definitely a candidate for squeezing. It is reasonable. If he does, it would be quite large, probably, given how deep they are.
26.
26,000, and not the kind of kit elsewhere that's going to be interested for another 22. Nice bit of timing there for Dan Smith.
Easy money.
Which one did we show? Ace, the classic.
Of course.
I could beat that.
Dare I say Smith poached that pot?
He did. Nicely played, actually.
Nicely developed here for Dao Min Fu. Top two pair up against what is an open ender and a heart draw for Brian Kim, the defender. Blind versus blind.
Brian's in position here. Lots of outs. Still 39%. That's one of them. Four-liner. Dow's been a bit unlucky lately.
Yeah, no kidding.
Still trying to extract some value. It's actually an overbet here. Just slight.
This is tough stuff.
I have to call you, sir.
Yeah, and this is going to be deflating for Dao as Kim says, I've got to call you. It was a limp pot pre. Bet call of 3,000 on the flop. Bet call of 12,000 on the turn. And then, of course, the 37K over bet. Dealing a blow to Dao's stack, which has dwindled to half starting now.
Yeah, a bit of a head shake there as he did get sucked out on. We losing our this fine gentleman, Seth Davies.
See that exercise band that he's got with him? I think Dvoris has been rocking that.
Okay,
as well.
What exactly is an exercise band, Ali? I don't know.
I don't even know if that's what you call those things, but the red stretchy, they've been kind of like working out by the table, you know what I mean?
I've seen, okay, I know what you're talking about now.
What I want to do.
What? Oh, like, okay.
Is anchor it.
Anchor what?
Near the table and then pull it as far back as I can and give somebody the most wicked rubber band slap the world has ever seen.
But how do you think of these things? That's really like...
I can't help it.
You want to anchor the little band and just rubber band someone, I suppose, like a slingshot. You were naughty, weren't you? 8-6 offsuit. Dao Minfu is just...
I'm naughty. Jams 100,000. This is going to look super steamy.
It looks steamy. It is a bit steamy. Just seeing the hand, of course. King, queen suited out, and ace, queen is going to run it. And
yeah.
Wow.
Linus digging in with the ace, queen of hearts. No, Dao's got 34%.
It seems like his...
I to sleep.
Lack of sleep, he just mentioned.
Yeah.
He's already on miking.
He'd rather go get some rest than have to deal with playing half a starting stack. And on the Jack-4 deuce board, no help to the 8-6, but 2 to come, and the diamond works. Ace on the turn. That leaves Dao drawing dead as Laliger can breathe a sigh of relief. A gift-wrapped 100K. Not the lip lick.
Definitely not a standard play there. And, you know, Dao recognized that, you know, he's just not really feeling it right now. Was up to the wee hours playing some games.
You know what's remarkable is it reminds me of a story that producer James told me recently about the likes of Phil Ivey. Not at the poker table, but rather on the golf course.
Okay.
Where apparently Ivey was a late arrival to a tee time that included the late Doyle Brunson. He asked whether or not he could hit some balls, warm up before the guys got started, and Doyle said, absolutely not. We're going now. Of course, ice cold, Phil comes in, proceeds to lose copious amounts of money in the first 7 holes. Ivey, recognizing the issue, decided to prepay for losing holes 8 and 9 and go over to the driving range, hit some balls for a couple of holes before he returned warm to the back 9 and proceeded to win the money back.
Wow.
Sharp. Now, likening that perhaps ambitiously to Dao's spot here, where he's like, look, let me blast the 100K in. If I get it up to 200, now we're recentered. If I don't, I'm just going to go and sleep. I can re-register at any point between now and the start of tomorrow. If I feel better, I'll come back, plunk down another 75K and keep going. Not entirely unreasonable.
No, it's not unreasonable. You need to just understand where you're at. You know what's the best way to figure things out.
Yeah.
3-5.
Greenwood, the ladies' man, 3,500. Queen Jack off for Smith in a bad way here on the button.
Couple customers.
Yep. Davies joins after Smith's flat and the case queen finds its way to the board along with an 8. As Davies is absolutely cooked. 1% equity, and for Smith, he shares that fate.
Yeah, that case queen is just really unfortunate for Dan Smith. You know, of course, I think with top set here, definitely value to be had. Not one of the spots you want to be checking, as there's two opponents, there's clubs, there's straight draws. Quite a different scenario than the King XX earlier.
$7K. See if Smith can avoid trouble.
I mean, he's expected to lose some, of course. Maybe he can find some spot where some kind of cards save him a bit. That could be one of them, the ace.
The ace of diamonds is actually a really good development. Davies' note got right out of there.
Yes, very quickly, of course.
Greenwood's just hoping that Smith somehow flatted an ace pre and post.
Yeah, with this card, and I guess he'll be targeting these ace eights, these fours, these ace high flush draws.
Second one more lucky.
Very hard for Dan Smith to just have a naked ace high to hit that hand.
18.
18 to go.
Things getting less and less comfortable here for Smith.
He hasn't released yet. Okay, he's out. Greenwood. Little pickup.
Yeah, the queen. But it's like a weird thing. I don't know. It's only if I look at it in like the right light is they always like swatchy on the back. But I don't know if it's like the light ahead of me over top.
We might as well just turn it over,
It's always going to be at least top pair.
That's what I'm saying. Like if I, even for me when I was moving my head, it was like.
But I wanted to learn about Puerto Rico.
Dow didn't take a break, by the way. Just right back in it. No sleep.
Kidding.
Or maybe he did nap.
The world's fastest nap.
I read an article at like the peak of the crypto boom that just talked about how people were getting priced out of living.
Let's not overlook the line taken by Smith, by the way. Flatting pre, flatting post, just getting away from it after Greenwood barreled on the turn when the ace showed up, expecting perhaps that there would be a big barrel ensuing on the river. It would leave
In
him
deep stack
unable to call.
poker, you just always have to think about the future street because, well, you have so many chips.
For deuce here is Jiang picked up a dominated DMP, defending his big blind here. Note, by the way, that 100K blast happened at the other feature table, Randy, so everybody here...
They shouldn't be aware.
Not aware.
No, actually.
I mean, they could
Triton
be looking in
Poker
the Triton
Plus
Poker Plus app,
but
obviously.
I guess I suppose you wouldn't always look at the outer tables. You generally look at your own table, so they probably don't know.
Morning.
What's up, dude?
13-5.
Jiang barreling at the turn where Dow has picked up a gut shot straight draw. Just bins it, though. And look who has arrived. 6-time Triton title winner, Jason Kuhn.
One investment is driving up real estate prices.
I just trim my own hair. Never perfect,
I mean,
better than Emily.
yeah, I remember when I was looking to rent in Toronto. When I was looking to rent in Toronto, I looked at the building. And there was
It's
something
I've been
like,
cutting
you know,
other people's hair
or
since
you
high
can,
school.
Like every,
That's
every-
right. That's right. See, I can cut some hair, right?
Like,
Yeah.
you know,
You gave me a fade, which
in the
I wouldn't have
building.
expected. Like I thought
Like it
fade's
was,
pretty
they
tough.
were all like listed
Yeah.
separately, but it was like,
I had
yeah.
that.
And like, yeah, there's a lot of.
15,
Dan
15,
Smith
all
has
right.
been cutting other people's hair since high school. If this poker thing doesn't work out, you're saying we're going to have Salon Smiths
Strike me as someone who would have a good like
all over the place?
You know, I used
It
to
might
use
have
a
been
razor
Kuhn.
all the time, and now I just use one of those one blades because it
Feels
doesn't give me
Kuhn.
the razor burn.
I have that issue.
No.
Yeah.
I think Dan
One blade, man.
told
I got
Kuhn
a shark one for Christmas or something.
that he's been cutting other people's hair since high school, right? As
Not
Kuhn was
sponsored by
talking
One
about that he
Blade,
cut his
but-
own.
Oh, okay,
Feel
gotcha, gotcha.
One blade.
Maybe I'm off.
Triton.com/oneblade. Promo Jason.
Yes.
Interesting conversations at this table.
Yeah, no kidding.
Bagels, 2 haircuts.
Interesting 3-bet as Jiang with Queen Jack suited, getting after the Greenwood Open.
Right. Thank you. I
Plus
needed
1
it.
and plus
I
2.
needed to work out
Now.
and get my stuff together before this one.
Davies on the button.
And we saw Mateos earlier cold call 3-bet of 2 tens. Let's see if he comes along cold call as well. He does. Different positions.
All right. That's how she's going today, huh?
Basically, it's two or three cashes and a win, and it's like I gotta freshen up. I gotta get zoned in.
Yeah,
Gotta get
not
the
only
zone
does
too.
Davies flat,
up
but
them early
Dow,
red
King
points
9
for the
suited, Randy, small blind flats. He does have
Man,
the diamonds
one
covered,
piece.
but ambitious.
This is a big pot for a 3-bet pot 4 ways. 51K in the middle.
Sure is. And the 9-high board giving Dow top pair. He's pipped by Davies' 10s. And I feel like this could get expensive for DMP, Randy.
Yes. He cold called his 3-bet. He's got to feel good. Lopping top pair. Very dry texture. Socia's the 3-better. It's a tough one to fire into 3 people. Still going to find a bet here. It could still get pretty darn expensive for Delman Fu, right? Seth Davies in position, likely just going to come on with the call. We're very deep stacked. Instant jam. I was kind of expecting this, just the way he's been going about it.
Obviously, Jiang able to fold, but I don't think Davies has got one in his future.
He's gambling.
You win. You win.
You win. Like the hand's over.
Ah, you pocket 10, you chop.
He's very sneaky.
Yeah.
I thought he had deuces.
Well, this bullet doesn't have any more patience attached to it than the one that preceded it, as Dao Min Fu spins the
that is
wheel
an
and
action
comes
killer.
up dusted.
That's
Turn. Top set.
Hey,
Dow. Draws dead.
They got me off A7 of spades too.
That's gonna do it.
You Queen Jack?
That's gonna do it.
Well, Davies paying a visit to
It's been a long day.
the Bank of Dow and making it significant withdrawal. Just a little bit shell-shocked there. Well, an opportunity for us to talk about our official staking partners over at Poker Stake. They are the ultimate platform for staking worldwide, no fees on purchases. Anybody looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards with big victories should check them out at pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. I don't think Dow sold any on Poker Stake.
He didn't have time to set it up
Under.
Yeah.
for the second bullet.
Oh shit! It's a dragon. That's legit. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I wasn't. I would have laid even money on praying hands, but dragon, nope. Wouldn't have seen that one coming.
It was in my studenthood.
How many tattoos do we got at this table? 1, 2.
Huh?
How many tattoos do we have at this table? Not individual.
I used to have a tattoo. I don't anymore. Yeah, I had it removed. It was on my stomach. I thought I was a hard ass in high school. It was just more like tedious. I think it took like 15 sessions or something. Yeah, and I'm like super pale, and that skin type is the easiest to get tattoos off of, actually.
What color was the tattoo?
Just black. So that contrast is really hard to get out, you know. But they said the like the lighter colors are even more difficult. Like a yellow or like a colored pigment's really hard to get out of your skin.
Also really hard to get out might be Martirosian with not just jacks, but now jacks and 9s on the turn, as Socia did not barrel through with bottom pair. Now she picks up the gut shot straight draw, 9,500 in the middle.
My butt cheek.
Yeah, that's one that's kind of went out of fashion.
Man, they need to bring the butterflies back. I like the butterflies.
Good tattoo.
Yeah, it's a good.
Butterfly tramp stamp.
Yeah, I mean that's a classic. It stands the test of time. I mean, a couple of like the a couple of the cliche tattoos I actually like now. Maybe it's because, you know, they were around when we were young. Yeah, like, you know, I like seeing a good barbed wire on an arm.
Big call here.
Really fit, like 60-year-old dude that
Artur came out swinging.
Yeah, badass. Pam Anderson's got a barbed wire tattoo. Everybody's got one.
A friend of mine got the Chinese wood or Japanese wood on the bicep. And
Oh yeah.
like
Oh yeah. Remember when the baseball caps were in? Whenever we America just thought it was cool to have the Chinese
Brick
symbol
River.
for your sports team.
Yeah, I remember rocking those as a kid. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Always had one.
Because I was, I think, probably just around when they started getting Japanese players in baseball, so they tried to do all the cross branding shit.
Yeah. And it looked dope. I had a Mariners one. King Griffey Jr., baby. No way! I did not. Damn, you have
Now
my
a 20K
you're
barrel
repping, huh?
out of Artur.
Why West Virginia?
Because it's cool.
It seems that Socia
Go
is,
Mountaineers.
for the call that big turn bet, is thinking she's
Maybe
up
he's an
against
everman,
a
you know,
draw
maybe
at a
he
good
wants
amount of
to play
time,
underdog.
10x clubs.
Pat White guy.
I thought there
Not
would
blocking
be
those
a
hands.
strong Oregon only.
With him especially.
I dabbled in some other institutions.
Yeah.
Good discipline.
Yep.
I still have I was going through my parents' house, and I had a Longhorns hat that I wore when I was 14. It was just kicking around in the basement. And then when I went down to Austin, I had the vintage one, threw it on.
I'm completely off that now. I went to this Texas TCU game this year actually.
They decided we were too vulgar.
Deferring to the table talk.
Shirt.
Infinitely more entertaining
Get
than
risque in here.
anything the two of us are going to have to say.
I'm okay with that.
You got any tattoos, Randy?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
You know.
I just stone knew you didn't have any.
Mm.
You know about mine?
You got one.
No.
Oh,
Got you.
It's your third?
got me.
Yours?
You're more likely
Oh, his,
of us
yeah,
two to
yeah,
get
yeah.
one,
I
though,
was like,
right?
Damn, yours, that's hard.
Only if I lost a bet or
But nah,
something.
yeah, for sure.
Not the one. If I got a tattoo, it would probably be of a
Tell me how bad you
6-piece
gotta go
McNugget
bathroom,
meal.
'cause I'm a Steelers blind.
Not that bad.
Just in
at
honor
all.
of the number of them I housed throughout my youth.
1,400, right? Yes. All right.
What kind of sauce?
4,000.
Barbecue, of course.
4,000 euros.
Sweet and sour.
I
Come
knew
on.
you were going to say that.
mean, the
How
tournament
just
itself.
ethnically predictable was that, Randy?
4,000 lira.
4,000. Well,
Like-
4,000.
it's like a lamp.
4,000. Yeah, 4,000 Turkish lira. That's nothing. I can call that.
$200. Greenwood, the customer with Queen 7, comes up empty on the King 9-8 board. Same story for Kuhn, though. As his button assault is checked 2 on the flop. He checks back. Now gutter for Greenwood on the turn, courtesy of the 5.
Yeah, maybe some opportunity for Greenwood to take a stance here. Inside straight draw, saw some weakness on the flop. Looks like he is going to reach for chips. Nicely played.
Yeah, able to barrel 8,000 and get Kuhn off of the ace-10.
Bluff me.
And on that note, 2 levels in the books here in the early going. Let's get a look at the chip count. Seth Davies up and over 300 big blinds, 460,000 in front of him. Predictably, current overall chip leader. And of course, we know why as we welcome you back into the desk. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, but the real story, Randy, neither of us, nobody else in the field, Dao Min Fu. 150K polished off promptly. Is this how he's going to approach things, where he just tries to blast in there, double a stack maybe through somebody, and then calm down? Or is that how you think he won that title back in Vietnam?
Look, we didn't get to follow most of his progress in that one besides, of course, the end. And at the end, I thought he was playing pretty well and quite snug in times and activating at the right times to take steps. I don't really remember this style of play that he's been doing. Maybe it is that lack of sleep that he mentioned before he busted that first stack of 8-6 offsuit. The second one, just saw top pair, saw a lot of chips in there, went for it. You know, a bit steamy probably, I'd imagine. Hopefully, you know, if he does opt to put in one more bet, he get a little bit of rest in between, take this break to calm things down.
Yeah. TBD whether or not he's going to put that third bullet in there. Current shortest stack in the room is Chris Brewer, 87,500 in front of him. We're going to step aside and return shortly with continuing coverage of event number 8, the 75K. And as we go to the break, we leave you with another of our GTO Wizard quizzes.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does playing a chip EV strategy try to maximize? A, chips, B, dollars, or C, buy-ins? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker, main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump!
No
Three of these guys, right? They register on time. You don't register on time if you're not trying to look for some EV, some way to pull, catapult yourself to the top.
He's playing defense, obviously, as the guy who is top of the leaderboard for that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award and the $200,000 that comes with it. So it's not just pride and prestige that he hunts, as Greenwood, facing a follow-through of 6K from the button and a flat by Haxton, deliberates on what to do with top pair backdoor hearts.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an idea of check raising at some frequency. Check call, usually what you do see in this spot. Deep stacks, different game tree lines to approach. Looks like he's cutting out. Is that calling chips right there? Or is that raising? That's raising. That's a huge raise, 20K. And this is the beauty of deep stack no limit hold'em, is you get to explore all these different more lines where players are putting you to the test. Multiple streets. Lots of fun to watch.
Awkward one for Haxton here, as he tries to make sense of this line from Greenwood. Lots of draws out there.
Wow.
Sixes serve as blockers to some of those.
Yeah, kudos for Greenwood for getting such value already on the flop of just a pair of eights, 7 kicker.
Isaac flats, and now Greenwood picks up a heart draw. Extra 14K investment by Haxton brings the pot to 56,000.
Picking up that extra equity, of course, nice for Greenwood. Imagine him check raising that flop, a sign of value. So the Queen of Hearts, maybe you peel one off. Hit some very disguised backdoor flushes. Perhaps a bet occasionally. If he does come with a bet, likely a small one. He is going to fire something out.
There it is.
It's a big bet, actually. 45K. A bit of mergy to me.
Well, obviously, the heart draws back up in case the eights are no good is helpful. As Haxton with a reluctant feeling muck there.
Yeah, I mean, for him to be suspicious on the flop to call that big raise, of course you will be reluctant to fold post flop on further streets.
Checking back in on our other feature table where we find a hand in progress. Sam Greenwood, the opener with ace-5 suited. Same kit for Chidwick, Diamond Edition. Flats the cutoff, and Panakovs joins the party with smothered spades. One of two remaining aces finds its way to this ace-10-4
Hi, man.
board.
Hi, yes.
Greenwood with the advantage, courtesy of the 4 of spades.
You'll see a mixed strategy with top pair in these spots, ace high. Looks like he's going to come in the form of a bet. Small, very small bet, 2K into 9K, mind you.
Tickler. We'll keep those Broadway combos in.
Well, yeah, at this price, it's not going to fold anything out. That's reasonable.
Might even keep some of the unreasonable stuff in there, if we're being honest.
Well, queen 6 should be out of here.
King is a little
paint.
Bothersome, let's call it. And welcome back to the break desk here. Event number 8, the 75K No Limit underway. Henry Kilbane now in for Randy Liu. Yours truly, Ali Najad. Pleased to have you joining us for this coverage. Just getting our feet wet on the day, Henry, but on the way out to the break, I talked about it with Randy. I know you've gotten wind of it as well. Far from just a dip in the pool, it was an absolute couple of cannonballs from Tao Min Fu. 2 bullets already invested, and both of them just slammed in there, the kind of stuff that we're unaccustomed to seeing.
Is that a byproduct of just like people going after him and he wanted to take a stand, or?
I would say he was the one that was going after people more so. I mean, going after the rebuy desk, genuinely. And I'm not saying this in terms of like, let's be critical. I'm just saying that it's a style. He's employed it. It seems like it could even be tethered. I know you've been circling around the cash games that have been happening till the wee hours of the morning of perhaps a little bit less sleep than you might expect to want to be having under your belt before you come in and you do battle out here. Not clear.
I mean, there's definitely that, right? There's fatigue. There's a lot of unknown dynamics in terms, like you mentioned, the cash games going until 5, 6, 7 a.m. But also just dynamics from previous tournaments. We're coming into event number 8. Maybe some hand histories from the 25K or the 50K where it's like, hey, I want to try and get this guy back. And you never really know the dynamics that these guys have been involved in. And sometimes it leads to incredibly entertaining poker because you just get these blow-ups every now and then. You're like, hang on, what on earth is going on? And yeah, it's just trying to get a bit of payback.
He had such incredible results in Vietnam, 3 out of 5 with a title in terms of cashes. He had 2 final tables, 3rd in the 25K turbo. But as we know, our pros tend to do a lot of homework in between stops. And maybe, just maybe, there's a sense that we know what this guy's up to, and it's been a bit more frustrating outing for Dow here as he had a 14th place finish in the 25K, but since then, he's gone 0 for 5. So we'll see whether or not he's going to buy in that 3rd barrel, 225K, a big commitment to be making toward a 75K, especially with the 200K Luxon Pay Invitational right around the corner. As we take it to the chip counts at the blue and red feature tables, we find Vyacheslav Buldigin fresh off of that victory yesterday. He was absolutely over the moon, elated, besting Brian Kim heads up. 255K in front of him. Stephen Chidwick, current Ivan Liao Player of the Year award leader, 265K in front of him.
Let's go. The stakes are higher, 75K buy-in. Little warm-up for the 200K Luxon Pay Invitational, as you mentioned.
Looks like we've got
Yeah. Or it could be low light.
yet another newcomer
Nothing in between.
in Mikolai
Like the
amongst
best
those
bluff in poker.
at our current features.
It'd be a pretty sick ball.
You want to hazard an attempt at the last name prono there, Kilbane? Give us your best shot.
Let's go with Vaska Boynico.
Ooh, I like that. I'll go with that.
Yeah, Vaska Boynico.
Strong. Jenya Gavrilovic with Queen 7 suited in the cutoff. Getting after last night's champ, Buldigan, the 3-5 offsuit, turning into middle pair on a 7-high board, but unfortunately for Vyacheslav, he is up against top pair.
Yeah, this early playing for chips. See the big blind defending a lot more. Precisely hands like this, Ali, where, you know, you can lean on the side of calling, folding, pre-flop, you connect with the piece, and all of a sudden it gets difficult across multiple streets.
5K bet and called, and promptly hitting 2-pair on the turn is Buldigan, who ran so hot at that final table. Could this be an extension?
Potential turn double barrel from Jenya, unblocking the 9-8s, the 8-6s. Going to check back, some great pot control.
And note this board texture awful now for 3s and 5s, is we might expect a decent amount of ace-x to be approaching the affair in this manner, having turned into a wheel courtesy of the 4. Never mind any 6x combos also making a straight.
Interesting spot for Vyacheslav, potential block. Something in the form of 15, 20%.
I win, I think. Maybe.
I think that's a safe assumption after the check back from Jenya, which he will feel good about. Good start for Vyacheslav.
Долго посидели за того.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of people have late regged. Have ourselves another table being opened up. Dan Smith, Nathan Chaskin, Henrik Hecklin, David Yan, Samuel Jude, all clicking the reg button.
I feel like we should have a feed where it's just a camera on Vyacheslav, maybe another one on Sean Winter on the more animated side of the spectrum.
Winter, Vyacheslav, and Barbero.
Barbero, you can just do the audio feed. But with the former two, I'm going to need video.
Do you know what I want to see after that interview you had with Vyacheslav?
Yeah.
An Ali Nijad and Vyacheslav Boldigin talk show. I don't know what you guys would talk about, but regardless, it would be damn right hilarious. Like
What wouldn't we talk about?
like a Lost in Translation reboot.
Sure.
You know, the classic.
You know, it's funny because reading over Vyacheslav's Buldigan's bio during the final table, which he filled out, you could see that there was genuinely an effort to bring comedy and levity to almost every response that he had in there, but some challenges in terms of the lost in translation element that you have. He's got so much personality just bubbling over. Really a kind of a favorite on tour. Nobody was against the idea of him taking down that title. Everybody very happy for him. Tends to be an overall supportive group.
VBV, online legend.
Dylan Lindy. Ace Jack offsuit. Going to pick off, or pick up, rather. VBV. As Christoph Vogelsang heads into the hoodie with Ace Queen.
There's big blind 2K under the gun open. Button flat. Nice squeeze spot.
23.5.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Starting stackers though.
Fairly meaty.
Thank you.
Designed to weed out riffraff. Note all those tokens not being deployed, just rather brandished, as Dylan wants to know exactly how much he's up against here before deciding.
Yeah, you typically get different responses when asked how much you're playing. Some players like to just make their chip stacks really clear, maybe fearful of giving away some verbal tells, maybe,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah, waver in the voice,
Yeah.
tremble of some sorts that might indicate discomfort and be tethered to a range. But
it's like whenever you give me a call, you know, it's like, well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
When I give you a call, somebody must be spoofing my number, Henry. And what? Are you in my phone? Let me just check real quick.
Have a quick look.
Go ahead and take the chip counts here, if you would.
Lejeune way out in front. Obviously early days. Long old ways to go. Big fan of this day one coverage though. Not something we get to do all too often due to the day two overlaps. But for now, just get to watch some of the best in the world navigate a 75K day one. Not something that is all too often televised. Chris Brewer, by the way. Welcome back. Someone we haven't seen too much of so far this series at the feature table.
Sure haven't.
0 for 6 so far, rough stint. Had a couple of final tables in Vietnam.
Gavrilovic opens to 5,000.
Out position facing a 3-bet, suited 1-gapper. It's always tempting when you're this deep to peel one off. He is going to make discipline fold. Let's go of the 9-7 of diamonds. Every spot Vyacheslav's involved in.
Isn't it great?
It's serious Jim Carrey vibes. I love it.
Ну, я получше.
Думаешь?
Получше.
Обидно, когда на 5-16.
He really is a truly entertaining character on tour.
Блин, обидно, когда на 5-16 выкидывают дамы, да? Ну, вернее,
Просто
выкидывают,
дамы?
когда у тебя дамы.
Просто
Ну,
даму?
Дамы.
А, че?
Ну, когда у тебя дамы и на сайзинг 5-16 выкидывают.
Ты что, даму выкинул?
Не, если у тебя дамы. Ну, просто...
Ага. Испугал.
Ace Queen for Kevin Paquet. 4,500 open.
The Dutch Armada.
2 black kings now for Tim Adams. What a delight that is.
Oh my word.
Aces for Genya Gavrilovic, and this is a disaster for Adams, who is 3-betted to 15,000 and has 123 back. Is there an escape in his future?
70 big blinds deep. It's going to be some cold 4-bet bluffs, although cut-off fee under the gun, less likely, but look, you got second best. No one's expecting you to get away from this.
You're absolutely right.
How much is that?
Both suits covered as well. Guess we get to play some flats in position, but Adams.
Yeah, jams and the snap call is always going to be a gross feeling.
Sorry.
Especially this deep, Henry. Every now and again you expect maybe there's some ace-kings in there. Maybe some queens.
Yeah, there's some ace-5s, ace-queen-Os. 4-bet bluff. Rough start to this 75k. 5 cards to come, of course.
Jack, Jack 5. Not going to be the escape hatch that Adams needs for this first bullet in the turn. Is a 9. Leaves him with just 2 outs once. To the river. 8 of diamonds. And Tim Adams. No shame in it. Put yourself in that seat and ask, would I have gotten away? The answer is just a resolute no. Gavrilovic. Big pickup for him.
Thank you, bro. No more tilt. No more tilt. No more tilt.
GG's, Adams.
Yeah.
One of the best.
It's the way you can win tournaments.
Expect to see him click the rebuy entry.
Very good. Everybody.
Maybe go for a walk.
What?
Enjoy the sun for a bit.
Why
And come back in a level or so.
You asking God?
Still very early days, of course.
What?
Get 200,000 chips. Do 75k buy-in, so he can take a level, come back, be given 80 big blinds.
Registration, of course, open all the way through the beginning of play tomorrow. Going to play 11 levels, 40 minutes each. Be an earlier night than average for the boys who might very much be looking forward to it, Henry, especially if you've been in those cash game streets like Dao Minfu, Phil Nagy, Boss, Sasha Jiang,
Nacho, Duan.
Rob Yong.
So 500, 1K PLO game last night. How'd you like them apples?
I think I caught a glimpse of that game.
Seat open. Ali.
I bet it is, for me. Fish cake and PLO.
14.
Meanwhile, spades are smothered for Brewer, who's had a rough go of it, as evidenced by the fact that he's got a sub 50% starting stack, 10-8 suited, ambitions under the gun. Promptly 3-bet by Buldigan, understandably, with the ace-king suited, and now Gavrilovic, fresh off of that collision, finds 2 9s.
33. Sorry, my English.
42, I think that's what he said.
33, I think.
43.
Oh my.
4-bet to 33,000. Brewer able to escape now. What does Buldigan want to do? Gonna use a time extension to deliberate.
He just got aces. Some hands ago.
No, it's...
Yeah, it was yours. Yeah, he kept.
You said something yesterday about Buldigan, Henry, as we both wear a big smile alongside him. He gave you Jim Carrey vibes, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head since.
So you just had aces.
One more.
Well, the range should be strong here for Gavrilovic, but of course the fact that he just picked up those aces in this big stack
Call.
every now and again could look speedy. And I don't think anyone expected all of that speeching to be followed by a flat, Henry, but that is in fact where we're at. Did Jen, you just don't ask him, what do you have?
Oh, it's fantastic content. This is a 75k buy-in, ladies and gentlemen.
Wouldn't know it, would you?
Fun being had.
Very much by Vyacheslav on this ace-jack-4 board, where he has outflopped the 2 9s.
And now checking and saying no aces. Oh, man. Good fun. Genia with the interesting choice to 4-bet this one. Cold 4-bet. Out of the small, 2 9s. Guess we did start the hand incredibly deep. 130-ish effective against Vyacheslav.
After the check back from Buldigan, Genya bet 7,500, and given that he said no aces, wonder what Buldigan's going to be making of this decision to lead the turn. Feels a bit strange, doesn't it?
The entire hand is obviously incredibly weird. The openness to engage in conversation, you know, before the flop, and then
65.
the comment of no aces on the ace-high board. It's
How about this raise? 65,000. Obviously, the 7,500 was just such an absurdly small figure to be barreling at the turn.
if Genya levels himself here. The pre-flop speech, the banter between the two. Does Vyacheslav just put me on queens, kings, and is now trying to push me around on this ace-high board?
Fair questions to ask, but if we do make this call, where do we go from here without a 9 on the end?
The shower room, of course.
Posturing?
I feel like there's some leveling going on here between these two. I mean, as mentioned, the pre-flop banter, the cold 4-bet, the comment about aces from the previous hand. Oh boy.
Something brews as Gavrilovich calls the raise to 65,000, which could be a decision tethered to some of the exchanges that you talked about. Third overcard arrives on the end, and will Buldigan pursue value? Sub 1 SPR.
Only really beating kings and queens. It checks back and scoops a 100 big blind pot in a spot where shouldn't really be winning that much.
I understood a little bit of Russian.
Yeah, would love to have my Russian Rosetta Stone software loaded up in these tablets right now.
Я поверил, что было.
He asked him if he had ace queen.
That's what I got from the Russian.
There we go. Chris been in the lab.
And it translates.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's usually shit translate, but it works. Like
it's good enough for like saying whether he had ace queen or
Я думаю,
ace 5.
Dylan card containers. Laughter.
45.
Wow.
Welcome, Barak Visbrug, to the party. Is this his first hand of the tournament?
Pretty enjoyable with significant amount of money behind. To be
Wake
able
up with
to
aces?
pay his aces and then go.
Oh my word. Gavrilovich.
He misclicked though. He misclicked called, I believe.
No, I think
It's a call, right?
Yeah.
You made it
Over half would be 6.5.
Talk about timing, Ali.
Yeah, so it's a call.
The weirdness continues, and this is going to make for a really absurd spot for Brewer with 2 9s in the big. Might he think a squeeze is possible?
Well, it looked like Genya was going to avoid disaster.
You have starting stack?
I think yes.
No, Brewer did move all in, and I'm so speechless, Henry. This required such a confluence of unexpected events but the opportunity is truly there for Gavrilovic to potentially get away.
No, not
No
now.
shot?
I mean,
Okay.
there was the chance due to the live misclick by just flatting, but now Brewer's gone all in. We're never folding kings. Obviously, Barak could re-ISO with 10s, jacks, queens, ace, king. About to play a chip lead pot.
All in?
And there is what Genya thinks is a delightful sound,
Oh.
as he now experiences that which he subjected Timothy Adams to, where he held aces against kings. Now, the inverse.
Yeah. It's such a bad for me that he doesn't see the open.
Oh, so sick.
You just see
So
the
sick.
open, I just fold. I mean, I'm gonna hit a 9.
Brewer.
I'm whining way too much on it.
Dire straights for the main. Equally big side.
Oh, hang on.
8, 9, 10, all diamonds.
Okay.
Set of nines for Brewer, but he's got to fade the flush.
He said he was going to hit a 9.
Which has stayed clean on the turn.
200, yeah?
I have 200. I just registered.
And the river is a 5 of diamonds, as Visprod is able to enjoy a full double, and Brewer's bullet showered.
How about that for a welcome to the tournament?
I'm dizzy.
Just registered. 4th last night in the 25k turbo for 204,000. Was that his first hand or second hand of the
I
tournament?
want to say it was his first. I'm going to take a look now at the app, but I don't remember him being dealt in prior to that.
In Turkey.
In which city? In Turkey?
Yeah. First hand. Sit down. Aces
Chip
into
leader.
kings.
There we go.
Enjoy.
The Mediterranean.
Meanwhile, we swing it back over to our other featured table, where we find the likes of multiple title winners in Hecklin, Kisachikolu, Watson with 1 title, DeVore still hunting his first. Haxton, 24 cashes in Triton, also without a title. 5 suited here. And the aforementioned crew, joined by Triton first-timer Samuel Jew, who is 2 for 4 thus far on his maiden voyage.
Dvorak's going to take it north. 16.5 open in the big with ace 10 of spades. Always a dicey proposition to flat call, but 4-bet potential.
40.
There we go. The cold 4 out of the big. Like Haxton promptly mucking.
Easy release. Felt that DeVoris had the right idea against Haxton, but unfortunately has run into the 4-bet from the blinds. These are the sorts of things that you come to expect out of deep stack early stage poker, Henry.
Yeah, welcome to Triton, Samuel Jew. Just sat at a table of Stone Cold Killers, Triton OGs, title winners. It's like, where do you hide? 6-handed.
Probably too wide.
What did he say?
Probably too wide.
Oh.
The post-mortem. That's what makes these guys so good. Questioning every spot they play. That's a man that didn't get much sleep.
I was just going to say, having run into Hecklin shortly after play concluded here last night. Adult beverage in hand. I suspect that that wasn't the last he consumed. Likes to tie one on, does Henrik?
Yeah, really enjoys socializing at Triton's and hanging out with the team as well.
And conversely, he is always a welcome addition to any outing. Not so much to your table, though, as we find him here opening to 5K and picking up Divorce for the ride.
Five.
Expect to see these bigger opens, six-handed this deep, compared to the min opens that we see in later stages of the tournament with ICM and whatnot.
Jack 6 deuce, a couple of spades. As the 5s stay in the lead. Jew defended, checks it. Obviously, Henrik would have preferred to have been heads up against Sam, but Divorce spoiling that, leading perhaps to this decision to check as opposed to follow through.
Yeah, just zero interaction with this flop. Easy give up for Hecklin.
Nice pick up there for Dan Divorce. Surprising that both he and Haxton, given the sheer volume of cashes that they have, let alone earnings. 17 for Dan, 24 for Ike. 7.1 million in career Triton earnings, and hasn't managed to reach the summit. So many final tables. Second place in the 150K short deck, one bullet. Back in Madrid for Divorce. When he does cash, he just is at the FT so often, scrolling back into this massive resume of his that goes back to Macau in 2017.
I believe Haxton had a crossbar as well in Vietnam. If I'm not mistaken. To Sir Watts.
Efforting.
Perhaps it was Greenwood.
Whoa. You ordered for the whole table, or?
This is the Divorce that I know.
Harpus.
Haxton, 50K short deck.
How do you say it in Turkish? That you want to? Oh?
Finish second.
Harpus.
Karpus.
And Harpus in Russian.
Ah, okay.
Wassermelon in German?
Yeah, oh, you're good.
Back in Vietnam.
Wassermelon.
Wassermelon. How do you say it in Danish?
The same
Like
words translated. Vanmelon.
Vanmelon.
Yeah.
Divorce, Jack 10 up front.
Just learned how to say watermelon in 4 different languages. Thanks, guys.
One of the unexpected silver linings during a broadcast.
Who needs Duolingo?
You've got a Triton stream. King Jack for Haxton.
What's water in Swedish?
Van.
In Danish?
In Danish it's van. In
Van.
Swedish it's van.
One?
5, 6, 7. Coordinated kit that rates to be more in Haxton's zip code.
At least I'm pretty sure.
I don't think it's one in Swedish. I mean, I would have remembered.
Let's find out.
Checking over to Divorce. Jack of Diamonds working for him.
Vatten.
Oh, Vatten, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
What am I thinking here?
It's a Norwegian span.
Öl.
Yeah, that's beer.
Yeah. Ö.
Hmm?
I'm going to check back.
Just Ö.
And promptly
That's
bink a
island.
jack, which is an issue given that he's out-kicked.
Öliv.
Action turn card. I
Island-
expected
island
to
hopping?
probe a decent amount on this board as well.
No, that's more like island life.
It's obviously not going to
Yeah,
be going
like
anywhere with
living the
turn
island
top pair. Very often going to be good
yeah,
as
you used
well.
to live in Sweden, right?
Yeah, I still remember a bunch. Yeah.
How long did you live in Sweden?
7 years.
7 years.
6.5.
Wow. In Stockholm or
Stockholm, Uppsala.
Uppsala?
There is that expected barrel, with or without a jack, perhaps. Now to Dvoris. Any rationale behind raising it up?
Certainly think so. With a vulnerable top pair. It's going to come with call. Once it goes check, check. So he doesn't have many sets, 2 pairs or straights.
And on the topic of straights, Henry, that 3 of clubs on the river does produce a 4-liner.
Don't think Ike's going to be too concerned about the 4-liner against the under the gun open. Forrest, perhaps. Ike can certainly probe with some 4x type holdings. Small, small. Room to go bigger.
$15,500. Dvoris promptly flicks in the call there, unconvinced that a 4x is in his future, but a king-jack is. And that is adequate. So Haxton will win that one. Won't be the last confrontation between the two of them, and there is a face that we had not yet seen thus far here in North Cyprus. Perhaps one of the many players who decided, just given the sheer volume of events that we have, to lay low.
Laszlo Boytash, a.k.a. Omaha Rolls, a.k.a. Mr. Rat Hole, a.k.a. PLON Boss.
Kevin Paquet with Ace-King. Knows what's coming once Vogelsang retreats. And that is participation. In what form, though, out of the small blind with the pocket fours? The expected. Flat. Set minor.
Opens the door for Dylan to defend, as he would have been even if Vogelsang hadn't peeled out of the small.
5-6 offsuit. And a 4 in the window, but a 7 behind it as things get interesting. Bottom set for Vogelsang, open ender for Dylan Lindy. Neither of them looking to bet just yet as they await Paquet's instructions. We'll go ahead and check back promptly. Now a 3rd spade on the turn, giving Dylan a pair. Vogel announces 5,000, just about 1/3 pot here. Some real vulnerability to his holding.
Yeah, value to be had. Also wants to deny some equity, of course.
Is that the size with which to do that, though, Henry?
Well, I think on flush textures, you don't get to do too much big betting. in theory. Always like to defer to these guys in terms of how they approach these flush texture boards. Especially when it checks through, of course.
Lack of a spade playing a big role in Dylan's decision to just get away from the open-ender and a pair. Obviously, Pake behind him. An occasional concern as well, Vogel saying. Take a relatively small pot. Wouldn't have minded some action. And that'll give us an opportunity to talk about something that we don't mind, and that is the incredible comfort that we are able to enjoy courtesy of the folks over at Secret Lab, our official chair partner on the Triton Poker Series. With integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests, things that help alleviate pressure from the wrists, the elbows, even the buttock. Henry, maintaining proper posture. Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested, engineered for optimal sitting health, and broadcast booth approved. If you want to get in on things, head over to secretlab.co and check out all that is on offer.
I have one request, Ali, and that's to never use that word and my name in the same sentence again. Thank you.
Secret Lab?
No.
Award? I'm probably not going to have to use that word in your name in the same. I know which one you're talking about.
It's okay, pal.
Buttock.
You've got plenty of awards, right?
Awards? What are those? I don't move the needle with the governing bodies.
Surprised?
Don't be.
Jenya, of course, on the back end of having aces against kings, then having kings against aces.
Eight 4 closes things and fails to improve on the Queen 9-6 board here. Pulled again. Protagonist pre.
One over to the board, backdoor hearts. Good things can happen across turn and rivers.
$5K gets through. Gavrilovich so lean. 23,000 now.
That was one of the strangest hands I've ever commentated on.
Misclick flat, jam from Brewer.
Yeah. He didn't see the open, according to Brewer, which makes sense because he tried making it 6K.
Would things have happened differently for Brewer had he 3-bet?
Yeah, definitely.
Flat from Chris.
That's exactly
and then the
what.
Re-raise from V-Sprod?
No, Brewer just gets out of there.
No, doesn't even call it a 3-bet.
That's what he said.
Wow.
So if he doesn't see it and it gets squeezed on the button.
Unlucky. King Jack now for Vogelsang. I really wish there was a drawstring on that hoodie that would allow him to cinch it a la Kenny from South Park. Just give us nothing more than like a single monocle. A dark porthole. Blinds up. Brought to you by Shambhala Jewels, 1,000-2,500. Here in the 75K 8 max. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. Pleased to have you with us on what's going to be a lighter duty day.
It is indeed. Not often we get to cover day ones due to the day two overlap, of course. Playing down to a winner tomorrow. Then a 200K Luxon Pay Invitational. Michael Damo just eliminating Nick Petrangelo on one of the outer tables. Sweat along all the outer table action over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Flopped middle set. Got it all in the middle for 200 bigs. Held.
Kaboom. On the topic of all-ins, Gavrilovic, king 6 suited, wants to jam over the top of this Lindy cutoff open. And Dylan will give him the spin that he's going to need in order to work his way back up to what looked to be a wonderful start and deep stack. That was vanquished promptly.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, I think it was like in the span of 3 hands. Aces against kings, then he 4-bet the 9s, and then he had the kings against aces.
And here he is with king high, which is good for the pot as it stands on a jack high rainbow board. 49K is going to mean a lot more to him than Dylan. Nevertheless, Lindy would love to see a queen or a 10 here. Turn card giving Gavrilovic a gutter in case he needed it. Board pairs on the river, and Genya does pick up the double.
Back up to 20 bigs. Swingy day, as expected. Highest stakes in the world.
Gavrilovic among several players making their way to a Triton series for the first time. Played 5 events thus far. 1 cash, that coming in the 30K mystery bounty. Good for 67,600 was his 8th place finish. Playing under the Belarusian banner.
Could see him playing like a Robocop / Terminator kind of role.
Yes.
He's got it. Never really giving anything away. The stare down. Not the kind of stare down you want to be on the receiving end of.
Robinator or Termacop? I'm not sure.
Let's go
which one I like
Robinator.
better. I like Robinator better. And the Robinator does open to 5,500. Pocket.
Okay, Pete.
Make no mistake, he's not fresh off of repainting his hotel room. Paid for that look. Handsomely, mind you. Don't know whether or not you've been down to Vegas, Henry, to the Amiri boutique, but I was promptly ushered out once I turned over the first price tag.
Ushered out by the secure. Hang on a minute. What is going on today with these setups, man?
By the price point, and you are very right. Setup spot here potentially for Buldigan as Wiesbrod. Is he even an orbit into this event, and aces have popped up yet again for him?
42.
Oh my, it's a sizable 3-bet squeeze as well, Ali. God, if there's ever a world to flat, I wonder if this is it. The cold 4-bet is just so strong against this 8x.
That would be sneaky, wouldn't it? Earlier, Randy and I were talking about black hoodies being emblematic of the evil iteration of a player. It's Ponikovs, evil Ponikovs.
I can see it.
With the black hoodie, could we see an evil Wiesbrod flat? Got our answer, and it is no, but not the biggest 4-bet, Henry, in terms of sizing or standard?
Feels fairly standard. 4-bet sizing's a lot smaller than 3-bet sizings, of course. Just the range is just so condensed, it's incredibly polarized. And also, it is an 8x from Vyacheslav. Just clicking it here. These guys are so deep, Ali. I mean, starting off the hand, 150 effective against each other.
I, for one, am thoroughly enjoying it. Like you mentioned, we don't often get to see day 1 coverage. Usually we pick up day 2 down to the final. This is the phase of a tournament where we get to indulge in collisions of this variety.
Don't do it, VBV. It's certainly flat.
I was just going to say, with 338K, is that an option? And now he's just going to flick in that time extension and mull it over.
Would obviously be an incredibly inflated pot already, but they would both be north of 100 bigs effective going to the flop. Using multiple time extensions here. Not an easy spot.
All three options running through his head.
Yeah, I mean, how often is Barak going for it here? With like an ace queen o,
All in.
an ace 5, and
Oops.
he's gonna step into it, aren't he?
And Vyacheslav says all in before the words can pass his lips. Visprod, kind of a sporting courtesy, whips over the aces.
This is a 300 big blind pot.
773.
They keep getting y'all in, except yours.
Absolute explosion.
I knew it's 2 clubs. I don't know if another one is coming.
Still a good flop for you.
I mean, a call.
9 trade deuce. 2 clubs, make it 3. And suddenly, the outs graphics balloons for Vyacheslav. 11 in total. Is one there? Yet the Jack of Hearts.
Very dangerous. Is always cracking.
That is one way to do it, Ali. You're alluding to the Vyacheslav run good. Who just said well played?
Time bank chip. No, you have one more.
Oh, trolling whoever it was. Visprod. Getting doubled through. Meanwhile, sets abound, as on this occasion, Ike Haxton holds one. Ace, King, 9 flop here. Third heart on the turn. Sam Zhu checking. Haxton checking back once more, opening the door to some really uncomfortable river cards, but the 3 of diamonds not among them. Pre-flop action. Haxton made it 5.5 to go. Dvoris flatted. Samuel Zhu defended the big. Haxton did not follow through. Dvoris then bet 6,500, which Zhu called, and then Ike raised to 19K. Dvoris would muck. Sam would peel, fishing for a 10. Obviously, it didn't materialize as it went check, check, and now Haxton facing a 25K ambitious bluff attempt with nut no pair from Sam.
Yeah, a bit of a light overcall on the flop. But again, you know, you look at this table as a newcomer. I said not really much space to hide, and sometimes you just try and ping one off. Does sometimes feel like the only way to beat these Triton OGs is to cooler them.
Haxton content to just flat with the presence of those hearts. Maybe mindful of the fact that Zhu was willing to call the check raise on the flop. Some hearts contained in that range as we flip it back over to an injured Visprod.
Thank you, Brian. You're doing good. Congratulations as well, bro. Do you wearing cap with champion? Yeah? Do you wearing? I wearing only in my will be in my city. Oh, okay.
But not here. Here a lot of chimp.
Yeah. Correct, you are right.
Barak, by the way, able to sustain that blow courtesy of all the chips that he had picked up prior. And what is in the water here? Now it's kings for Buldigan.
We've not been spoilt for big hand on big hand violence so far today. Hence, Vyacheslav sat on 300 plus big blinds with only 5 eliminations thus far.
Queen Jack suited on the button for V-Sprod.
Vyacheslav's come with a 4.5x from the cutoff.
Curiously large sizing.
It is indeed.
Logic behind it?
Just throwing people off their game is something he's really good at. Saw it at the final table yesterday. He obviously went on to win at 50k. Just making people uncomfortable pre, making them make mistakes. Wow, there we go, Wizprod. With the 40 big blind rejam.
Sorry, bro.
You think
I
this might be a product of having
I
been
don't
coolered?
bite you, sorry. My bad. It's okay. It's not much
Is this
faster
gratuitous
in my life,
haste?
Sorry.
I can witness to that.
I
Yeah, I
wanted,
mean, I know he's not-
6'5", I wanted. I mean 6'5". I don't.
Yeah,
Sorry, bro. It's really.
Okay.
It's not bad.
So another live misclick.
Yeah, apparently
had
he
a lot
wanted
of
to make it
misclicks,
6,500, but inadvertently slipped an extra 5K out there. And you wonder whether or not V-Sprod zeroed in on that and pounced.
Well, there's more money to pick up by just jamming pre, right? I think hence the reason Vyacheslav apologized.
Well, listen,
You hit pair.
it was, wow, what a needle. V-Sprod showered after that amazing start. He picked up aces on 2 occasions in the first orbit.
Oh man, VBV is truly a legend. And I don't even think it's an intentional needle as well. It's just him. I mean, you spoke to him. The monkey in the brain.
Well, we did something up there. Speaking is kind of a generous way to describe. There was some noise coming from both of us. I've got my dream four-handed feature table.
That interview, you need to clip that interview and just have that pinned to your profile.
Imagine Vyacheslav Buldigan.
Okay.
Sean Winter.
Okay.
Jungle Man Dan Cates. Nacho Barbero.
Let's make
Hey,
it
like
happen.
that one.
Let's make it happen.
Endless entertainment.
Vyacheslav with a insane chip lead. Don't forget, the starting stack is 200,000.
Does he have $1 billion in chips yet?
That's 877,000. Good for 4.5 starting stacks with only 6 eliminations thus far.
We say eliminations, obviously TBD whether or not those who are proverbially eliminated is. We have 41 runners with 47 entries. We'll be coming back.
Yeah, Adams is back in the mix after running his kings into aces.
And Vogel's saying, thought he was going to be in the mix there. The hoodie tell deceived us. Gavrilovich going to work under the gun, by the way, with this queen 9 suited off of a very short stack, Henry.
Trying to see a flop.
A deuce turns into bottom pair, which is more than we can say for this queen 9. And will Genya get busy repping the ace? Got our answer. 4K follow through, roughly half pot. No heart in Dylan's hand. Not going to be too worried about being up against a pair of threes. And if you don't think Jenya's got an ace, then maybe some merit to peeling.
Yeah, Jenya coming with half pot feels a bit peculiar, right? You'd expect most of his ace-X to just raise pre, unless he's trapping, of course, but even still unorthodox to limp a big hand like ace-queen, ace-king, aces. This stack depth, 16-5 in the middle.
Third heart, fourth wheel card on the turn. As Dylan did peel. Now checks. And the bluff continues. Will it do so credibly?
This is pretty out of line from Jenya. Like, Dylan has all the flushes. Jenya really shouldn't have many suited hands that limp pre.
Let alone 4X. And yet the Robinator.
The Robinator.
Gets it through.
The Termacop. Nah, Robinator. That's different.
Yeah, I think we go with Robinator.
Oh,
But
hello.
what if he took off the glasses? As we've got more
Lasers.
Belarusian attendance.
Huh?
Courtesy of Mikita Badziakuski.
Работает. Работает, работает. Еще, смотри, еще это продолжает на следующий день идти.
Вчера жаловался, да? Позавчера?
Жаловался как мог.
Серьезно?
Работает безотказно.
Серьезно, да?
Совет.
На опыте, да? Ну,
Совет.
слушай, я с этим не практикую, да? Надо
И как ты
попробовать.
не жалуешься, вот у тебя как бы не повезло, ты...
Let
you
the
can
Russian viewers
complain
indulge.
about your fate. It's working. All time.
All the time.
Badziakuski. 0 for 6 thus far here in North Cyprus. It was a big dry spell for him in Vietnam, by the way, right up until he picked up a 6th and a 5th and a couple of short deck events on the back end.
I think
What about yesterday?
One-time title winner, 15.6 in career Triton earnings, as Vogel saying.
That was a winning. Finally, I lost 80K.
Yeah, but it's small, you know, after
Couple of sixes.
700 or 800. It's good.
First day also I won my 288. So,
And the tournaments you also crushing. This trip is very good so far, huh?
yeah, maybe I'm running good.
There we go. Lost 80K last night.
150?
A lot
Santosh?
easier. Yeah, when
Cash
you're
game?
up 2 million
Yeah.
on the week.
What's 80K? Cash Game Streets are really Santosh's home, but credit to him for having stepped up to the tournament plate and really put some work in, as evidenced by the 2.0 iteration that we've alluded to. Very much turned the corner
Твой первый будет?
here in North Cyprus. Jenya
You sleep well.
defended as big.
Yes. Well.
Comes up empty on the ace-8 deuce board.
Yeah, it does seem like a different man, doesn't he? Even speaking with us about some of the hands that he's played. He's always inquiring, trying to get a different perspective. Outside opinions. Whatever he's doing, it's been working. Back to Vogelsang. Feels like a hand that's pretty vulnerable. Wants to get some protection.
Yeah. Take a swing at it. Hope it ends here. In all likelihood, I imagine it will, up against a 46K stack and a lack of a club. I'm going to tell you something. I think Jenya knew he was going to muck. But when you give it that full 30 seconds and you just kind of have that vibe that don't think that there is a world in which you can ever barrel at me and it's just going to be easy street, there is some value to that. If you know that you got a customer on your hands that you can just c-bet and they got those quick mucks in them, you know, you might just subconsciously be more inclined to deliver those barrels.
It really gives off the barrel into me again and you may disappear off the face of the planet kind of vibes.
Right.
You know?
And
Yeah.
let's face it, we're all self-preservationists on some level. Is this GTO c-bet worth my life? Deliberations in position for the likes of Vogelsang.
Yeah, Lake Mead.
Oh, yeah.
Some barrels being discovered.
Yeah. Oil drums full
Yeah.
of remains.
Full of poker players that c-bet into the wrong person. You know?
Right. Slow rolls.
Yeah.
Ill-advised.
Coming after my big blind pal? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a walk. An involuntary one. On this plank, starboard side. In you go. 2 sevens in wonderful shape here against the 7-3 as Suvarna. First involvement we've seen from him. What would you say Suvarna's SPM is, Henry?
Firstly, as much as I don't like to admit it, I need you to explain.
Smiles per minute.
Okay.
Highest in the field.
Yeah. 15. Always has a very cheeky look whenever he's scooping in a pot.
He would make a fantastic mall Santa. Right temperament. Physique works. Obviously, doesn't pay as well as his Triton track record does, but, you know, just maybe a philanthropic thing out there in Dubai. Not sure, actually, in a predominantly Islamic nation you're going to get too much Santa Claus action at the mall, now that I think about it.
But when you do, you probably get like a AP gifted to you by some rich kid's dad just for making him smile. Probably the place to do it.
I would love that.
Less hours, but higher hourly kind of thing.
2 10s for Pake facing the Bads open. Makita's first involvement. Just going to flat it. Bads goes to the shades. Queen 9 deuce. 1 over to the 2 10s for Pake, which will check. Badziakuski hunting a 10.
It's a fun flop. 1 over to the 10s, of course. Makita with a hand that likes splitting. Under the gun open. 1 over, gut shot. Gonna continue. We all know what the action turn card is.
Black 10 comes to mind.
Not that I'd wish it on anyone.
$7,500 bet and called. Turn card, the 7. Doesn't complicate the affair. Second check from Pake. Check back from Bads, board pairs on the river. Now I think Pake's going to feel considerably more comfortable with these 2 10s, but enough to bet them?
I think so. Turn goes check, check. He's going to have a few bluffs here as well that could get looked up by some ace highs. The gut shots, jack 10, all the backdoors bricking in the form of backdoor flush draws. But when Bads does check back, 10s is a clear value bet. Excuse me.
Half pot exactly.
Bats with an interesting one. One club. Unblocking hearts, unblocking diamonds. Having a jack's bad, of course. Blocking hands like Jack 10 suited. King 10 suited.
There are a reasonable number of busted straight combos here that the King-Jack is actually ahead of. In fact, it's the best of the busted straight combos. Thought about it. But in the end, an understandable muck there from Makita, as Pake will haul that one in.
Quickly going back to the topic you brought up earlier about the Amiri boutique.
Yes.
You were promptly ushered out of. Give me like a ballpark figure of the price tag that you looked at.
I looked at a pair of jeans.
Talking like 2K, 3K for some jeans, or?
The tag I turned over was 1,400. And I feel like that might be the entry point. I didn't even want to look elsewhere. I was like, you know what? It's been nice. Cancel that Perrier.
Back to Zara.
I'm out. Never. Is there a number that stands out on this chip count to you, Henry?
Maybe that top chip stack.
What was it, 349 big blinds?
Overwhelming chip leader. Fresh off a victory in the 50K. You're up 1 million on the trip.
Just unreal how sometimes certain players will catch fire at the right time. Very early on, obviously, here in Event 8, our 75K, but going to be tough to imagine a world in which Buldigan doesn't work his way pretty deep into this one.
Well, he does like giving action. And it does ultimately lead to these kind of situations where he's either in for multiple bullets, out the door early, or overwhelming chip leader. It's on the button for the Dutchman.
16.
Oh, he's going to take it upstairs. Volsang with the fun one. Potential 4-bet here. Ace 10-0. It's nice. Doesn't ever really want to do much flatting. If ever, at this stack depth. Could obviously adjust. Player dependent.
Into the bin. As Pake strings a couple of back-to-back pots together.
Talking of adjusting. Your vernacular. Oh, it's bin. Love to see it.
I'm pandering a little bit.
I like it.
If I'm being honest. 5 cashes over 2 million in career earnings for Pake, by the way. 2 cashes thus far here in North Cyprus, and 6 attempts as we slip it over to our other feature table.
Mike with absolute dust. 15 seconds of our life.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
back.
Send him an invoice. Ding Biao now. One of the fortunate few who have already titled here in North Cyprus. 30K mystery bounty. He doubled up, by the way, on the first place prize money, courtesy of those bounty envelopes. 6 in total, I believe he had.
Pulled out over $500,000.
Correct. 345,001 envelope alone as the second man to step to the stage. A resolute groan from the field after he did that. No sweat.
Feels a bit unfair.
I was just going to say, like, if it was somebody who just didn't even cash, you're more okay with it.
Like Mondir, for example.
I mean,
Didn't cash, but
have I ever been that happy? He hit the $85,000 ticket, and all of Algeria was notified. It was amazing. 9 deuce 4-2 clubs here. Delightful stuff for Ding Biao. 2 overs. And the club draws. He picked up both blinds for the ride. Samuel Ju with a pair of 4s. Not even an equity favorite, despite having the lead at present. $6K into 19, the follow through. Ju will continue. Henrik all done with the queen high. 31 in the middle. And now the board pairs and gives Ding the jack high flush. So Ju does not draw dead, but obviously is not interested in betting.
31K in the middle.
I haven't checked, but
See what Ding comes with.
and they have
I'm blocking all of the flopped pairs, of course. Hands like 5s through 8s with a club. Maybe going to keep him honest for one more. Looks like 2/3 pot. Nice thing is you're never really getting raised on this ball texture.
You shouldn't anyway. Sure enough, Ju makes the call. Nice sizing there from Biao, able to retain the ace-4 and able to hold as well.
Pretty disastrous run out for Sam. 75K in the middle. His ace-4 was good on the turn. Should be good on this river. See what sizing Ding comes with. Shouldn't really be too much offsuit combos for Sam. Maybe like a, I mean, I'm stretching a little bit, but like a King Queen O and Ace Jack O that picked up a flush draw on the turn. I think Ding really wants to target 5s through 8s with a club. Maybe some 10-9, 9-8 suited. Bit of a weird one against the small blind.
Does it feel like something polar might keep Ju more interested than something milky?
He's gone full pot.
Yeah.
It's as polar as it gets. Was a Ding open. Certainly has hands like Ace King, Ace Queen with Ace High Club blocker, King High Club blocker. Oh, Sam's going to look him up. Ding getting max value there on turn and river.
I'll tell you what, it might have seemed straightforward to the naked eye, but that was impressive in terms of just coming with turn and river sizing that was exactly what it needed to be to get that max value you allude to.
I don't fault the ace-4 for hearing there as well. I'm blocking all of those offsuit broadways, those ace-highs with a club. Adamo mashing, by the way, over on table 2. Check out the Triton Poker Plus app. Up to 675K now.
Second in chips overall, 270 big blinds. Massive stacks being compiled, by the way, Henry,
So
by
early.
more than just the likes of Buldigan so early. You're right, as Paque's 2 10s have kept Suvarna interested with King 9 offsuit. A little bit surprising for me, the flat from the cutoff.
Yeah, the 2.0. Savannah image building with the King 9-0 flat.
Vogelsang, button building, ace-3 suited. Occasional 3-bet candidate, squeezing perhaps the flat from Suvarna. Instead, it is Dylan Lindy rather, who is going to be doing the squeezing from the small blind, thinking one or two of these flatters can't take this kind of heat. Paquet certainly can, though, in a good way against Jack 10.
Yeah, with the 2 flat calls behind the initial open, Dylan incentivized more to kind of squeeze, narrow out the field a bit, gets to take the betting lead. So obviously a ton of dead money in the middle. Savannah's just like, you know what, chaps? Let's see 3. And now all of a sudden, okay, discipline from Vogelsang. I'm in there, by the way. Ali closing the action, suited ace on the button.
Yeah. Gamble up.
Flop a couple of hearts, see what happens.
Instead, it is Suvarna who was gambling, and this is very reminiscent of Dao Min Fu's last bullet, where he had King 9 on a very similar board against 2 10s. Could similar trouble be on the horizon for Suvarna?
Potential 3-way all in here.
Yeah, Dylan's got the 2 overs and the spade draw as the pre-flop 3-better.
See, inflated pot with 88k in the middle. Dylan the effective stack with just 136 behind. Such an intricate part of the game tree, these multi-way 3-bet pots at these stack depths.
Lindy is, of course, covered by both opponents. Relevant. But he is going to jam it. Big overbet. How awkward does this get for 2 10s?
It's fascinating. I was just thinking, like, what sides are we meant to bet here? Like, if we had, like, aces, kings on this board texture multi-way, gets the best hand to fold.
Which is a terrific development for Santosh, obviously, Henry. Suvarna asking for a count. Equity dog, though, with 2 to come.
Does he want to gamble it up after calling the 3-bet? Arguably one of the best flops for him, flopping top pair on the 9-6-3. He's going to make the call and spin the wheel, Ali.
Oh, man. Yet another massive pot on our hands here, Henry. 360,000. 100 big blind plus pots just raining from the sky.
It's honestly absurd.
Now added outs for the 10 jack. Despite the fact that the king gives Suvarna kings up. Obviously, we remove a 10 and a jack from the equation for 1 pair. As the 7 on the river showers that bullet for Dylan. Say other outs would be the more appropriate thing.
It's actually the worst turn card in the deck. Removes
6
king,
outs
9 of spades. Removes the 6 outs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the full houses. Forgive me.
Yeah, so actually removes 8 outs and gives him 3 outs. So yeah, he loses 5 outs on that turn.
Okay.
He loses the rest of his stack is what he loses.
Okay. I unfortunately only 6 left.
I think Kevin Paquet feels seeing the king 9
You
minute.
win 6 times, and only then I can go. That's the plan.
I must say, I've been a big fan of the banter this series, Ali.
Makita not known for his chattiness, but engaging. Showing off his charisma. The Robinator not the same without the shades. Looks a bit like Carabinieri. You know the Italian motorcycle police? They wear those jackets.
I'm gonna
Pretty
go
sure the
in
blue,
Yeah,
black,
I know
white.
what
You know what I'm
yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, I can see it.
and a little today, yeah. So now.
I'm not going all against you.
No.
Yesterday, what happened? King 10 ace queen.
Yeah. I begin to use it.
Yeah, I helped you yesterday.
Okay, but he already won his all-ins. Now it's time to lose. That's how this game is being played. You got to select the player who is running good.
You think Paque's hitting up the Dutch group chat there? 2 10s, get a load of this hand.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in some of those group chats, man.
Less than flattering assessments, perhaps, of some of
mean,
their
look,
observations.
The thing is, at the end of the day,
That's what I want.
as long as in person and
No,
on
no.
stream, you know, we see these guys just carry themselves with tremendous respect and humility. The lads group chat, sure.
Yeah.
You know, we've had our conversations, Ali.
We won't pry.
I know what you say about producer James.
Often on stream. 2 overs in the open ender here on the 10-9-6 board as Wildigan defended his queen deuce suited. Check muck. Fortunate not to have found a queen on the board as it stood.
Bossman Paul, by the way, Ali.
Talk to
Table
us.
1. Great start after late regging. Up to 400k, double up. Turning 2 pair, rivering a boat.
Who was the victim?
None other than Greenwood, who turned the nut straight.
Sounds like it didn't matter who was on the other end of that one.
Yeah, money
Been a similar
was going
fate.
in.
Yeah.
Big blind.
Not an operator error sort of affair. Gavrilovic ready to go sailing for his last 30K.
Pretty.
Ace 10 offsuit. 3-5 suited. Being assigned the So Pretty as it went into the muck from Badziakuski. Personally, the 3-5 suited, for example, if I were to introduce it to you, I would be like, well, just, it's got great personality. That's kind of how I would describe it, right? Like, don't just look past the whole, just get to know it.
It's curvy.
Right.
Small and cute. Sure. It's my favorite hand for a long time.
3-5 suited?
It was the biggest cash game pot I ever played for many years. About 7 years, I think.
And clearly you won it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
some guy, like, double straddle. Some guy limps aces, comes ace deuce 4.
Ay, ay, ay.
Easy.
Setup.
Well, if you just raised, I'm out there.
Higher variance approach with the aces. I'm shocked we haven't seen aces. It's been, what, 9 or 10 hands?
Yeah. How have we not had aces
Right.
into kings?
Buldigan,
Last orbit.
party starter here. Second pair up against top pair with 2 hearts on the board as well. Fun for everyone, mostly for Badziakuski.
Santos really feeling himself. The run good. King 9-0 pill, then calling the 3-bet. Holding against the Jack 10 of spades, of course, just a few hands ago.
$11K lead out and a flat in front of us as the opener on the button. Not what we would have expected.
Single raise pot is a funky one. Couldn't have put it better myself. Certainly not something you see all too often. Small blind lead on this kind of texture. Keita still with the best of it. Santos maybe going to have to get out of there. I mean, sure, have a flush draw, but could very easily be dead against bigger heart draws. Made hands, of course.
Nine of clubs on the turn as Boldigan will face another barrel after closing the action with the flat, this time 18,000. Bad's comforted by the gut shot straight draw. Santosh still hunting the flush. And his continued presence is obviously pesky in terms of the ace-queen.
Yeah. Really has given Vyacheslav a way out of this hand. Nut middle pair.
Yeah.
Discipline. 91.5. Santosh looking for a heart.
Instead, it's the ace on the river, which would have given Boldigan the best hand with aces and queens. Now with 91.5 in the middle, does Bads want to come with something blocky to prevent facing a bigger barrel potentially out of Suvarna?
It is a bad river in the sense that ace-high flush draws now improved the top pair. Maybe set the price yourself after leading flop and turn. Or check the side. Give him room to hang himself. Busted flush draws, busted straight draws. Maybe weaker king X.
Suvarna knows he has absolutely zero showdown value, and when that's the case, oftentimes in position, we will see this sort of stuff. 48K bet. Is that going to be enough? Henry feels like perhaps not.
Can still have some traps, you know.
Flats that were designed to keep Vyacheslav in there, despite
Shades
being
are
huge.
off. An IR. Could very well have, you know, two pair straights. Maybe some ace-4 suited type hand, ace-9 suited.
The key to running through it all.
Bravo Savannah for finding the bet, by the way. Not many people put Bads in this tough of a spot.
Love that shot there. Time extension used.
Has the cooling chips in hand.
Are they headed back to his stack on the heels of a muck or into the pot to come home with friends?
Doesn't look good.
Makita really staring Savannah down.
And Suvarna does end up getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar there. Bad settling on the right decision, as he so often does, Henry. Credit to him, by the way, as it's been a very difficult series.
I had to get it back.
0 for 6 thus far. Gavrilovic, by the way, riveted by that exchange.
Hand in the cookie jar, as you mentioned, and the reaction of one that just got caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Parents home early from work.
Where is Artyom? He was just here. No.
I had a situation like that once, Henry.
The proverbial cookie jar, or?
The romantic cookie jar. Thought I had the house to myself. Leave it at that. It's kind of awkward ushering the guest out of the house while Mom stood there. Talk to you later, maybe? I don't know. Yeah.
How's your day at work, Mum?
Thought you were going to be home late.
Thought you had that meeting.
Oh. Young Don Juan DeMarco. Foiled.
In what world?
$8,500 the open from Vatsiakuski. Producer James, copious amounts of concern and side-eye being delivered toward the booth there.
Honestly, it feels like the only person on the planet that knows how to kind of keep you in line, stop you straying off too much. Have to give him credit. You're not easy to rein in.
Bit of an untamed Mustang in the booth at times. Suvarna, by the way, not putting the reins on this Vatsiakuski button open with the ace-queen offsuit. Bit surprised by that?
Certainly. Nice to have, you know, stronger flats from the small every now and then. Keep in hands that you have dominated. The offsuit version seems fine. Outflopped.
King 8-5 here as Vatsiakuski and Vogelsang both managing to get in front of Suvarna's ace-queen. 2 checks in front of Mikita's top pair.
Might be one of those ones now where Suvarna, under-repped pre, dry, disconnected board, wants to continue for one. Could have the best hand, of course, with ace-queen.
Obviously, Vogelsang's presence is an unwelcome one in terms of trying to peel here in the face of this 10K barrel, but undaunted, he does exactly that. In awful shape, mind you. And in turn, by the way, the bet and the flat making that 4-5 feel a lot less comfy. Christoph able to avoid costing himself 10K. I take it back, though. Bottom 2 would have been the development. So Mikita being insulated from disaster by Suvarna.
Yeah, situational run good and run bad really is a fascinating paradox in poker.
$40K now. Second barrel should be the end of this. Hefty into 48.5, the sizing. No future for ace-queen. That specific tracksuit, Henry.
Vance's one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the
of
velour.
Irish, Italian mob descent.
I'm thinking Little Odessa Banya operator.
So I can see it. I'm thinking more owns a laundromat in Brooklyn.
There it is.
Running it as a front, of course.
Well, you did say laundromat. I didn't assume you meant clothing.
I can see both, though.
Sure. Dual purpose. Cleaners. 6,500.
Laundromat in the front, Banya in the back.
With a poker game.
I mean,
given.
Would you expect anything less?
You ever gone to the Russian Banya?
I have, yeah.
Did you do the eucalyptus slap? You know what I'm talking about with the branches, right?
I don't actually know.
Well, I thought that was very part and parcel to the Russian Banya experience, as Santosh is going to be bathing this ace-king in a 3-bet to 21,000 with queen-jack. What's Gavrilovich got on his mind with just 32K in front of him?
Kyrenia potentially looking to pay his respects to the godfather. Short stacked. It's live. Even three-way. There we go. Reaching for chips.
Is this just, I'm down to 32K, could be a chance with 2 clean cards to take a spin for a triple? I mean, I don't get it.
I'm just sorry, I was just distracted by Vyacheslav. But no, yeah, I mean, doesn't have any fold equity. I think this is just purely, if he does put chips in, paying his dues to Doyle, of course.
Hadn't thought about that. Not sure whether or not Genya had either, but time extensions, torched.
One more.
I gotta ask you something.
Go on.
When Genya tanks like that, do you think that Vyacheslav begins to range the ace X's into Genya's holding and then maybe take that under advisement moving forward with a hand like ace king?
Certainly something to think about. Also, you know, you can't count out the smaller pairs, you know, 6s through 9s maybe. Although I think with 10 bigs, 9's likely going in the middle, but the 5s through 8s. Maybe some Jack 10 suited Broadway type hand that maybe wants to just gamble due to the dead money in the middle.
Do we maybe even remove ace-X combos from Suvarna's range, given we hold and we assume Genya held?
The ace-X?
Yeah. As you see the 4-bet come in. Not that we're worried about being up against ace-X, but we just start to consider that's not what Suvarna is 3-betting us with, if we think Genya held an ace and we hold one as well as blockers.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a stretch / guessing game there. Because there is more to the tank, of course. It's not just solely ace-X.
Fair.
I mean, he's tanking with 10 deuce, so kind of throws that theory.
Sure. Unexpected for him to be doing so by
Yeah,
all parties,
I mean, it's
of course.
just like a spanner in the works.
Yeah. Speaking of spanners, one was hurled at Suvarna, who decides to jam? Oh my god, I thought I heard all in. Did you?
I didn't, but I could see why. Jack in the window. How about top
my
2?
Goodness. Had he said all in, Vyacheslav would have been a customer and in dire straits. As it were, top 2 for Suvarna in position. Follows through for 30K here in this 4-bet pot pre.
It's very tempting to try and play for it all. I'm a big fan of the flat. In position, already an inflated pot. See a brick roll off and then, you know, play for stacks. Also, man, it kind of retains some of the draws as well. The weaker holdings that, you know, Suvarna would potentially have to call one street with and then fold turn.
How many underpairs to the jack do you think Boldigan assigns Suvarna?
Not many. 9s and 10s exclusively, in my opinion. In fact, maybe even removing those as this is a 4-bet pot.
So is he targeting the 1-pair combos, including a queen or a jack?
Some ace-queens.
Shouldn't be too much ace-jack in there?
Don't think so. But given that queen-jack off is in there, Ali. Trappy from Suvarna.
Yeah.
Any extras today? Really milking him.
Backdoor diamonds arrive. Let's see whether or not being called twice and seeing this board development without a diamond in hand is going to be enough to come together for Vyacheslav to abandon the plan.
Neither player with a diamond in hand. Boldigan does wave the white flag. I mean, the double barrel seems absolutely fine, of course. 2 overs with equity to the gut shot. Savannah, though, I mean. The King 9-0, the Queen Jack-0. Spicing it up. Running well in the cash games. Obviously, first title here earlier on in the series as well. Confidence peaking.
130K, obviously. Too rich. I would hazard a guess that when you run it into Santosh, it's going to be with him wearing a smile more often than not. An awfully lot to smile about if you're wearing a Jacob & Co. piece. Our official timekeeper at the Triton Poker Series are responsible for the incredible works of art on your screen, not just about the diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, they are the perfect watch brand to check out, embedding a playful spirit into their watch functions, including a functioning roulette wheel inside the Astronomia Casino piece. And of course, our main event short deck and no limit winners will be gifted our Triton champion Jacob & Co. collab timepieces. Have you seen Yo Viral's Jacob & Co. watch?
One of one.
That's right.
The K9. If I'm not mistaken.
Sounds like you have then.
Yeah. Held it in these very mutty hands.
And the reason behind the King 9 one of one watch?
It's his favorite hand.
Apparently it's one that cost him about $100,000 in a cash game on stream not long ago. Maybe it's fallen out of favor. King 8-6 offsuit flop here. Suvarna with ace-jack well in front of Pake, who out of the big came along and hits a deuce on the turn after it went check-check. And this is the street on which Suvarna's beat, yet now is when he's betting. $6K.
Yeah, setting the price for the river. Does like getting some protection as well. Just gets to check behind unimproved. With showdown, of course.
7 on the turn as Pake made the call.
2.
And Suvarna's going to hate being shown ace-deuce there. So improbable for him to have lost that pot. Maybe just a follow through on the flop, take it down. No club on board. 2020 is hindsight in poker. As we slip it over to our other featured table, the mystery bounty winner Ding Biao under the Hong Kong banner makes it 6,500 to go. Now Hecklin, main event champ in Madrid, mucking it.
The Madrid champ. The players champ.
Bartenders champ.
Down, you won't change.
No bones about it. Hecklin can put it down. 10-9, open ender for Haxton, and a very delightful straight flush draw here for Ding Biao.
What a ridiculous flop dealer.
Not a fan of the bland.
He's probably check folding anyway.
Some needles being held Ike's way.
$11,000 into 17.5. No club in Ike's hand.
I think
Well
against
covered.
the 2/3 pot, leaning more towards call.
There it is. And the club comes in on the turn, which will leave Haxton drawing dead and Ding Biao ecstatic.
Potential lead card for Ike out of the big against the +1 open. Gonna have more flushes. Has equity against one pair hands, of course. Knuckles on over to Ding.
Not going to get anything off of that face.
Different shades in attire this time round.
$22,000, different sizing as well. North of half, south of 2/3. And without a club in hand, Haxton is done with it. 50 total entries now in the prize pool. As Ding takes that one down, already $1 million plus under his belt here in total earn.
Running well, playing well. Lethal combo. The highest stakes.
Well, the run well started back in Vietnam, if you'll remember, Henry, as he went 3 for 6 with 2 FTs. 6th in the 30K 8 max, 2nd in the 50K 8 max, which was a 7-figure score. 25K turbo, cashed in 12th, batting 500. Coming into this one now, 2 for 6, but a title in hand. 7th in the 25K turbo last night. $7,500. The button open from Henrik. Getting after a couple of ace highs, unbeknownst to him. Haxton not interested. How about Dvoris?
Dvoris playing 33 bigs. Button open. A few options on the table. It's going to come with call. Does of course mean playing out of position against Hecklin. Queen 8-4. It's Hecklin connecting, out flopping the A7.
In spite of that, Henrik will check back, and that allows Dvoris to bink a 7 on the turn. Might he think that card is good enough to bet?
Ace of hearts in hand as well.
Declines the option. Third straight check from Dvoris as Hecklin has the option to cobble some value out of 8s if he wants it, but 2 overcards and the queen and the 9 out there. Meaningful 12K.
It's a chunky one. 60% pot. Check, check, flop, turn, and then B60 on the river.
3 overs to the 7s for Dvoris. And as played, pre-flop raise, check back 2 streets, now come out barreling 60%. What do we make of it?
We think that hands like Jack 9, 10, 9 would bet flop or turn. Fantastic value bet from Henrik.
He's sharp. Able to carve 12K out of Dvoris's stack there. Nicely done.
Damo and Ibinger just played a 540K pot. Damo flopping the nut straight. Ibinger flopping a gut shot and king high flush draw. Got there on the turn.
Yeah, most likely.
It's now up to 530K. Brewer's been eliminated. Pretty brutal fashion as well.
All money is in the pot.
Post-mortem.
Ace King 10. 2 hearts. Brewer with Ace Queen, Ace of Hearts.
Looks like an all money in the pot.
Vizhenkov with Jack 10 of Spades. Turn brought the 4 of Spades, giving Vizhenkov bottom pair, gut shot, and a Jack high spade draw on the river. Brewer improved into 2 pair, aces and queens, giving Vizhenkov the Broadway straight. Brewer left with absolute dust, just 2 big blinds.
So he hasn't yet been eliminated, or did the 2 blinds already get polished off?
No, it said all in. I didn't realize that it was Brewer, the one that covered.
Feel like you'd be comfortable in booking the fact that the rest of that's not going to turn into much, such a tall order.
It's going to be quite the spin if he does. Has been done before, of course, but down to just 2 bigs.
Couple of suited kings squaring off. I apologize, Henry. Queen 9-8 board, not really connecting to either.
One and done an option for Orpin. Maybe a delayed C-bet on the turn. Should Ding remain uninterested in the form of a check. Plan A.
9 dimes. 9 commandant. As Ding mucks it. I really like watching the evolution of Orpin as a player on the Triton Tour since my arrival, Henry. I know yours comes subsequent to mine, but continues to impress with each outing.
Yeah, not just at Triton. I mean, you think of people that love the game. There aren't many that love it more than Orpin. Gets to travel around the world with some of his best friends, playing high stakes. Also managing several successful businesses.
Yeah, not sure where he finds the time, but obviously
it's impressive. It really is impressive.
Put the work in. I'm glad you mentioned that, because he is one of those who has a number of true beyond the borders of not just Triton but poker friendships with those who are in the field. Now Gavrilovic limps the small off of that resilient nub he's been nursing for some time. Pake promptly punishing it.
The main event hand, Queen Deuce. Never forget.
Some of the talk of this series is centered around the new Dutch arrival. As we know, Pake plays under the banner of Rashid Ben Sharif.
Certainly been a talking point. a lot of players here weren't aware of the legendary status of that young man.
Online crusher.
I mean, in
right?
terms of online legends, I would really put him in the same group as Isildur. Like just up there.
Wow, that's saying something.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to listen to me talking about it. You know, listen to Henrik and Jason. You know, these guys have all tangled with him. Tom Dwan as well. I was talking about him the other day. It's interesting you see these guys, these online phenoms, maybe get involved in crypto, disappear for a few years, then show up to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Some of the newer generation of players aren't familiar with the background stories.
Conversely,
28.
some get involved in crypto, show up in a 1p, 2p game, courtesy of a downswing, 100x leverage available.
Thanks.
Come on, you're not among them.
Just tag me next time.
Stop it. Suvarna's ace-king has company as Vyacheslav, ill-timed out of the big, 3-betting to 28,000, squeezing Vogel. And Suvarna is going to flat, Henry.
Vogel's so disciplined. And yeah, the flat call incredibly deep. 150 big blinds effective.
More surprising, Vogel's fold with 8-9 suited behind the flat or the flat itself?
No, not of that stack depth. I think mandatory fold, although would have come up best here.
Yeah,
the flat is fine. I think we want to be splitting with 150 bigs, ace king. Be a disaster to get in pre, of course. The offsuit variety. Also allows him to retain some of the 3-bet bluffs that he has dominated. Weaker ace X, weaker king X, of course.
Huldigan, wary of Suvarna. Checking. Suvarna with the check seat. Not needed for Suvarna, of course.
Difficult if he faces heat on this turn.
No heat applied. Santosh barrels and
I think you need
again
Benta, don't lose more chips, just fold.
animation.
I think you need to thank me.
Yeah.
Because I said something about you
In
always
my
having
head.
a short stack, right?
Yeah.
And then it motivated you to like always have chips now, right?
Thank you. He only won because of you.
For sure. Nothing else.
Only of you.
Yeah. Just me. All me.
Thanks. Thanks,
is not
done.
enough, just
Thanks,
you.
Dan.
Yeah, double me up.
10%.
Double me up. No.
10% cut.
No, 10%. It's okay.
No sooner does Danny Tang arrive than he takes credit for Vyacheslav Huldigan's win last night somehow.
Double me up is less than 10%. It's 5%.
Shout out Danny, by the way. He's been incredibly vocal behind closed doors about the commentary trio.
Donate.
Do appreciate the feedback and kind words from the players, of course.
Announcement of the scheduled break as one bruise between Badzikuski and Pake. Makita defending from the big blind with the diaper. Queen 9 for the Dutchman. 18-5 in the pot. Top pair and a gutty for Pake. This one rates to be over in short order.
This one, not the dirty diaper, of course, Ali.
Offsuit variety required for dirtiness.
Okay.
I have wondered if you make threes full of deuces or deuces full of threes, whether or not we can call that the full diaper. or for your purposes, the nappy.
There we go. The nappy.
Well, some of these guys might be in need of a nappy based on what we had seen. Burning it at both ends. Vyacheslav Boldigan might be in need of a wheelbarrow if he ends up being moved from this featured table. 678,000 in front of him. Good for the overall tournament lead, as the blinds will be headed to 2,000 and 4,000, and we will be headed to a break in just moments. Ali and Henry back with you at the break desk here in the 75K 8 Max. And Henry, the story for me has to be just how big many of these stacks are so early on in this 75K.
Yeah, Boldigan's actually given a decent amount of it back. I think he peaked at like 870. He's now down to 678. But yeah, just a lot of hand v hand setups. A couple of misclicks as well that ultimately led to massive pots being played. So yeah, I mean, when that happens, deep stacks get, you know, colliding and horns are locked. So I'm not surprised. There was, what, aces v kings on 2 occasions, and then aces v jacks for 300 bigs.
Yeah, Gavrilovic ended up showering kings and then picking up kings in the aces, which is why he finds himself on a very short stack. Hanging on, as I believe he is among the shortest stacks in the room right now. Only Chris Brewer shorter than him, still hanging on to those 2 big blinds as we will head to a break, but we will be back in just moments with continuing coverage of event number 8. Keep it close.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Just go to a coffee shop. They're like, yeah, we make our own cold brew.
Martirosian
I find.
Yeah. You
Has
just like leave a sack
already
in the water for
3 caches out of 5 attempts here in North Cyprus.
Yeah.
2 final tables.
But I prefer
Over 460,000
Starbucks.
in earnings
Fairly strong cold brew.
on the series.
I like
Knocking on the door of 1.5 in total as Socia flops the gut shot straight draw on a 9-high rainbow board with a check in front of her. Fires. 5K.
Winner.
In the summer, I was.
Welcome, madame.
In the summer, I would start playing
just like slowly creeps up.
I just like.
Who's nicer, you or Socia? You might be the 2 nicest people at any Triton
You
series.
think I'm nice, don't you?
His hair since high school. If this poker thing doesn't work out, you're saying we're going to have Salon Smiths all over the place?
You know, I used to
It might
use
have been
razor
Coon.
all the time, and now I just use one of those one blades because it
was
doesn't give me
Coon.
the razor burn. I have that issue.
No.
Yeah.
I think Dan
One blade, man.
told
Greatest I got
Coon
shark one for Christmas or something.
that he's been cutting other people's hair since high school, right? As
Not
Coon was
sponsored by
talking
One
about that he
Blade,
cut his
but-
own? Oh, okay,
Feel
gotcha.
One blade.
Maybe I'm off.
Triton.com/oneblade. Promo Jason.
Yes.
Interesting conversations at this table.
Yeah, no kidding.
Bagels, 2 haircuts.
Interesting 3-bet as Jiang with Queen Jack suited getting after the Greenwood Open.
Right. Thank you. I
Plus
needed
1
it.
and plus
I
2.
needed to work out
Now.
and get my stuff together before this one.
Davies on the button.
And we saw Mateos earlier cold call 3-bet of 2 10s. Let's see if he comes along cold call as well. He does. Different positions.
Right. That's how she's going today, huh?
Basically, it's 2 or 3 caches and a win, and it's like I gotta freshen up. I gotta get zoned in.
Yeah.
Gotta get
Not
zoned
only
in.
does Davies
Give
flat,
up
but
them early
Dow,
reg
King
points
9
for the
suited, Randy, small blind flats. He does have the diamonds covered, but ambitious.
This is a big pot for a 3-bet pot 4 ways. 51K in the middle.
Sure is. And the 9-high board giving Dow top pair. He's pipped by Davies' 10s. And I feel like this could get expensive for DMP, Randy.
Yes. He cold called his 3-bet. He's got to feel good. Flopping top pair. Very dry texture. Socia's the 3-better. It's a tough one to fire into. 3 people. Still going to find a bet here. It could still get pretty darn expensive for Delman Fu, right? Seth Davies in position, likely just going to come on with the call. We're very deep stacked. instant jam. I was kind of expecting this, just the way he's been going about it.
Obviously, Jiang able to fold, but I don't think Davies has got one in his future.
He's gambling.
You win. You win.
You win. Like the hand's over.
Ah, you pocket 10, you chop.
He's very sneaky.
Yeah.
I thought he had deuces.
Well, this bullet doesn't have any more patience attached to it than the one that preceded it, as Dao Min Fu spins the
that is
wheel
an
and
action
comes
killer.
up dusted.
That's
the turn. Top set.
Hey,
Down. Charles dead.
They got me off A7 of spades too.
That's gonna do it.
Are you Queen Jack?
That's gonna do it.
Well, Davies. Paying. Ace Queen for Kevin Paquet. 4,500 open.
The Dutch Armada.
2 black kings now for Tim Adams. What a delight that is.
Oh my word.
Aces for Genya Gavrilovic, and this is a disaster for Adams, who is 3-betted to 15,000 and has 123 back. Is there an escape in his future?
70 big blinds deep. It's going to be some cold 4-bet bluffs, although cut-off fee under the gun, less likely. But look, you got second best. No one's expecting you to get away from this.
You're absolutely right.
How much is that?
Both suits covered as well. Guess we get to play some flats in position, but Adams.
Yeah, jams and the snap call is always going to be a gross feeling. Especially this deep, Henry. Every now and again you expect maybe there's some ace kings in there. Maybe some queens.
Yeah, there's some ace fives, ace queen O's. 4-bet bluff. Rough start to this 75k. 5 cards to come, of course.
Jack, Jack 5. Not going to be the escape hatch that Adams needs for this first bullet in the turn. Here's a 9. Leaves him.
Yeah, good one. Warm welcome back to event number 8, the 75k Max and Randy. I know we're just speaking off air about it's just been a highlight reel of hand history so far today. Aces v Kings on a couple of occasions, aces against jacks for the tournament chip leader Vyacheslav Bolozhin, who had the jacks, managed to spike the sets on the river and ultimately just having big stacks, lock horns and play massive pots, which is something that maybe we weren't expecting in the sense that this is day one, expecting to just see, you know, these guys battle it out. It's a day one, maybe easing their way into the higher stakes, but coming back into 2K, 4K, incredibly deep. We're going to be seeing some intricate parts of the game tree in the form of, you know, 3-bet pots, multi-way pots, etc.
And that's what's fun about watching the deep stack poker. And, you know, with this type of lineup, they're willing to do multi-street barrels. They're willing to take it multi-way as well as 3- and 4-bet pots. And it's really cool to see how they navigate. You know, it's a lot of tough decisions. They're going to have to throw in some curveballs and mix up, keep their opponents on their toes. And really, that's why we're here to commentate and just have a lot of fun and learn and give you guys a good viewing experience.
And it's been a ton of fun. The banter, the needles just seem to continue. I don't know what the difference is between Vietnam. I'm not saying that that wasn't there in Vietnam, but this trip in particular, the likes of Barbero, you know, Sean Winter, all of these guys having fun. 2 fresh feature tables. Talking of Barbero, Nacho gonna be over on table 6. We'll take a quick look at the 2 feature tables. Timothy Adams on his second bullet after losing kings against aces. Smith, Heath, Laszlo Boytash making a late appearance here. Petrangelo all rounding out the blue feature. And the red table, Bonomo, Martirosyan, O'Dwyer, Chidwick, just to name a few as we look to throw it down to the main stage for continuing coverage. 2K, 4K with some of the biggest names in the world. Artur Martirosyan, chip lead. It just seems to be running so deep, Randy, and everything. I know obviously this is day 1, but always has a stack.
Always, pretty much. Yeah, he's gotten very deep into the tournament, of course, with many deep runs, and let's see if we can convert this one into one of those top 2 finishes.
Well, Dan Smith, the chip leader over on the blue table, currently 2nd in chips overall. 2nd only to Vyacheslav Borjin, of course.
It doesn't feel fair that Vyacheslav is currently the chip leader, given what he did yesterday. Just put on a clinic, shipping obviously one of the biggest prize to date so far at this stop.
Yeah, he got pretty lucky to
9,000.
claim that chip lead.
Did some 4x things on people, 7-4 offsuit.
Well,
King 4.
I'm thinking mainly the jacks, the aces for 160 big blinds apiece, all in pre-flop.
He's running hot right now. Might as well ride the momentum. Hello, Barbero.
EPT reg.
I was poolside today with Barbero for a good hour or so.
Yeah.
Soaking up some sun. Been absolutely loving it. Here, tangling, getting into the streets, and feeling very good about his game. Not feeling too good about the king-king
I was going to say the
board,
same
Randy.
thing. Not feeling good out here. Going to be very hard for him to find a way to win this pot. Although you don't need to try to win every single one.
No, standard defend. Completely with Dan Smith.
Yeah, expecting quarter or third pot incoming here.
There we go, right on cue. See met with the snap mark. So this feature table, Timothy Adams on a fresh bullet, running kings into aces as mentioned. Dan Smith, Ben Heath, Laszlo Boytash making his first appearance of the series so far. Coming in for this 75K. Obviously the Luxon Pay $200,000 buy-in invitational. And the 2 PLO events. Petrangelo and Barbero rounding out the blue as we switch on over to the red feature table. 8-handed here. Bonomo, O'Dwyer, Chidwick, Platonov, Mateos, Winter, and Martirosyan.
Now, I saw Martirosyan packing some chips. Unloading or packing, I'm not quite sure. We just lost him. See ya, Martirosyan.
Great. 9,000?
Do have a Triton newcomer coming for this.
We're talking about this name that we cannot say.
We are, well, we
Mikolai?
can say it. Mikolai, the Belarusian, already dusted off 1 bullet, re-entered. Laska Boynikau gonna defend on the button. Say defend, peel, see a flop with the King 9 suited. So a multi-way affair here. And Dwyer dominated in the form of spades. Does have seen live cards that he's drawing to. Chidwick. Well, how about them for live cards? Top and bottom on the Queen 6-5 rainbow. 33K in the middle.
Yeah, note that he's sitting on about 16 big blinds, O'Dwyer, so if there's a bet on the flop, thinking it's going to be likely a check call, easy to get it in on further streets. For now, action on Chidwick.
8,000. 8,000.
Randy, this continue just allowing him to retain the betting lead, fold out some hands that, you know, doesn't want to give a free turn to.
Yeah, of course, there are multi-barrel cards that you can fire away at, like 10 or king.
Right.
That would apply a lot of pressure. I don't think this is like 100% C-bet frequency. As you know, these guys mix it up quite a bit.
Yeah. Obviously, from under the gun has all of the overpairs, the strongest queen X as well.
And like I said earlier, I don't expect Old Dwyer to check raise with this stack size.
We got Steve-O v Stevie. 49 in the middle, undercard to the board, completing the rainbow on the turn. Chidwick, sorry, O'Dwyer with a lock on the hand. A bad card for Chidwick at his range, given that O'Dwyer has all of the 2 pairs, the straight draws.
Yeah, I would think so. But he's giving it a thought. Actually, it looks like he's going to reach for chips the way he's looking at them. There we go. Okay. He must feel that Old Dwyer just will fold all his weak non-top pair hands that doesn't have a straight draw, given that he's only got 55K total.
Pulled out some gut shots as well. Hands like 9-8, 7-9.
Yeah, and probably those like king, I mean like the 6x, 5x. Does make the call again, just 35 back. Notice that he leaves the 35K behind, thinking that his opponent is quite weak.
Oh, Dwyer boating up on the river. 89 in the middle, just 35K back.
Seems like he's contemplating a jam, but I feel like if you try to look weak on the turn, might as well continue. Maybe your opponent tries to bully off of a 5-4, 6-4, these types of things.
Chidwick with just ace high does obviously have decent showdown, as Randy alluded to. Does he really want to try and shake off those 5x, maybe a hand like 4-3?
I mean, it's pretty hard to show this down a winner unless you're targeting exactly 8-7.
Oh, look at
Tried it.
Oh, Dwyer just played his man like a fiddle.
Yeah, kudos to him for just calling the turn bet, right? Because it was just 35K more that he had behind the bet size on the turn. I believe it was about 20K.
Yeah. I'm losing my customer there personally.
A lot of guys, right, they just jam it. They see the little straight draw out there and charge your customer. Don't let a scary card roll off. Like you said, you just know your opponent.
Yeah.
Nicely played.
Played it to perfection. Check, call, check in juice. Gets the full double. Dwyer now back up to a very healthy 170K. This is one of the things, you know, we talk about watching these pros, re-watching some of the final tables for people looking to get some final table experience and information and knowledge on ICM. But these day ones that we get to cover as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important knowing how to play these deeper stacks. There's a lot of value to be had. And, you know, you can see, like, some of these guys, they just started at the very beginning. It was just 9 entries. They're cream of the crop pretty much, you know, Isaac Haxton, Dan Smith. Then as more trickled in, the others came along.
Up to 59 entries in this one. Prize pool currently at 4.25 million. There we go. Just went up by 3. Some people late regging.
So Dwyer's going to come in with a 4x raise, BVB ace-9 offsuit, Chidwick ace-deuce. And you know the 4x is a large sizing, but you tend to see these larger raises these days, BVB. Big blind tends to, has the ability to just defend so wide, try to outprice them.
And this obviously a lot different when playing for chips. No ICM.
Correct.
Compared to some of the stuff we saw at that final table where min raising was just so effective. Well, gut shot for Chidwick on the 5-trade tray. Already 36 in there. O'Dwyer with ace-9 and the betting lead.
Yeah, on this type of board texture, he might try to just deny some equity given how much is already in there with the 4x open. 18k is the bet.
So half pot from O'Dwyer. That's right, he mentioned some of those Broadway holdings. Just deny some equity against. Chidwick with a really interesting spot here.
I mean, he has to call here with ace high inside straight draw. Raising doesn't really make any sense. Most players wouldn't be raising if they had on 5-3-3 rainbow in position, especially.
Well, drills it on the 4 of hearts turn. Chidwick a 93% lock. The only way, well, he can't lose the hand, but obviously could chop against O'Dwyer should a deuce roll off. See what Steve-O wants to do now. After just doubling up against Chidwick.
Hard to get a better hand to fold, so checking does make a lot of sense. Just kind of reacting based on the sizing, maybe some other factors.
Chidwick still in pole position. The Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard.
Exactly, third pot.
Setting up a very natural river SPR of sub 1.
Tricky spot as you are getting laid a good price, but it's just ace-9 high. Is gonna call. Getting sticky.
As you said, could very often be the best hand. 120 in the middle. King of Hearts rolling off. Some of those backdoor heart floats getting there. Chidwick's still going to want to go for some clear value, of course.
Yeah, and like you said, just under 1 SPR, it seems like he will go for all of it.
Many worse hands to get value from. Given that O'Dwyer checked, can we kind of eliminate maybe overpairs to the board?
A little bit. I wouldn't say at 100%, right? Because these players are pretty well balanced.
New outfit.
Yeah, I couldn't put it better myself. Incredibly tricky customers.
Oh, this
Chidwick
one?
does go for the jugular.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay.
Oh, Dwyer in the tank with just ace high. That's just the level these guys are on.
For him to think about this means something, right? He's just ace-9 high, paired board. Hasn't relinquished yet. Flush got there. You'd have to get pretty creative to start thinking about hands you pick off right now. You bet half pot on the flop.
You and Linus go shopping together?
Maybe something like the King, Queen, King, Jack type holdings.
I know, you don't have time for that.
But like, what are you picking off, I guess, is my question for O'Dwyer.
Makes me think of San Diego. I love it.
He must be confused as
military
why
helicopter
O'Dwyer's,
somehow.
I mean, Chidwick is still betting. Like,
Makes me think of Beach
5x would slow down, 4x would slow down.
I couldn't pull it off.
Wow, he made the call there.
Did indeed, and he gets shown the ace deuce. So after just doubling through Chidwick,
No, I can pull off the pink. I just
Chidwick
can't pull
gets
off
the goods on the very next hand, blind v blind.
What is it?
I think so. No, I don't
That's
know.
a big,
Maybe I
big
could.
call down. I'll be it
Wait,
wrong.
He showed deuces?
He showed deuces.
Oh,
Show
I
him.
don't know. He had ace 9.
That's a sick hand, Randy. Two of the world's best. Locking horns, blind v blind. The ace high call down from O'Dwyer. As we dive back into this, so Barbero with the raise to 9k, Martiroshan with the 3-bet to 30k, Barbero calling. Jack 9-7, top pair, top kicker for Nacho. Check, bet 20k, call, ace of spades, turn, check, check. River 7 of spades, and
Look at that check right there from
that is
Nacho.
sneaky from Barbero. Saw him get trappy against Wykin Yong the other day as well.
Nacho must feel that Arthur is unlikely to have ace X. He might feel that ace X would want to get value on the 3-heart board, especially with the little straight draws possible too. Just feels like he's got way too much of the board and doesn't think he'll get hero called if he bets, and he baits his opponent to bet with just king queen. Nice.
45k into 110. Some merit to check raising, or
Against this sizing, I think so, right? It's less than half pot.
turn went check, check.
Your hand looks so strong, and then if you're going to have some bluffs in the spot, definitely put in some value. And he's reaching for chips. He knows where he is. That's why he checked the river card.
Just shy of the 3x, obviously met with a snap fold, but managing to get max value from the king high. Nice little 280k pot for Barbero, up to 385, almost 2 starting stacks. As the field is increasing, Randy, over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Greenwood, Kuhn, Antonius all jumping in the mix. Some on their first bullet, some on their third.
Thanks, Nikki. You're telling me it's what's gonna be really good this tournament. Look. Say it's gonna get good in 2 hours. I come here, I look at this table. Wizard, 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 wizard.
Louis Vuitton model.
Louis Vuitton. The cowboy. Where is the cowboy hat?
I don't travel with it. Like you would need like a.
I think I should wear it one day.
There's a word for it. But it's, yeah, it's a hat case. It might just be a case.
Nine. Arthur, any luck on the 10Ks? You win anything on Sunday?
That'd be sick.
No?
That would almost make
You
it
suck.
mandatory to travel with.
I'm weak.
Nacho.
What?
I'm weak.
9?
Adjust your mic to the other side.
Sure.
I'm weak.
Yeah.
In Owens. I only can win without showdown.
The needling is just
The
being
hat I usually wear, Doyle gave me, so I just don't like to travel with it in case something happens
relentless.
to it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He gave it to you?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow, that's a nice present.
Yeah.
It's a nice
I
present.
was wearing what I thought was a Stetson. It's like, you don't know what you're talking about. That's no Stetson. Meet me here tomorrow.
A what?
A Stetson is a type of.
Ayah. Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. You can start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and study any spot in the game with GTO Wizard. And as I mentioned, one of my favorite things to do is to review the stream. Some of the bigger hands, you know, some of the spots that maybe I wasn't too sure about in the commentary booth. Can plug the spots over on GTO Wizard. And you can also enjoy free access for 24 hours. gtowizard.com/Triton.
Like, they will go to his house, like, and play every day.
They'd play in his house? Oh, I had no idea. That's cool.
They will play in the morning, like Ellie, him, Richie, I think. We'll play like, do you know the regular Chinese? The 15 card ones?
Yeah.
We play every day.
That's cool.
Like, nothing, like.
But what about the hat story? The Stetson, I believe it was called.
Well, it sounded like
Just wanna be
Doyle
like
told
last
Smith,
to get one of these
"You know
watches."
nothing, kid. Meet me here tomorrow. I'll
He
show you
gave
what a
him one.
Stetson is." Believe it's hanging up on
It's
his
cheaper now.
door in the hallway.
It's cheaper now, yeah. Like, it's hard to wear watches anywhere in the world now.
Barbero just knuckling on this one. No connectivity, no backdoors.
Day one is going to end at 9 o'clock?
Yeah. Perfect, because I have some games to play.
The cash games have been wild. Barbero was telling me about.
Yeah.
A little 500, 1K PLO they were playing last night. Or should I say this morning?
This morning, yeah. The wee hours.
Seat open, by the way, Randy.
For you. You're a pillow player. You
Not
wanna
just
get in
pillow,
there?
there's some hold'em if you want to jump in the mix. Cash game legend, Mr. Nanonoko.
It's much safer in here, it really is.
Is it though?
Yes, it really is.
Can you get cancelled whilst
11,000?
playing in that game? No.
11,000?
You slip up in here,
Just
gets
cancelled.
clipped, out of context, does the rounds on Twitter, showers, mate. Career over.
It's unlikely we're going to get cancelled relative to our third commentator.
True. That is true. Great point being made by Randy Lou.
Look, Nacho here. Check flop. Check call turn with the inside straight draw. Does he get there? No.
Smith improving the trips. All of the draws, Randy, bricking, you know, diamonds, jack 9, queen jack. Maybe some stabs with some king jack type holdings.
Yeah, I think Barbero was probably expecting Dan Smith to do a one and done in position. Of course, trip eights is going to value bet. Dan could easily go for some larger sizing. He's grabbed a lot of white chips. Obviously not going to use all of those, but some of them.
It's currently second in chips overall.
Probably think of a multitude of different sizings he could use. Overbet, smaller. Depends on what he's targeting.
Looks like an overbet. 51K.
1K overbet. Or was it 2K?
102% pot.
102.
Barbero with a very interesting bluff catcher here.
Yeah, with the pot size bet too, obviously polarizing is up
King jack
against,
and
just
you
gave
got
it up.
bet. Take it.
Hear him saying if you have king jack, you deserve to take it. Barbero, one of the best adjusters in the game, in my opinion. Really knows how to deviate.
Exactly. I was thinking I'm beating king jack and queen jack. Too little of his range.
Might have been bluff. I don't think king jack.
He doesn't bet king jack. That's it.
It's not king jack.
Good. But you're the king.
That is true.
You're the king. Period.
King Dan, Cowboy Dan,
Sometimes you gotta get bluff on TV.
Dan Smith holler.
There he goes. Ace queen, you value bet. What a boss you are.
That would be sick. The ace queen value bet would be dope. Yeah.
You check back ace 10. I know.
We've seen thin value bets at these Triton stops. It's possible.
We really have
Oh,
seen
my
some of these
favorite.
guys extract beautiful amounts of value.
Okay? I don't want to look bad on TV.
Any of you all have chewing gum?
How much? 86?
Yeah.
180. Live read gone wrong. Happens. How much? 86 off?
That's cold.
That is cold. We were talking about that hand this morning.
I learned everything.
Petrangelo check raise with 8-6 on a 10-5-3.
Oh, right, that one.
Ran straight in
to Watson.
To Watson's aces. Turn came a 7, continued, river a jack, all in, snap call for a top 3 stack.
Nacho's not going to let him get away with that one, huh?
No, no, you don't do that in front of Nacho and then not hear about it for at least a year. And rightfully so.
You see, Ben, he does check to him, king 6 of hearts. A lot of backdoor potential, might take a stance. We'll check. 33K. Jack.
Overcard to the board, giving Nicky P a gut shot to go along with his king-queen high. Has the best hand. 33K to fight for.
Might take a shot at this one of 2 overs to the board, and if someone's holding some kind of like little pair, it would be tough to call.
You have to change.
Feels like if he's going to bet, he might go sizable.
21.
There we go, 2/3.
Yeah, just putting the most pressure he can on his opponents.
To this.
Hard for them to even peel like similar type
say
hands.
3 and a
Cool.
There we go. Barbero checking out
Yeah.
the RM, asking about how many buy-ins. Laszlo Boytash.
Is that actually Richard Mill? He's got all the watches.
Bit
How many
more
do
than
you travel
3.5
with?
buy-ins, that one, Randy.
Just one. Just one.
Don't use
No.
it if you ever go to Argentina, okay?
Oh,
Friendly
I
advice.
never bring this.
Oh, they would be absolutely
Yeah, it's not safe anywhere. I guess
drooling
probably Dubai
over
or
Dubai
Laszlo's
here.
timepiece.
Monte Carlo maybe.
Monte Carlo? Yeah, Monte Carlo you can use. In Vegas it's pretty safe.
Maybe here because in the resorts it's okay and I mean nobody sees on the way.
Yeah, you're gonna get your hand chopped off.
Yeah.
In London.
Machete.
I know.
In Vegas, 100%.
I see a lot of these videos.
In Vegas, what?
Robbery.
In Vegas, 100% what? 100% you can use.
In Vegas?
I've had some bad stories. I don't wear my Audemars in Vegas. No.
You can use what?
Wearing like a 50, 100K plus watch in Vegas. My buddy like got out of his paddock, just ripped off his hand. Really? Yeah. Oh my god. It's like it was like 220. 220? That's a beat. Yeah, but if you go to the casino, it's fine. But the problem is, yeah, I guess many of my friends are armed. That they wear it. They have arms. They have guns on their cars. I heard London is real bad. Like London is really, really bad. Yeah. Paris impossible.
Want to interject slightly here, obviously, as Smith has flopped top boat. As we learn about countries in the world
where
that you
not
can
to bring your watches.
No, London definitely not one of them.
Nothing happened.
Couldn't
Now,
agree more.
Disaster. That's why they're going down so much in price.
8,000.
All the watches are losing so much value.
Really?
You can't wear them anywhere. You can wear them where in Singapore.
Not that bad. I was just saying, like,
Probably that's not the reason
watches
why
at, like, Nike
price is
or
dropping.
That's the reason. 100% that's the reason.
People don't.
Singapore,
Wear them in
Dubai.
Miami, like people doesn't dare to wear it in Miami.
Yeah, but it's not to wear, it's to invest. I mean, it's the easiest way to bring to travel with money.
20 minutes away from the trip.
So that's why people are buying it in the first place. I think. Of course, price went up too.
Oh, that reminds me.
much.
I had a dream. I was
Anyways.
talking to Marc-Andre Fleury last night because he used to live in Jason's neighborhood.
Yeah, you don't know. You
that?
can travel with like
Hatch
10k
ready
of
and
cash,
lived
but
in
you can
neighborhood.
like just bring a watch anywhere with 500k. So.
Yeah, it's true.
Using watches as collateral due to
Good to know.
Sell it anywhere.
the limits of traveling with cash, 10k cap. Just wear a 500k watch. Sell it on site. Easy.
Good news is we won't have this issue.
Oh, it's an issue I run into all the time. Not the 10k, but selling six-figure timepieces on the sly.
Like some connection between both players. Quick check around, actually. Clubs come in. Nick might take a stance here, though.
Has a nice hand to do it with. 2 overs and a gut shot. Has equity against hands that want to continue. Should never really get raised.
Did go check on the flop, actually. Nicky betting the 7k. A little backwards.
Well, the non-club 7. Does Nicky want to fire again? 36k in the middle. Would put Anson's ace-8 in a really tough spot.
I feel like he will, because when it checks through and his opponent calls on a 3-club board, especially for the smaller sizing, it has a lot of these ace-X type hands, you know, ace-king, ace-queen, 1 club, from under the gun especially, unpaired. And you're going to expect like an overpair to bet this flop a lot, so he's definitely targeting unpaired hands right now. And these little pocket pairs here and there.
Petrangelo really putting Anson to the test here.
Great call incoming.
Yeah, great call.
Nice.
As usual.
One chip flicker.
As usual is my favorite part of that line.
That's fair.
That is fair. Respect to Petrangelo, of course. Nothing as usual.
Marbero's laughing.
If I start flopping pairs out here, tournaments are going to end at like 7 o'clock at night.
They see you a lot too much on TV bluffing, so people just call you.
Well, I mean, I never have anything, so what am I supposed to do?
I know,
just
I know.
fold? Someday the river will be a 9.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that day.
The 9 river is not.
Check and then you raid.
It's not happening too much in 9 river for you when you need it.
What about the? I just wanted a club.
Club, yeah.
Yeah.
Club was perfect.
Yeah. Even. I was really rooting for a club. You fold the club, right? Club river.
Probably.
Were you known for moaning it in, Randy, back in your prime?
Nice.
Maybe
No.
you're down a few buy-ins at 50, 100, or whatever ridiculous stakes it was that you were playing, and you turn to your friends or whoever it is that you would discuss hands
You
with.
don't like folding, tell him. I don't like folding, I would have called your
I
ass.
start making pairs. You're going to see me on a 7-figure upswing.
Yeah, but I don't have a guy like Nacho just endlessly needling after each hand.
You don't strike me as the type that would have been a bit of a complainer, but you never know. I've been wrong before. Did you used to moan a bit, or was it just always expected?
Just mash,
the
just
swing?
start mashing after.
No.
I think
Yeah,
everyone
friends
does a
for me?
little bit. But he's not very serious.
Not playing well. So
You said he's not playing well? Good, me neither. We'll be a good team.
Nicky trying to get an invite to the 200k.
I found my teammate yesterday.
Who's that?
It's crazy. It's Eddie Tran. You know him?
No.
Eddie Tran.
He's
New player?
He's a PLO player. From Australia. I'm like,
Fantastic.
like I didn't have a teammate to say like, hey bro, do you wanna play with me? He say, yeah, how much you give me? Okay, I say, I give you this. I say, and like everybody at the table, at the TLO table, say like, I would buy your action, because you run so good. I heard this guy runs so good that it's like, so we are like the perfect team.
Do you think?
I swear.
Does it seem like from the game you're playing and everything that there's going to be like random guys that just want to play tomorrow? They just decide.
He was playing. He played a tournament. He played a 25K with he had like a Lakers. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. He's so nice too. Yeah. And his last name is Tran. He has to be good at poker. When you see that Tran that is no good ever.
I can't think of many trans that
play
poker, or
he was heads up with me.
No, that weren't good.
So anybody needs a teammate.
I mean,
he's not sure, but
that's why you don't know about him.
He might play.
Because
Touche.
not good.
Bravo. And yeah, some of the guys kind of touching on, you know, the cash games that are running every now and then.
But he's not sure he's gonna play.
They want to mix it up and they jump into some of these 50Ks, 75Ks and whatnot. Rare,
I'm
but does
sure
happen.
You know why? Because kind of maybe Phil spoiled a little bit. Because Phil offered him to play with me. And probably the first offer was very big.
Sure. Yeah. He wants a big free roll.
How much?
15. Right?
What?
Free roll.
Free roll? He's out of his mind.
Lol. He keeps getting the same answer, but I was even texting him in Chinese today.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Check through on the 10-7-6. Dan Smith connecting with bottom pair, turning an open-ender. Bossman Paul Poir, currently chip leader. First of 45.
Where he belongs.
Fresh off that third place finish last night in the 25K turbo.
Right.
28
I mean,
cash.
if people see you showing Jack 9 suited, bro, they're not going to invite you.
This guy's not allowed to do anything creative with this guy around. He's creative. It was just completely normal. He's the poker police.
Gets there.
Oh boy.
The Super Trouble card has both players making it straight, right?
Smith, who believes he has the best hand here. Did go check flop, would maybe expect 9x hands to maybe put something out there in the form of a C-bet.
Yeah, I think Danson's going to just try to extract some value. It's a good card to bluff at if you didn't have it. Of course, ace-9. You got it.
To enter the tournament, yeah?
10% he can get.
Yeah, so I could make, 10K or something.
I mean, that's what we offer him.
I probably can win.
Upstairs we go, it seems.
Super high.
Upstairs indeed.
I heard from the 10%.
2.5x to 65,000. And now Dan Smith.
Yeah, it's all about making your hand, and you're like, huh.
Situational run good.
But 15% is really.
Hand v hand.
I saw you had somebody. Who's open gonna pick from? From you, somebody else? You told me from 2 people.
Orpen
Good fold, Smith.
Yeah,
disciplined.
You don't imagine people trying to just rep that 9 as a bluff too often.
Yeah, is he ever turning like the same straight to a...
Meanwhile, it does seem like these players are kind of, we're discussing about the Luke Sompay coming up 200K anyways. Ace Jack 2 4s.
Obviously our focus is going to be on this tournament for the next 2 days, but 18th of May, mark it in your calendars.
Excuse me?
The 200K Luke Sompay Invitational. I believe the draw is going to be at the Players Party.
It looks like there was a raise bottom 3-bet in position, and Alexei Platonov cold 4-bet jam ace jack based on the graphics that I see. Would make most sense.
Whoa, were you expecting the call, Randy?
Was not. Felt it was very too Broadway
10-9-8,
heavy.
please.
He's right.
For TV.
Big call.
The 3-bet call off.
Yeah.
With the 4s.
So 30 big blinds total.
One of the things that we were obviously looking forward to covering day one is to see how these guys navigate deep stack poker. The early levels of a 75k. Clean so far until the Ace of Hearts made an appearance on the turn, and now Platonov a 95% lock as the Jack of Clubs improves him to 2-pair. Back up to north of starting stack, 252k.
Yeah, like you said earlier, I was a bit surprised too, calling her 2 4s. It seemed a little ambitious, but maybe Felk was priced in with his 3-bet.
Just looking at
59 million.
Paul Pua, our current chip leader after returning from break. Eliminated Sam Greenwood, his 10s holding against Greenwood's 8s for 25 bigs.
Bless you.
Then a massive pot against Sir Watts. Winning a flip, Ace-King against Queens. Boss out in front with 732,000 chips. Forcing some of the Triton OGs to re-enter. As they have, Florencio Campomanes the 4th, as well as Michael Watson and Kevin Pack.
It's not a cheap tournament to have to rebuy into 75k apiece.
It really isn't. I do apologize. Kevin didn't re-enter. Incredibly grindy and swingy day for him.
It looks like it's only gonna grow and grow.
Hell yeah. Like that.
Hell yeah.
Winter's here. Pocket 6s.
Grow and grow and grow.
It's actually summer, Randy, but
No,
okay.
winter is here. Sean Winter, that is.
Fresh off that 4th place finish. 50k last night. Outflopped by Chidwick. Chidwick connecting with bottom pair. Feels like a spot where all the options are available, Randy.
There's a lot of checking here at bottom pairs. Trying to get the showdown.
Right on cue. Chidwick does knuckle behind as the 9 of diamonds does now give Winter additional 4 outs to victory. 7 would give him the 10 high straight.
As played right now, does seem like one of those spots where both players are pretty happy trying to get the showdown unimproved.
Pot control on turn as well. Undercard to the pair of 6s. Feels like fake showdown though, right? Like,
I mean,
King
sixes,
Jack, King Queen.
Yeah, you know, like the King X's that didn't go for it. Even pairs smaller than 6s. Not too many of them. They exist.
It's actually close, but yeah.
He threw those cards at Steven Chidwick.
That's good.
Can you beat that?
Chidwick throwing it back. That was funny.
I don't know, I was doing
really.
this at Davies.
That was cool.
But you know what, just it's a
That
big
was
table,
cool.
you know.
It's a new way of doing showdown.
Huh?
New way of doing showdown. Throw your cards to your opponent's face.
If someone
I
clips
didn't
that,
like
it's
when he
good
was
fun.
throwing cards back at me.
Almost took one of yours and one of mine and threw them.
Boss has lost the chip lead, losing a small pot.
Who's up top now?
It is Dan Smith. We have our feature table, table 6, the blue feature.
I spy Santosh in third. Good week so far for him.
Man, I mean, up a couple of million in a week. Good luck working out the hourly.
Chidwick in position, pocket tens. A smooth call here. Bit under-repped.
Yeah, opens the door for Platonov, it looks like.
It was a
he wants
perfect
to
throw.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
get involved with the suited one gapper.
How many hours you were training before?
I've played a lot of PLO. When you throw a lot of cards at once, you get 2 is easy.
Nikolai.
His was a
Durangi
little
10.
off, like it was bouncing and stuff.
Still going to defend, so a 4-way affair. Really not something you see all too much. So comes ace high, Chidwick with the under-wrapped 10s. Still the best of it on this ball texture, although it has to be somewhat concerning.
It's not a good texture for you at all, especially 4-way fight. Can Jason fire away on this flop? Cannot. Still, Chidwick can't be too happy about this right now. I think mainly checking this board. Easy to be up against ace-X.
I like to say just giving Jason Kuhn a little stare down. Yeah, a little smirk.
Like, just whiffed it, didn't I? Got a pair of 7s now.
Does. Nikolai's picked up a gut shot.
It's a tough one to bet.
It really is, man.
It's still very easy for even the pre-flop raiser to have ace-X here to check 4 ways. It'll be pretty balanced.
If he can find a bet here.
It will
here
get
we go.
done. Nice.
I mean, how often do you get to play these 4-way pots? It's so difficult to navigate. Such an uncommon spot.
Brilliant. A hard call to make here of 2 10s. Especially, you don't want 2 10s. You're blocking these straight draws you're trying to pick off. One more customer. Man, if he can call here a pair of 7s, that'd be sick. A better hand already out.
Really would be. Fold out the better hand, get the worst hand to call.
Seems like he's gonna pitch it. Just check it one more time.
It's always tempting, like it feels like a small bet relative to the board, but
Like maybe I got the best hand. If I don't, I can improve. I've got clean outs, especially with 7-5.
Sorry, really?
Nah, he's out.
All right, Nikolai.
Yeah.
He's like casually
might be
getting a
under
massage
there.
too, so like seems more credible.
People are in a 1.5, and there's already this many. Even if you 1.5x
for the Belarusian.
46, you're still not at 97.
The only people that play there are people that are through the casino. So it's like one of the best courses in the whole region.
Right, back over to the blue feature table.
Like degenerate gamblers play there, and people that are staying at Aria Suites or whatever.
The chatty table.
Never see. I've probably played there 10 times and never seen another group.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Maybe you see somebody off in the distance. One time Albert Pujols was playing like 5 groups behind us.
Want to go for dinner, Randy?
Change for small.
Yeah.
Let these guys do
Just
our
let 'em
job for us.
Do their thing. Well, multiple of these guys will be playing Luke Sampe Invitational happening after this 75K. Laszlo, he's in it. I believe Artur's in it too, is that right? I believe Platonov got him in there.
Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow.
Timothy Adams.
Day 2, we'll start announcing some of the, all of the official pairings, or confirmed pairings rather. Head over to Triton's Twitter and Instagram.
Yep.
We'll get some though for tomorrow.
So we just got a 75K warm up to that event. It's not a
Little
big fine at all,
tease.
is it?
68 entries.
2 jacks. In the lead. It's an overpair. But a lot of connection for Anson Yu.
Potential disaster for the Malaysian.
See the lead?
Top pair with the gut shot. Up against the overpair of Boytash. Let's come out leading, setting the price.
Yeah, definitely an idea to lead here with the top pair into multiple players, especially the pre-flop raiser tends to not bet these kind of boards too much.
25% pot. So Boytash has made the call. Action is now on Artur. 2 overs, backdoor spades.
Wow.
Taking it upstairs to 42,000, just when you expected him to maybe get out of the way, given that Laszlo can still have overpairs.
He must feel like his opponent's ranges are weak, right? The opponent leading out from the big blind. The Laszlo just call. Archer knows that when he flat calls in position, can have all the sets, of course, 8s, 6s, and 4s. Anson though in a tough spot, just given that he's just got top pair, no kicker, inside straight draw, no backdoor clubs. And you still got to worry about the pre-flop raiser.
Maybe the lack of clubs going to be...
Nice. Oh, is he reaching for more chips? No.
I mean, it's a sexy hand to do it with,
the
right?
lead 3-bet. The lead 3-bet. He's got game.
Well, he gets the jacks to fold and the ace-10 promptly mucks behind. You see Laszlo shaking his head there.
Sick play.
No
Underused. Very creative. I like it.
Incredibly, that's one of the hands of the tournament so far. Anson getting really creative. The lead 3-bet, getting getting the overpair to fold rather.
You saw how quickly he folded those 2 jacks too, so that's even better for Anson just getting that over. That's a hard play to make.
Yeah, Boytash also shaking his head at Artur, kind of in disgust, in the sense
like
that
he wasted my hand.
Yeah, he's like, when you snap fold, he kind of knows that Martirosyan's just at it, and yeah,
like this guy.
It is frustrating.
That's when you glare at the guy next to you.
It is frustrating. We've all been there. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Blinds 2.5K, 5K with a 5K big blind ante. Dan Smith, King Dan, Dan Smith Holler.
He's got a lot of nicknames.
Way out in front,
tight
sharing
for a while.
stories.
You got a favorite one?
I like King Dan.
You like King Dan?
Yeah.
Just because he can't always be the Cowboy Dan? Can't use Cowboy Dan with no hat.
That's true. It's, you know, classy, King Dan.
King Dan. Let's roll with it.
Currently second in chips overall. Sharing stories about Doyle Brunson. DJing stories with Nicky P and Nacho.
Hey, you. This is my card. This is my card, right?
Timo going to defend. Suited Jack is dominated. So with ace high.
I've heard stories of people having
Queen
like
A8.
soft main event tables where like people were just punting. Every other year, everyone just played tight and tried to win every pot. This year, I just had people like dumping stack. I've never seen it before.
Potential check raise spot here for Adams. Jack of spades.
Yeah, you also block a little of those straight draw that can continue to your check raise, like Jack 10, Jack 9. Clearly not with 100% frequency you would be taking a stance here. It actually comes in with a call, so kind of like a float of sorts. Probably expects his opponent to check through the turn a lot, take a stab. Interesting.
Well, if they're not picking up any equity on the 4 of clubs turn. See if he does go for that delayed check raise, although Arthur now with ace high and maybe some concerns, of course.
Yeah, when someone check calls you on queen 8-8, you're going to think he's very queen heavy. It's a hard multi-barrel to make with ace-6. I'd be surprised if he does it.
29.
Jeez. They are going hard.
Man, it's so sick getting to watch this day one coverage. How these guys are navigating these spots. It just feels, I don't know, privilege, obviously, but also leaves me questioning my understanding of the game.
This is just, like, players are one-upping the plays, the counters, right? Like, you expect him to just check back turn, Adams just bets river, wins the pot, but he knows he's getting floated.
The woman from Florida. It's something like 10-9-4. I bet he calls. I'm sorry, like ace 10-9. And I bet the turn. And she just talks about how she has nines and like got counterfeited.
I didn't quite get what the board was.
I think she just didn't know how to. I didn't think she didn't know she had a like, there's no reason after playing with her for hours that she was bullshitting, you know? And I just had ace queen. I was like, oh, I got her. Like
You don't know. I remember this. You don't know if they know how to read the board. Or they
yeah.
Oh, no.
She made day 4.
Probably 10-9-8.
Sasha made day 5 one year. No, it's not
Did I have a piece of that?
Yeah. She kind of, I mean, she knows how to play. Yeah. Obviously, it's 10-9 on the flop. Sasha, me, and you or something.
Like 10-9-6-7 or something. 10-9-5, 6-7.
I was there. 10-9 goes deep the same year. Yeah. Yeah, 6-7. Or like the 8 made it straight. Yeah, I remember.
They're talking about deep runs. WSOP main, I think.
Talking about the overall experience of day 1, day 2 starting tables.
Okay.
Obviously get a lot of recreationals, lovers of the game that just want to come down and play the main.
You've played it?
Never.
Never.
I've only played WSOP bracelet events online. Never live.
Okay. End of conversation. Back to his hand. 2 sevens. 8-6-3. Obviously a reasonable piece to continue with.
Yeah. Just read my soul.
Mostly check calling. Looks like he is going to do that.
Hello, ace of clubs for Laszlo Wojtas.
Slide up right. Up top.
10-9-5-7-6. Yeah, that's the board. Busted flush.
Some post-mortem, again involving Barbero. Laszlo with the turn top pair and a pot-sized bet. 50,000 into 49.5. The sevens finding the muck. Not putting in money whilst behind, only putting money in whilst ahead. Long-term strategy, Randy.
Yeah, usually a winning recipe.
It certainly is. We know that man has some of the best recipes in the world when it comes to winning. The highest stakes. Mixed games, nosebleed cash games, tournaments, you name it.
Just everything.
He's done it.
Lost 120. No limit hold on, cash game. Yeah, the whiskey bar.
Been filming so much content here. Post-tournament
Like,
streams.
More than normal.
You're going to have your work cut out, mate. You need to book a couple of months off.
Just need to just sit there and listen. 2 jacks.
No, it's not. It's only VIPs.
Yeah.
Like
No pro.
No pro.
I'm a VIP.
Oh, no.
Kind of are.
Not.
Tag me in, coach.
Just get.
No,
Go invite a pro.
Next year is playing
Still register. Looks on pay invitational.
Santa's playing quite well. I got free roll 30%. for invite a pro to the 200K event. That's why I'm very fish. 30% free roll.
I got you.
We're just about to get run out of the game.
Good shape here for Archer, of course. Ben Heath's going to need some catching up to do, and that board has potential. Inside straight draw, ace high board. Archer is undergun +2. Looks like he's glancing at his chips, going to fire something out.
Yeah, I feel like Artur's one of the guys that only has one gear.
It's just bet.
6th gear, my man. Always playing big pots. Talking of big pots, Jason Kuhn and Antonius.
Big one.
Stacking off against each other. Kings on a jack. 4-3
Ouch.
2 hearts board.
See that
for
river card?
Kuhn. Antonius with ace-9 of hearts, rivering a pair of aces as Ben does. Check call. Another overcard to Martiroshin's jacks.
Yeah, clearly a bad card for him in case he was up against some Queen X of diamonds.
Already behind flop top pairs, of course. Two-tone board texture. See what he comes with. Still a ton of stuff he wants to deny against.
There should be a lot of checking here. I'd be surprised if he bets. Does check. River card 9.
Ben rivering an open-ender. Ocean card plays dealer.
It's like he rivered an open-ender. Okay. Genius comment.
Thank you, Randy.
Well, Ben here needs to try and represent the ace, of course. It just seems like ace X would be heavily incentivized to bet the turn at a high frequency, so betting makes a lot of sense. Note the sizing he goes for is just, it seems more credible to represent the ace X when you don't go like too large. Whereas if you go pot or overbet, you're representing 2 pairs plus, which is a narrow, more narrow value betting range.
Does Artur ever look to maybe turn this pair of jacks, jack of spades, into a bluff now?
It's crossing his mind for sure. I don't, like he's got the jack of spades. He's seen the small bet.
There
I
goes
was
the
a little
time
worried.
bank.
Grab some time cards. Yeah, I think you're right, Henry. It's just, if he can get like an ace X block bet to just lay it down, then raising seems better than calling. You win against both the misdraws as well as the ace X that can't handle the heat.
Does also have a hand that I just want to click the call button. Beats all of the bluffs. But there it is. North he goes.
You told me he only has 1 gear.
That's that fold, of course, from Ben's 8 high.
It's
So
definitely
nice
not a fake.
pick up there from Artur. Bluffing with the best hand. Managing to extract max value.
I mean, I don't really care.
Top 3 right now. Paul Poir, Dan Smith, Santosh Savana. Seth Davies in 4th. Vyacheslav Volozhin in 5th.
Yeah, a very deep stack tournament right now still. Big blind 5K. Jason down to 21K. As you mentioned that him and Antonius got into that large pot.
Yeah, I want to say for Jason, let me just double check before. Yeah, this is his 2nd bullet. First bullet busted against Chris Brewer.
Thank you.
House v house situation. Now kings into ace-9. Coming up short.
So likely a 3rd bullet unless he can spin this one up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
No, 4 big blinds.
That was a fast 2 hours. Jeez.
It's not 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
I love Bonomo, man. Just really, he's
very
one of those
snappy,
guys.
fast back at
He
him
just
too,
tells
right?
it how it is, man. There's just no BSing with Bonomo.
He does troll Sean a little bit. He was doing it the other day. It was really funny.
Trolling Sean?
Yeah, you might have missed it. It was a really good one.
Would love to see that. Good luck, Jason. Final 4 bigs. Finding their way in the middle with the ace-9. Does have the best of it. As things stand.
Interesting spot here for Alexei Platonov, right? King Jack. It's just a 4 big blind jam.
Does have to worry, of course. Bonomo has a step. If he
can reopen the action
Yeah,
for just
yeah.
calling. That's the problem. Yeah, I think if he couldn't re-raise, then calling is pretty good.
Yeah, you can reopen.
21,000.
Queen 8 of diamonds for Bonomo. Number 1 in the world tournament all-time earnings against number 1
What did the short
most
deck
decorated
I think we're
Triton player in the world, Jason Kuhn, 54,000.
Small favorite.
55, 45.
Nah, that's an underdog. Sure, in short deck.
Queen 8's an underdog?
Yeah, in short deck, yeah. Now, this is...
Oh, you have a straight.
Yeah, I did.
He doesn't. Not yet, though.
Doesn't need it. Ace high is good, going to the river.
I think I'm going to miss it. Oh.
I did make a pair.
The old
You guys
reverse
have fun.
jink. GG's.
Yeah, I guess ace 9, isn't it like 45% versus kings or something? Or
Remember how I told you yesterday how all my feelings are wrong if I'm going to hit or miss? It's proof.
It's because you're playing with emotions.
Jason going to look to shake that one off.
The dessert you had, the sugar.
See you, Jason, on the next one.
Ace-9 maybe not his hand today, Randy. Of course, kings being cracked by the ace-9 of hearts.
Oh, right.
You know, I always
Patrick
get criticized for
Antonius.
that. People always say I'm too emotional at the poker table.
Can see that, Justin. Definitely said that myself.
That was so fast.
So again, I thought I was going to hit a 4, but I'm
He was waiting for you to say something.
I
He
hope
blocked
we see
ace four
Sean
soon.
Winter at every Triton
He
Super High Roller Series going forward.
livens every feature table
He
for us.
really does, man. What a character.
Well, he's like this off feature table as well. It's just his character.
Oh, blind v blind. Nikolai, of course, got that bluff through with the 10 high into 4 players, or 3 players rather, earlier on. So we head to the Jack 7-5 rainbow board. Sean, the gut shot, checks through. Nikolai turning bottom pair.
Might be a spot for Sean Winter to reach for chips, yes. Inside straight draw, check through on the flop, overcarding the middling cards. Gets snapped off here, Nikolai.
Yeah, there's a sizable turn
I
barrel.
didn't think
from
about it.
Sean.
It was like, I got you.
Another undercard to the board. 37k in the middle, 4-liner out there.
Yeah, pretty tricky as both players can easily have the 6x. Nice one to bluff at, but also your opponent could easily have it as well. Might be thinking about the speed at which his opponent called that turn, maybe weighted towards pairs. Nicely deduced.
Oh, fantastic bet from Sean. A bit more than third of pots on the river. And how about the Nikolai tank, by the way? Snap called turn with bottom pair. And now in the tank with the 4-liner on board.
Last time.
Okay, announced.
First time?
Last time.
This is our first time.
This is our first and last time.
Okay, I mean, jeez.
There we go.
You just instantly don't believe someone.
My phone every 2 minutes. Oh my god. It already tilts me now.
First and last time.
Jesus.
According to Mikolai. He's going to let that one slide.
Oh, Timothy, pocket sevens. Ace jack suited for Laszlo. Comes in for call in position. Lots of playability. Looks like it's going to invite Martirosian to come in.
I really like this flat on the button from Laszlo. As you mentioned, it kind of keeps dominated hands in. Closing the action once we head to the flop. Artur connecting with middle pair. No diamond on board for Boytash.
Looks like he's going to reach for chips here, just trying to attack the pre-flop raise who's checked on his board texture. And the big blind usually does miss this kind of board. It actually might get very interesting as Artur unlikely to be folding. I could easily see Timothy Adams lay down 2 sevens.
We've seen it already today, right?
Yeah, the best hand just laying it down. It's a tough call to make here of 2 sevens. 1 over, no flush draw out there, bet and call. It depends on how wide you think Boytas is betting in position.
See what Adams
Nice.
does.
That is a very nice call.
Still ahead as things stand. 78k in the middle, going 3 ways to the turn, Randy. As the 8 of hearts rolls off, now giving Artur additional outs in the form of a flush draw.
Yeah, I think I'm making another trip for that week too. I'll go.
Checks through, 1 card to come. Timothy with the check mark. Should it get to showdown?
Should get the showdown. I mean, Archer's got middle pair, good showdown, but doesn't really want to put in more chips. Same for Timothy. There's one player, though, who's... It'll be very hard to just find some kind of bet, check, bet, bluff. 2 people called you on the flop for ace-jack. I mean, Timothy's going to take his time and check as expected. There you go. Nice pot for Timothy Adams.
6 no good, Artur. Timothy back up to above starting. Nice little 54k pickup there.
Yeah, nicely executed from Timothy.
That'll be the home base for a while.
Tyus Ibenga up to 5th in chips.
Good. I believe he showed up to Cyprus a little bit late.
Yeah.
Missed a couple
Especially 'cause
events.
they have that now. There's like the win thing and 100K. It's kind
2
of like
titles.
they're kind of packed in too, so it makes it kind of nice to go back and play like 5 tournaments that are big right in a row. Because I think it means
4th
like.
place finish.
I just have to change that.
Sure.
The 25k turbo in Vietnam. Poker Code co-founder. Was putting out amazing content.
Because that's like main 10K, 6 packs, 50K, 100K if it wins. giant 10K at the win. Yeah. That's kind of dope.
Yeah.
Especially when we don't have to like stay in hotels or whatever.
Can I see your all white chips?
Yeah, 275 in white.
Thank you.
Like 308.
So we're playing 60 big blinds effective for this one. Small blind B hijack. Ace queen, definitely a candidate for 3-betting.
45.
Notice that he's sizing up here. You see, 45K, just nine big blinds total. Mainly because of the deep stacks, I imagine, Henry?
Yeah, 4x from the small, right? Out of position. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him go bigger, actually, at this stack depth.
Sasha said it's already like crazy and big. It's super hot.
Happened quick. Like cold for a little bit.
Supposed to be bad in cameras. It's already.
Ben Heath in the tank, and this is a candidate for quite a few different options. Is going to lay down.
It sucks, but
3-bet getting the job done from Artur, with the best of it, of course.
well, I mean,
You didn't believe that I can win a hand from small blind?
6:30 to 7 first tee times at a lot of places.
Just joking.
Later on, it's actually not bad either. Like if you play at like 4.
I hope we get to keep this table, Randy.
If you go up a little bit more north.
Artur's a bit quiet.
I like the Sean Winter table, though. That's the fun one.
Everyone else, incredibly chatty.
Ace Jack now for Dan Smith, 600K stack, good for third currently.
Seen people so many times when I play there, somebody puts it off the green on 1 all the way down back to the wedge shot from the back, especially when it's fast. Yeah, like they have, you know, 1, right? You remember?
You play much golf, Randy?
No, I do not.
End of
I've been
conversation.
end of conversation. I've been to the driving range and terrible at it. Just god awful. Let's move on.
Moving on, Nicky P. Does love golf. He's also very good at it.
Yeah, one of the more athletic players on the tour at these Triton stomps. Seth Davies, also another one that comes to mind. We're going with King Dan, right?
King Dan.
Check.
Dan is the man. 4 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Dan Smith still out in front with Ace Jack. And so I'm happy to knuckle on over to him for a second time.
Ace Jack is just one of those spots where maybe you start betting now, check back river. Checking, of course, okay. Yeah, it's a bit unpredictable, crossing his mind.
Well, the Ace Jack checking down to the river. Trying to get to showdown. Rivering top pair. Now value to potentially be had. Whoa, okay. Anton with the lead.
Interesting.
The pot size lead on the ace high.
This is just one of those spots where if you got it, you got it. All right, I'll pay you off, Ace Jack. Kicker just too strong. Yeah, an odd way to play the hand.
Would 7x not like to try and go for some check raises maybe on this ace of diamonds river?
I would think so, especially against the undergun +1 raise. They're very ace-x heavy.
I'll give Anton credit for.
It's creative
this
for
one
sure.
A go, yeah.
You have ace.
Does have the ace.
I bet
Anton.
because of ace.
Anton trying to get one through there at the end, right before the end of that stint. Blinds 2.5k, 5k when they return. Will be going up to 3k, 6k with a 6k big blind ante. Up to 70 runners now in the field, Randy. Prize pool standing at 5.25 million. So biggest prize pool of the series so far. Dan Smith out in front with 128 big blinds. Currently second in chips, just 500 chips behind the current chip leader, boss man Paul Poir, who we haven't had the chance to see much of today. He was busy last night getting third in that 25k turbo. He's currently leading the final 45. Santosh sat in third. Any final thoughts on that kind of orbit? It was just a very chatty, very
just a
casual,
friendly home
chill
game style of poker, right? I think the main hand was the Anson lead, third pot, Arthur raising, just 3-betting top pair and getting the jacks out there of Laszlo, which is an amazing hand. And, you know, you can see the Anson is very one of those unpredictable players, and you got to be on your toes or you might get run over.
Well, it's an incredibly creative line, as you mentioned, getting the over pair of jacks to fold and Arthur up to no good. Hand in the cookie jar kind of moment. Spoken about it before, we're about to throw it to break, but hands like that, why not get GTO Wizard up, run some of your favorite players, some of the more complex spots to see how close these guys are playing to GTO, see how much they're deviating. Randy and I are going to throw it to a break. Make sure you stick around for this interactive quiz from our friends over at GTO Wizard.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does playing a chip EV strategy try to maximize? A. Chips, B. Dollars, or C. Buy-ins? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site. This is a crazy.
No way!
Guess we did start the hand incredibly deep. 130-ish effective against Vyacheslav.
After the check back from Buldigan, Genya bet 7,500, and given that he said no aces, wonder what Buldigan's going to be making of this decision to lead the turn. Feels a bit strange, doesn't it?
The entire hand is obviously incredibly weird. The openness to engage in conversation, you know, before the flop, and then
65.
the comment of no aces on the ace-high board. It's
How about this raise? 65,000. Obviously, the 7,500 was just such an absurdly small figure to be barreling at the turn.
if Genya levels himself here. The pre-flop speech, the banter between the two. Does Vyacheslav just put me on queens, kings, and is now trying to push me around on this ace-high board?
Fair questions to ask, but if we do make this call, where do we go from here without a 9 on the end?
The shower room, of course.
Posturing?
I feel like there's some leveling going on here between these two. I mean, as mentioned, the pre-flop banter, the cold 4-bet, the comment about aces from the previous hand. Oh boy.
Something brews as Gavrilovich calls the raise to 65,000, which could be a decision tethered to some of the exchanges that you talked about. Third overcard arrives on the end, and will Buldigan pursue value? Sub 1 SPR.
Only really beating kings and queens. It checks back and scoops a 100 big blind pot in a spot where shouldn't really be winning that much. Dylan card containers, laughter.
45.
Wow.
Welcome, Barak Visbrod, to the party. Is this his first hand of the tournament?
Pretty enjoyable with significant amount of money behind. To be
Wake
able
up
to
with
play
aces?
his aces and then call.
Wait.
Oh my word. Gavrilovich.
He misclicked though. He misclicked called, I believe.
No, I think it's a call, right?
Yeah.
Over half would be 6.5.
Talk about timing, Ali.
Yeah, so it's a call.
The weirdness continues, and this is going to make for a really absurd spot for Brewer with 2 9s in the big. Might he think a squeeze is possible?
Well, it looked like Genya was going to avoid disaster.
You have starting stack?
I think yes.
No, Brewer did move all in, and I'm so speechless, Henry. This required such a confluence of unexpected events, but the opportunity is truly there for Gavrilovich to potentially get away.
No, not
No
now.
shot?
I mean,
Okay.
there was the chance due to the live misclick by just flatting, but now Brewer's gone all in. We're never folding kings. Obviously, Barak could re-ISO with 10s, jacks, queens, ace, king. About to play a chip lead pot.
All in?
And there is what Genya thinks is a delightful sound,
Oh.
as he now experiences that which he subjected Timothy Adams to, where he held aces against kings. Now, the inverse.
Yeah. It's such a fun bad for me that he doesn't see the open.
So sick.
You just see
So
the open,
sick.
I just fold. I mean, I'm gonna hit a 9.
Brewer.
I'm whining way too much on it.
Dire straits for the main. Equally big side.
Oh, hang on.
8, 9, 10, all diamonds.
Yeah. Okay.
Set of 9s for Brewer, but he's got to fade the flush.
He said he was going to hit a 9.
Which has stayed clean on the turn.
200. I have 200. I just registered.
And the river is a 5 of diamonds as Visprod is able to enjoy a full double, and Brewer's bullet showered.
Playing down to a winner tomorrow. Then the 200k Luxon Pay Invitational. Michael Adamo just eliminating Nick Petrangelo in one of the outer tables. Sweat along all the outer table action over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Flopped middle set. Got it all in the middle for 200 bigs. Held.
Kaboom. On the topic of all-ins, Gavrilovic, King 6 suited, wants to jam over the top of this Lindy cutoff open. And Dylan will give him the spin that he's going to need in order to work his way back up to what looked to be a wonderful start and deep stack. That was vanquished promptly.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, I think it was like in the span of 3 hands. Aces against kings, then he 4-bet the 9s, and then he had the kings against aces.
And here he is with king high, which is good for the pot as it stands on a jack high rainbow board. 49K is going to mean a lot more to him than Dylan. Nevertheless, Lindy would love to see a queen or a 10 here. Turn card giving Gavrilovic a gutter in case he needed it. Board pairs on the river, and Genya does pick up the double.
Back up to 20 big. The stare down. Not the kind of stare down you want to be on the receiving end of.
Robinator or Termacop? I'm not sure.
Let's go
which one I like
Robinator.
better. I like Robinator better. And the Robinator does open to 5,500. Pocket.
KP.
Make no mistake, he's not fresh off of repainting his hotel room. Paid for that look. Handsomely, mind you. Don't know whether or not you've been down to Vegas, Henry, to the Amiri boutique, but I was promptly ushered out once I turned over the first price tag.
Ushered out by the secure. Hang on a minute. What is going on today with these setups, man?
By the price point, and you are very right. Setup spot here potentially for Buldigan as Visprod. Is he even in orbit into this event, and aces have popped up? Welcome back to the desk for continuing coverage of event number 8, our 75K No Limit Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Nearing the halfway point here of our 16-event schedule, and just one event on the docket today, of course. Not going to be taking it at day 2, but rather day 1, a rare treat as far as seeing that deep stack phase of the tournament 1, where bossman Paul Pua currently sits atop the leaderboard, 639,000 for him. He has caught a little bit of heat. Might this be the moment where he picks up his second title? Dan Smith, currently second overall, Santosh 2.0, Suvarna third, as the top 3 runners in the room are perhaps among our new feature tables. I do see Smith out there, the likes of Sean Winter, Stephen Chidwick, as I glance down at the Triton Poker Plus app. 45 players are remaining, Randy, of our 70 entries. blinds 3 and 6,000 with the 6K big blind. Annie, in that last frame with you and Henry, Randy, what was the story for you?
Well, it's mainly everyone just having fun and splashing around a little bit, but a lot of chatter. Really wasn't any dead air amongst the players. And, you know, Anson Yu was making some plays that the opponents got an overpair to fold on 8-6-4 rainbow. So, which is some nice play, but some casual banter as well.
Yeah, let's take a look now at the shortest stacks in the room as the leaderboard does furnish Samuel Ju, Adrian Mateos, David Yan down there. Petrangelo also part of the 20 and below club. But as we know, Randy, these are guys that are going to understand exactly how to make the most of a 20 big blind stack. So we are just moments away from throwing it back out to continuing coverage. Average stack, as you can see there, 311,000. That's good for 52 big blinds, as it were. Those blinds, of course, as always, go up rather quickly, 40-minute levels. And we will send it back down momentarily to the arena for our new pair of feature tables. There is the first of them, which features Bossman Paul Poix, over 100 bigs. Brought to you by Poker Stake, Florencio Campomanes IV. Call him the short stack technically, but 25 bigs, plenty off of which to operate. So Jang down toward the bottom of the chart as well. Stayed up late last night playing cash, had plenty of stories to tell from that game. Glad I ran into her this morning prior to coverage to soak up some of them. And there's a man who is never far from a cash game, Elton Sang. He also played cash last night.
Is No Limit your best game? Or
Some
PLO?
PLO.
Or short deck?
I think probably short deck.
Yeah. Yeah. You were in there since the game was created, or you might have even created the game. Yeah.
I mean, that's the only game I've been playing for many years now.
I see. Yeah. You created
some Chinese businessman.
Yeah.
12K on the button.
Yeah.
Some guy.
Was it
got in
yeah.
there right away.
That he kept getting dealt bad hands?
Yes. I was there the first leg shot I get. I was there. And I lost the first session. I lost 7 million euros.
Jesus
Christ.
Wow.
What is this game?
I'm glad he can laugh about it now. Paul Poix is saying he was there the very first time short deck was played and lost $7 million. Hasn't lost since, he claims. Top pair here for Jiang as Paul defended the 7 deuce. Into the bin it goes.
It was in the spa. So now.
Oh. Never lost a session since
Did you guys figure out that flushes?
Against them, I guess.
Huh?
Against them.
I'm not good.
Might be an exaggeration, not sure though. Ace King versus Ace King violence brewing here at our other featured table where Greenwood was the opener. UTG +1, Adamo out of the small.
You booked the court?
3 betting to 52,000.
Yeah, I think it'll be
You have to book the court. It's full.
Yeah, that's what I heard, so that's why I asked.
I had the court this morning. I couldn't go because I was fucked up. But after
Greenwood is
tomorrow,
covered
I'll
by
go back.
Adamo.
Oh, these
Actually, I
chips should
play
be
with,
sliding
you know, the
in.
guy who's,
40 big blinds
handling
effective.
The small poker room that we have in, not this casino, in the other one. His name is Jeremy.
Coral, the coral?
Tall guy. He's a very good tennis player.
Ah,
So I play with him.
nice. So you're a very good tennis player too?
I used to be correct, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I used to be correct.
I just started learning end of last year. It's fun. I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me, I stopped like almost 3 years because I had the tennis.
On.
But yeah, I'm good. I'm okay.
There's the jam you expected. And
King of diamonds.
This is an ace queen.
Adamo has the benefit of 2 different suits to draw to. Of course.
I prefer the single.
Yeah, easier
The
to
one
find
flush draw one.
3 of a suit on the board than 4. Diamond draw for Greenwood. Little free roll. Damo doesn't look worried. And it's official. Chop it up, gentlemen.
Jack.
Who's calling for a jack?
Sam Greenwood.
So much drama.
Come
for
on.
6K each.
Yep.
Top of the show, I actually was referencing
So many time banks.
or top of the frame, I should say. Two tables that are not among the featured ones right now. Those have been removed in favor of these two groupings. Try to provide some equal coverage.
You know you can play ping pong also, right?
Yeah, I heard. I know Mikita and John play.
I played a little bit with Jonathan.
Yeah, he's good.
Fucking hell, yeah, it's super good.
Yeah, Matthias, him, and Mikita play, I think.
Yeah, it's super good.
Should get them to train me. I'm supposed to play my friends next week.
Great, he's a good player.
Say 16,000.
Kareem Rebbe. Queen Jack suited. Shoots it up to 16,000 from the hijack, and another ace king pops up, this time for Ponikovs. Jams in 96 dimes, understandably.
The Queen Jack of clubs might just gamble it up here. We know Rebbe is willing to splash around.
Does he do most of his splashing as the man to jam, or as the man to call it off? Well, we just found our answer as he says you have ace king. Stone Reed. We'll play a 204,000 chip pot as
I see what you're doing.
fate held in Rebbe's hand on the King Queen 9 board. Kareem has the gutter. Backdoor clubs all working. Board pairs. He can hit a queen or a 10. Jack won't work anymore. Nor will the 4. So.
Oh, I'm surprised. She's the dealer. She's my killer. She's my super killer. I forget about this.
Ponikovs able to double.
She's always killing me, so I'm not surprised. Nathan.
Is this the evil Ponikovs?
Ace King didn't feel that evil.
Short tech, mid tech, short tech, and tiny tech.
Oh my god.
So without 2 and 3, 4 house to be flush though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what we need to do. Is just a Triton series where every tournament, one more card gets removed from the deck.
Yeah. Yeah. That is actually pretty fun.
Blind versus blind, and Lesionkov has got the right kid to put Queen 7 in a world of hurt. Brewer limping in, believe on his second bullet.
Yeah, he got in that 2 9s, was it? The misclick thing.
Yeah, caught in the crossfire. Did have a couple of blinds left, but presume he didn't spin it up to 329
It's
from
a
there.
hard one to spin up.
As this limp is punished promptly by Artem.
Expecting this one to be over. Queen 7 offsuit. What is the computer hand, they say?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't be worthy of defense, especially against 3.5x. Maybe there's a little bit. Well, okay, he's just something about it. Going to take a flop here out of position. A little bit surprised.
Ill served, given the kit that he's up against here.
Yeah, 5% equity pre-flop. Unheard of.
Mm-hmm. I think kings versus king deuce is as gnarly as it gets.
Okay.
6 tray deuce. Diamond working. Brewer, of course, isn't going to be giving Artem credit for this range.
Yeah, correct. This is the type of board that should be absolutely whiffing it.
Well, to be fair, Artem did whiff it, but he's got black
He
queens.
whiffed it. Just whiffed it with an overpair. Look, I mean, you would expect this one to be over, but we were getting at it pre-flop. Does this hand speak to him? This flop? Felt like he had a game plan when he did decide to defend this.
Oh
Check
boy.
raise. Big, big trouble.
Brewer picking the wrong time to fight. Brought a mechanical pencil to a shootout. Little diamond check perhaps for Vezhenkov as he tries to decide what he wants to do from here.
A lot of stack to play for. You tend to see players slow down a bit and just call. Hands behind his head. There's the Vezhenkov classic.
What do you like here, Randy? The flat?
52.
Just see what's what?
55? 55. Cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say flat. It does come in with it. It just seems like when you put in more chips now, usually don't get it in good, and you can reduce the equity of flush draw type hands. 10 blank out. That's a great one.
Drawing dead now is Brewer. And it really is a card that is of no consequence whatsoever.
Yeah, it looks like Brewer's done. Still little gutties out there, right? 4 or 5
I check.
type hands, flush draws. Rarely do you see the double check raise. We got 40 big blinds back, just north.
I think Makita had a double check raise yesterday when we were in the booth, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. He's also done it in previous tournaments at Triton stops I've seen. But Makita's not here.
I feel like I'm like
Nor is any equity.
TV against Mike McDormand there or something. Oh, I don't believe you got the flush, man.
Well, we've reached our Rounders reference quota for the afternoon. Let's hope it's not exceeded. Know where Brewer's coming from, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Vezhenkov does this normally, regardless. Back to the other table.
There's been a lot of that hands laced behind his head, leaning back in his seat.
I feel like it's just something he does on a normal circumstance. Can't read too much into it.
Feels like baseline.
Greenwood's baselines, hand on head.
Yeah, Greenwood's baseline is like migraine headache. Like every time you look up, and I've even talked to him about it, he just looks pained by whatever the situation is.
2 7s and 2 aces.
Uh-oh.
And Kareem is the guy who will get action when he's got 2 aces. They know he splashes. They just saw him call off Queen Jack of clubs.
That's why action players are so deadly when they actually pick up hands. Randy, you just never can give them credit for it. Their range is so wide.
And when they run hot, like, they just run away with the tournament. 2 7s. It's a 4.5x raise from the big blind. He's got 2 aces. The big sizing makes Limp Jam to play, and he is going to get snapped off.
Oh, man.
Must be Christmas.
That's not what you want to hear. And Watson, shell shocked.
I know what's going on. I know my fave.
It's not over yet, just saying.
Let's see, but yeah. Anyway.
There is a chance.
I will. Yeah, normally there's a chance, but you know, she's a great dealer sometimes, but it depends for who, right? Ooh. Wow.
Danger.
Ouch.
Okay, guys. See you. Thank you for the.
Kareem going with the reverse psychology here. His aces need to avoid a diamond or a 7, and
wow,
they've
hell.
done exactly that.
I thought you were gone for sure.
I was dying.
That is a big bite out of Sir Watts.
But
Gonna be left with 138K.
I think you bring it onto yourself, you know, with the pre-celebration.
You know, the flop is really 146. Very, very tough flop, actually.
When you say it's Christmas,
Everybody
you know.
Christmas.
Picking up the action now back at
How
the
would
other
you feel
feature
if someone
table.
said that to you?
I'll
It
tell
must
you
be
the most,
Christmas, aces.
most savage one I'll share with you. in a moment, as this one with Lindy raising pre-flop, getting called by Kim. It's a check call of 9,000 on the flop. New graphic package there, I think.
I like it.
Like it a lot.
A round of checks on the turn.
Fives hanging on. Playing pot control.
Yeah, nothing wrong with pot control. And for Kim, king, queen, reasonable showdown value. Expect them to want to kind of still show it down. Is a hijack open though, which has a little bit more ace X's, so maybe he stabs here and there. We'll check.
Well, if we remove 9x, 6x,
Starts to look more like a value bet, doesn't
Yeah.
it, Ali?
If he fires.
The main question is, does my opponent bet 6x for value? I think the answer is yes a lot when there's a flush draw and missed straight draw.
Tend to agree.
It's just 9s and 5s. There was overs. He gives it up. Well, I mean, take it.
Yeah, just
safe.
Play it conservative there.
The thing is, like, when you play at these fields, is sure, maybe you feel like it may be worthy of value bet, but you need to predict what to do against these people who are capable of clearly check raising with just random cards.
Yeah.
Maybe just avoid that scenario altogether.
Especially when they get the hunch you're getting after them thin. Sometimes they can really put some pressure on you. Now, I promised you that I was going to tell you the most savage
Thank you.
tournament situation in terms of things exchanged in an all-in situation. You saw Kareem Rebay there.
Yep.
Just moments ago as we get a look at the chip counts brought to you by bookmaker.eu. He said it must be Christmas after he raised Watson limp, putting them all in. Once upon a time, in a tournament far, far away, it was an all-in situation. Guy shoved into a man that had the nuts. He paused. He said, I'm sorry, what was that? And the guy reiterated, I'm all in. Rather than say call or show his hand,
Like a very serious alarm.
the man with the nuts turned around away from the table and loudly declared, seat open, then turned back and rolled over the nuts. Now tell me that isn't savage.
That is a good one. That is the most savage, yes.
I hope I never dislike anybody enough to come with that move.
Wow.
But if I do,
Really?
Lord knows I would revel in being able to go that route. It's evil, Ali, that would come with that. Gotta wear a black hoodie when you're doing that.
And there's nothing they can do. It's a tournament, right? They can't just rebuy and stay at the seat.
It's so gnarly.
Like Lego.
Oh.
Saved it.
Yeah,
It
good
just
thing you
goes
found
in-
it.
Job.
It's hard to
Running
find
good.
this one.
That's running good.
Huh?
That's running good.
Yeah. Usually it drops, it just goes very far.
Just Alton's just, you know,
Yeah.
running good in life, running good in cards.
Well, let's be fair. Most everybody who's here at a Triton series is running reasonably well in life. King 8 suited now for boss. Thought it over. Stays out of the way. Pocket sevens for Artem.
A little bit sizable open, 2.5x. 2 sevens from Flo.
Wow. Well, this is going to be interesting. I can't remember the last time we saw the same pocket pair square off.
The reveal, that's the fun one. The second person always kind of slow rolls them.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is they say no good,
Yeah,
right?
no good,
As
yeah.
Florencio does jam for 146K. 24 bigs, let's call it.
I mean, it's a hefty bet, of course. 2 sevens. It's never comfortable. You could be behind easily. 8s, 9s, 10s. Looks like he's gonna.
Yeah,
take it
Artem's
off.
going to make the call. He's got 460K back, obviously deep enough.
They revealed at the same time. They couldn't do the no good.
Very loose short deck players.
Yeah. One more 7 would come out would be funny.
2 diamonds. Doesn't call with the free roll.
Yeah. If you fire many bullets, you want 1 more 7. All the bullet cancel.
I was rooting for that 7.
Yeah, I was just saying. I'd take a 7.
We know who's in for multiple bullets now.
Yes, sir.
That happened once this year in a tournament in Asia.
Really?
Yeah, on a
5 sevens?
No, in a 5K. The under the gun was a razor, and then the ace of hearts was on the board. And when he double checked, he had the ace of hearts too. And so he had like top pair and a flush draw, and
What?
he got check raised.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, it's so weird. You're just in the hand, obviously. You're just like, yeah, we have a.
Yeah, chop pot. That was a decision before. Chop pot.
Top pot? Oh. What country?
Top. I mean, I would decide on top total.
Cambodia.
Cambodia. No wonder. No regulations there.
Throwing shade on Cambodia.
WPT go there, and it was one of the 2. I just don't want to say it on stream.
Oh, really?
Stream.
Do you really need regulations to not have multiple copies of the deck?
Maybe. I mean, if there's no rule against it.
Very long deck.
Someone's like, I got aces. You're like, yeah, but I
Doesn't
have
cough.
3 aces.
Open skin queen.
So the guy that check raised had 2 pair, and the other guy had like top pair and flush draw. So like
Flip, it's a flip, so chop.
Top pair and flush draw. He's got a flush with 2 aces. I got the nut flush. The AA flush.
The other guy thinks he has the nut flush, but no.
Yeah, and then the guy had the king high flush. It's like, yeah, I have the nut flush. No, you don't.
That's what you think.
I think I've told the one on stream before where I was playing in a 100-200 limit hold'em cash game. I had pocket jacks, flop quads, blind defended, check called flop, check called turn, check river. I bet, and while he was thinking, I showed the clean jack.
290.
I had the jack of spades in hand, jack of spades on board. It's like, buddy, I got it. Oh, okay. He folds. I haul the pot in, muck my hand, ask for a setup. Now, obviously, not the most ethical thing I've ever done in my poker career, but to be fair, and this is not something that rationalizes the move, but it was a game where there's not a soul on that table that wouldn't have done the exact same thing.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I learned to do that from the people I was playing with, so didn't have the sort of guilt I obviously would if I were playing against a field of fair play-minded people like we do here at Triton,
The deck was.
by and large. There's something to be said for that, by the way, as we see one developing between Elton and Boss, Queens versus Jacks. But it's a little bit of relief. 1 jack in the muck, by the way. You don't need to worry so much that people are shooting angles. Yeah, it would be embarrassing to try to edge seek in that way.
Yes.
When you have such a small player pool like we do here, everyone knows everyone. You're playing multiple events, close quarters, you know, back to back, traveling the world together.
Yeah, and well said. I mean, we've seen these players really good ethics, and you know, whenever they maybe happen to peek a card up by accident, they tell, "Hey,
Yeah.
I've seen that. Flip
Yeah.
it over." And of course, we have the great tournament directors. They've got rules in case some kind of funny things happen.
Of course. Top set now for Paul, and we know 1 jack is in the muck, so Elton is in real trouble in this one.
Yeah, fortunate for him with the 1 over card. Hard to lose a lot of chips. We'll still lose some. Top set is a good candidate for checking.
Note the respect Elton shows, given that Boss is the big stack at the table and
Yeah.
is under the gun.
Very noteworthy, right? 50 big blinds. Looks like Paul's still going to come in for bet, but very small. Just give your opponent the rope. chips at like 20%. Yeah.
10 into 49. Boy, it does feel like the jacks could activate and take it here.
It could. It's a vulnerable hand.
These guys have so much history with one another, Randy. Elton
They've played a long time, my friend.
has seen the nuts rolled over on more than one occasion with lines like this out of Paul. Just going to flat.
I would say these two have the most history amongst everyone at this table. Different parts of their poker career. And Paul, when he bets this flop and gets called, probably thinks he's up against these like middling pocket pairs a lot. There is the lone Queen X still available. No flush draw. It's just, how can I trick Elton? Look at that. Bet the flop of a plan to check the turn.
This is so sneaky. Elton obviously didn't really define his hand by flatting. But not going to take the bait as he checks back the 2 jacks. Board pairs on the river.
2 jacks still looks good on this board run out.
If I'm
played.
sitting in Elton's seat as played with 2 jacks, I'm thinking I've got the nuts. Which is, of course, why I'm in here in the booth.
Yeah, that's
not
why.
out there.
That's why you're asking for a new setup.
It's the only way I can win.
So, as played, Paul probably thinks Elton's hand is heavily weighted to these mid-pocket pairs, 8s through jacks, I'm going to guess. With the check through on the turn, him holding 2 queens, blocking top pair. Bet sizing should be smaller unless he's got a lot of history where he can, you know, maybe use a bigger size to outlevel his opponent a bit.
Love the balance, by the way, in terms of time taken.
Grabbed a lot of white chips.
By Paul. And yeah, man, this looks like an ambitious attempt to try to pick up a pot, doesn't it? 100K into 69. The overbet.
And both players are aware what Elton's hand looks like right now. And a big bet would be designed to get those types of hands to fold. Payoff. That's history.
I'll tell you what. Boss played that one to perfection, didn't he?
He played his opponent.
Yeah, it was a bit opponent specific too. I mean,
with the sizings
obviously,
too. Ooh.
Not taking anything away from Elton, and Ribe all in ace king against 2 10s, flopped the king, but unfortunately a 10 showed up. But suddenly he draws live. Going with the reverse psychology, needs an ace or a king to fill up and stay alive. And Greenwood. Set of 10s.
You're so lucky, Bucky. So lucky. You're so fucking lucky.
Guess Ribe's going to have 74 left.
Yes.
Nice hand anyway. You've been lucky for years. That's the problem. Nice hand anyway. How can she gives you the fucking 10s again? It's amazing. I don't have the right to eat and win this fucking hand once in my fucking life. It's crazy. It's amazing.
You win some, you lose some, eh?
No, I you know, those kind of hands. I'm happy if I don't eat. I'm happy if I don't eat this case. Fine. You know, setting like if it's peanuts, it's like every time the same thing. It's crazy. It's not about. I was thinking as ace jack because I was feeling that yeah, he has a good hand to go all in, and I was happy to call and try to even flip. It was also something that I could be interested in. All in.
Well, back-to-back all-ins here for Ribe.
Ace-9 suited. Not looking to be patient. Let's just go. It's going to look steamy.
It does look steamy, and Adamo might take one off because of that factor. Not the position you'd want to do so, but definitely the player is talking in a manner that suggests he will just jam random hands right now. He is going to lay down.
Not shaping up to have any customers just yet. Might there be something brewing in the blinds?
Does he have a lot of chips?
There is 2 6s of Greenwood. Round 2.
No, not Greenwood.
I mean, the speech.
I don't think we're ready for another dose of that sort of profanity. He's got to give the man a spin, right?
Yeah, it just
jams.
Wants to eliminate him.
Wait for it.
So you give him the set again?
Just don't give him a set if you're going to win it.
It's going to come 9-6x, right?
I feel like a set is coming, don't you, Ollie?
A little bit. Oh my God.
Yeah, this.
Okay, unlucky. See you later.
King, maybe.
King will be interesting.
Those mic packs are expensive, Kareem. I mean,
they are.
Can you imagine he gets by 9 on the river, right? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
She kills me. It's so easy. Right? It's so fucking easy.
You call the set on the flop.
See you guys.
See you, bro.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Greenwood looks pretty smitten with it. As we toss back over to the other feature, spade on spade violence. Chris Brewer under the gun, ace-4 suited, flopping middle pair here, and on the turn, Vezhenkov has picked up an open-ender with the action check to him.
Yeah, a lot of chips in there. Good spot to multi-barrel for Jack 10. Draw to the nuts, 1 overcard to the board.
Vezhenkov was a 3-better pre-flop, by the way, as Brewer opened to 14. Artem made it 36. After Brewer called pre, he check called 27,000 and faces the second barrel of 77. Ace-4 starting to dry up a little bit here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim out of position, too. It's a tough call to make. Wow. Chris Brewer.
Non-believer.
Not over yet.
Nice. Ace is up. That's exactly the kind of card that Brewer was hoping to see on the river.
Yeah, the ace is obviously the perfect card for him, as it's the greatest card for someone to multi-barrel bluff. And maybe they picked up the ace-king or some ace-x of hearts. 119 back, 295 in the middle. It's a great hand to just fire away.
And Brewer lures Artem into the 3-barrel bluff, as you suspected might happen, Randy.
That was a well-played hand from Chris Brewer, right?
Sure.
Check, call, turn. That's a hard one to make.
Yeah, earned it, really.
Goes to show why he's one of the best.
Very brave call.
Nice. Yeah.
Over half of Artem's stack lost
Got
You hear
reward.
that?
on that one.
Paul was saying, brave call.
You owe me 19 ball. 19 ball.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works. Cool. Can't win if I fold.
Then leave.
It would appear that no sooner did Brewer pick that pot up than his number's called
Just not invite him back.
to rebalance elsewhere.
Third bullet or second?
Fold. Second bullet I can fold.
Even Artem's got a flash of smile there. Third bullet, you definitely
Yeah.
don't. You're not in the mood to fold anymore. You're like, let's go.
Second bullet, I can fold.
Yeah, you weren't here. Artem got him in a big one before.
Elton, king, queen suited, wounded by those two jacks, starts the process of recovering. Boss in the small.
No, speculative hand here in the small blind against early position, but maybe he wants to fight Elton, does not.
Bezhenkov not interested either, so little pick up there for Tsang. Never far from a genuine laugh is Elton. 10 cashes, 2.3 million roughly in career Triton earnings. Just 1 cash so far in 7 attempts here in this North Cyprus festival. It was a 9th in the 25K Turbo last night. Got shut out in Vietnam, Randy.
Did he?
7 attempts.
It's okay, I believe in Elton.
Don't bet against that man, especially not in the cash game. Fearless.
Fearless yet happiest.
Yeah, win, lose, or draw, it feels like Elton.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
It's
like
just good.
drawing dead to like 300K pot, 400K pots or something.
Right.
It's like, haha, rebuy.
Yeah. He's got the happy juice coursing through his veins, that's for sure.
Jack 7 hearts, Lindy.
Upstairs we go, just a click north.
Dirty Nappy, what was it called? Dirty.
Well, it's the Dirty Diaper, but
Dirty Diaper.
from where Henry's from and producer James, you would call it the Dirty Nappy.
From where I'm from too, okay?
You call it a nappy too in Australia?
Yeah.
Really? I know you're a dad. Change some nappies?
I have.
Feels like there might be a disproportionate amount of nappy changing going on in the Lou household,
Dude,
Randy.
it's a shitty job.
I get it.
Yeah. It's a low frequency play. Kings.
Also low frequency. But unlike nappy changing, you enjoy kings. Sosha takes it upstairs.
Fireworks.
Confirmed. Ace king suited for Brian Kim off of 219 in the small.
And just south of 40 blinds. Small blind 3 betting versus undergun +1 perceived to be quite strong. So I could see Sosia Jang pushing in chips earlier.
Old.
Just occasionally you'll come in with just call, but a lot of 4 betting with 2 kings.
45,000
Does
total.
find a low frequency call here.
Well, the chips could have certainly made their way into the middle pre, if that's the path Jang chose. And instead, it comes 10 Jack Queen with 2 spades. How on earth did Brian Kim manage this? The nuts with a redraw to a royal up against the overpair and open-ender. Disaster for Jang.
Yeah, Brian Kim actually absolutely smashed his board. We'll probably come in with such a pretty small bet here. He just has way too much of the board. 30% pot. You'd be a little bit worried though if you're Associate Jang with 2 kings. Yes, you're open-ended for the redraw, but for someone to 3-bet you out of small blind, bet
Yeah.
this flop, you're hoping you're up against ace queen.
Yeah, we block the ace king, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the one trouble part of it. We'll continue. And you're still open-ended.
So Jang does make the call, does not improve on the turn. Four to a straight out there. Doesn't feel a lot like there's any 9x going on.
No, not 9x, but there's a lot of reasonable 2 pairs out there. Brian Kim with the check.
Oh, this is nasty.
It is very under-repped. I believe Socia will take their free card with 2 kings on this board texture. She should still be worried. Could still be up against like pocket aces too. No, actually gonna reach for chips here. A small bet.
And here's the thing with the sizing, Randy, is when you do get check raised in this spot, you start to wonder, as your hand is under-repped, how much of the check raise is tethered to the sizing and perceived weakness versus your opponent's actual holding.
I agree. You know, this actually opens the door for like weaker hands to turn their hands into bluff, like some pair straight draw themselves. Brian trying to debate whether to raise or not. It's just that he smashed it so hard, but it's so hard for Socia Jang to not have a piece. And you gotta charge those 2 pairs a bit too. Let's see what he comes in with. Yeah, he's gonna slide them all in here.
Oh man.
Snapped off.
And this is just gonna be a devastating revelation for Jang.
Sick.
456,000 chip pot. So she does have Kim covered ever so slightly. She's up on her feet, unaware. And the river pairs the board as she was trying to an ace for a chop.
Down to crumbs.
Nice hand, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, obviously.
With the royal.
Rosie got lucky there.
Nice hand. Oh, well played. Good turn jam. Some people might think, well, I've smashed it too hard, just check call, missed that value on the river.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Why we finished so early today?
Well, bad news for Socia Jang. It's the blinds go up to 4 and 8,000 right after her stack is decimated. Silver lining, she can't really hold herself accountable for what happened there. It was destiny.
Yes.
They were either getting it in pre or post at some point as
She
played.
had way too much of that board on the flop especially.
Yeah.
Probably felt under rep too when you bet 35K on the turn.
Sure.
Gonna try and spin this one up, ace 3. First position.
Million.
Ace 3.
See? He was gonna call and then I scare him.
Yeah.
King, obviously, happy to get it in now as opposed to be forced to take a random 2-card combo in the big blind next hand.
Now I'm thinking about giving it a spin.
33 million also.
33 million.
Well, she's going to pick it up, I think. Florencio, 8-6 offsuit.
I mean, it's always a good price for this size.
Three bigs more for me.
I mean, seeing the hands, he's priced in.
No snap call, good.
Really?
Woo!
Nice.
Wow.
You're running good.
I mean, I must be ahead of your leg.
For sure.
Yeah.
So I feel okay. As soon as I don't get a snap, I'm like, oh.
You're ahead
I
of
don't
me.
mind.
I don't want to call her in.
Yeah.
Am I obligated?
If I miss, I have 10 bigs too. Like, so of all the jamming into me is probably the best.
True. Future game.
Wasn't that complicated.
Oh,
I was like, I have 4
bigs.
blinds. Yeah.
Free orbits worth of chips picked up by so she can celebrate, albeit
Yeah,
muted
good
celebration.
spirits, despite what just happened. So Sosia's the big blind with the short micro stack. Crossing, fetching calls mine as if he raises, probably has to call it off. Queen 9, not really what you want to do that with. This one can battle.
2 10s for Elton
Visa.
on the button.
And it's not possible for Russian passport now.
45 million.
127 million.
Min raise open. Does she want to take a spin with 10-4? She hasn't looked yet, it seems.
6%.
This would be such a horrific spot to put herself in. I think we just raised. We picked up enough chips to go through the blinds.
She's just going to try and hit something and do a little stop and go. Obviously, against pocket 10s, very unlikely to have a shot at winning this one.
5 5 6. 4 hearts working. I don't think she feels like she can bluff at it. Right? Yeah.
Would have been a disastrous stop and go. Elton with the little mini bet. Done.
Where is Aaron Zhang?
I almost hit.
The mini
and then I,
bet.
like double check.
Just does his thing. When he wants to show up, he will.
Okay.
Yeah. We saw him in Vietnam, didn't we?
Can't remember.
Did he not ship a title while he was
I'm
there?
just saying here. You know?
I mean, he's still flying. I don't know. He got lost. What's this?
It's what happens when you don't lose, but you win. You earn yourself a beautiful Shambhala Jewels bracelet. The official partner of the Triton Poker Series crowns our champs with exquisite jewelry. High-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold, all braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. Check them out at shambhalajewels.com. Was Aaron Zhang? To be fair, we have not seen him here.
We have not
Correct.
seen him here, correct.
Okay.
Face I've ever
Now
seen in
you're
my
trying to
life.
figure out.
His
Did we
smile,
see him
I call him the
in
nicest
Vietnam?
player in
Yes, we did. He shipped the 100K short deck me.
Yep.
Deadly.
Convincingly, too, if I remember correctly. Feels like he's got to go back to London, though, doesn't it? That's where he made his mark. The Triton Million.
Biggest, richest poker tournament in history. 1.1 million pound buy-in, he and Bryn Kenny settled things, heads up. Aaron emerged victorious. As Elton emerges with ace-4 suited, and the 2 10s have been passed to the left, belonging now to Campomanes, who from the button will jam.
She's squeezing those cards. Ace-3.
2 kings are waiting for Campomanes in the big blind for Lindy, but obviously Socio with ace tray and such a short stack thinks maybe now's the time to take a potential swing at a triple.
You know, she was trying to rely on the overlay of the raise being dead, but obviously Lindy here with 2 kings is in a dream scenario. 2 all-ins in front of him.
All in.
That's a sinking feeling in not 1 but 2 stomachs,
Quadruple
potentially.
That's for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck, good luck. I wish you luck.
I think I need it.
Oh!
Yes, 1 live card.
Unfortunately, I have one of those.
Party pooper.
But there's still 2 left. Don't
It's
worry.
okay. I'll take 3-3.
Yeah.
A bunch of low cards. I wouldn't
Yeah,
complain.
actually, I wouldn't. I'll
Four-sider.
take a.
Just a four-sider.
Or just deuce 4-5.
Yeah, no side, 2 side.
Deuce 4-5 is safer than an ace anyway.
No side, no side, 4 side. Correct. Yeah. You're right. Hello. Hello. Probably goodbye.
Excellent news.
So the side pot will be played between Campomanes and Lindy as Socia fails to improve on a Jack 8-5 board. Same story for the 2 10s. Dylan looking for a double elimination here.
I mean, I think Socia needs a wheel draw on the turn. You know?
GG.
Ace of
No
clubs.
one drawn dead.
Coming.
2 aces left in the deck, 2 10s as well, and instead it's the Queen of Diamonds, and Dylan Lindy showers Campomanes and Jiang in one fell swoop.
All right. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
That was a little dirty.
Oh, Santos triple up. Ace, queen, king,
Looks like
king,
somebody's been
aces, he kings.
paying attention to the Triton Poker Plus app.
Aces.
Better at promoting the app than us.
Oh, you have kings. Triple up. Oh.
Santosh
Ace, queen,
Suvarna.
race. UDG, he flat, kings. I mean, good aces.
Flopping
Wow,
set of kings up against up against Matthias Eibinger, who had the 2 aces, as Boss was mentioning. Henrik Eklund was in there with an ace-queen. And Suvarna claiming 2 pelts, Randy.
Big chips too. It was like 400K a piece. He's up to 1.4 million. Our turn second only has 822,000.
It's double knockout season.
This is Santosh's series. He's currently the Cyprus leaderboard in terms of points.
Really?
He is.
Ace-6 as Elton starts the party again. Was able to get out of the way last hand.
Could see the 7-6 take a flop here. Looks like he will. These two will tangle.
Ace-Queen 3. Boss has nothing, basically.
Yeah, simple hand incoming. Whether Elton bets a flop or takes it down on the turn. Can't really imagine a way 7-6 finds some way to put in chips. We'll get one check through.
When's the last time you went overseas for poker?
Just blank. Pairs to queen.
Been quite a while.
Pretty sure I saw you at PCA.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess. That. Okay.
Look at Elton.
PCA, yes.
You think he's still thinking about that queen's fold that he just got showered
Maybe
by boss?
Paul loses a little bit of chips on this river card.
That was pretty much when I stopped.
Certainly feels like it's time for ace-6 to hunt value.
Yeah, some kind of small bet. It's a little milky.
That's right.
Paul's suspicious, though.
Yeah.
Jack,
Tens, smell better. Yeah, that's such a good. It's a real worry in the U.S. Smell.
Yeah, I'm really sensitive to smells as well. Even at PCA, it's terrible.
Oh yeah.
People just don't shower there.
Oh, I think especially people are bringing up clothes.
Different standards of good hygiene, like I said.
Well done. Didn't take the temptation.
Yeah, gets out of the way there. And you heard him say kings, jacks, tens. He suspected that Elton's line was consistent with strength more so than weakness.
Yeah, that's definitely a line that would be consistent with those types of hands.
Yeah, like some king high, jack high stuff feels like it might have a decent amount of showdown value. Why wouldn't you just check back? Is
correct.
Perhaps the thought as played.
Yeah.
In cash games, I actually quit.
I do remember not liking San Remo stop because it was like very closed in, and then there were some height
Yeah,
issues.
the low ceilings don't help.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that easy for you, huh?
Yeah, it did. Dan's got a whole new final table strategy.
We got a fresh stack of Daniel DeVoris. Implies he likely rebought into this tournament.
You just see the table draw. This has to be like day 2+, and then I guess you could just go up on break and just wash off any deodorant or anything you might have and get a quick sweat on.
What were they talking about?
Oh, just heard deodorant and sweat.
I like one of those two things.
I think I might start traveling to more things now. A little Florida,
Au revoir.
Vegas, back and
Blind
forth.
versus blind. He's certainly going to like ace king, no sweat.
Yeah. You like the
Artem Bezhenkov.
See that limpy?
They're good, right?
You know, Hard Rock is
Getting trapped here.
And King Jack suit is gotta be up there in the raising range.
How far up did he take it here?
3.5x, roughly. So it always feels good to limp ace king and then the big blind raises. Like, I got him. But you know, Bezhenkov started his hand with just north of 25 blinds. We'll just limp jam. And he really does feel like he wasted his King Jack suited now.
Limp jam. Gross feeling for Artem.
It's gross because you're up against pocket pairs a lot. They really will take this exact line.
But not one's bigger than jacks, right?
Not one's bigger than jacks. Yes, I'm meaning the tens and lowers, as well as the ace tens, these ace fives. You're doing okay against.
I don't think I could do the whole thing, so I'm not just delay.
Maybe he doesn't expect like aces and kings to limp jam, given it's like 25 blinds or so. They might find another kind of line. And then again, you know, these big cards might just open raise into you, so it's a tough one for King Jack suited. It feels gross to lay this one down.
I'm going to have to go from playing Triton to playing, like,
Artem's a little flustered.
probably playing some, like, 1,500 limit against. Old. Scary. God, these people. It's very different.
A lot of limit, although
cranky people in the 50K Players Championship, cranky people in 1500.
Cool.
Makes the call.
Going to get shown the bad news here. You surprised that he was willing to do it, Randy?
I'm not surprised. It's very understandable. Perhaps he ran into top of range. Usually he'll be flipping.
Not on this occasion. Just 28%. Diamond in the window, but no assistance behind it. As Paul has Artem in a bad way. Third in chips overall coming into this one. And then the jack rolls off on the turn. And it is Boss who's got 3 outs. Not there. Vezhenkov so lucky not to be out the door.
Yeah, it was just drawing to the jack. Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
You're not 20? 12. Oh, 12.
The good thing is, Ryan, is we don't have to play with any Canadians at the World Series. You know?
True. Such freaks.
Oh, you don't want to have a... You use one? Yeah.
You use one?
Few seconds only. Too slow.
Bit of a chunk taken out of Boss there. Down to 9th overall. Still plenty of chips to play with.
Yeah, we still got a deep stack tournament right now.
Too good. Too good at poker? Canadians are actually good at everything.
Okay.
Back over at the other featured table where we have a 3-way affair, a couple of pocket pairs tussling. Ponikov's with the 3s.
Yeah, 9's is best, but I feel like Greenwood's got the most playability here of 2 overs. Interactive, though, in the sense that it's hard to make a straight with the 9. And look who's the one betting. Unlikely. Ponikov's. 2 3s. Just nothing. No backdoor spades.
Greenwood. Flats. That'll send the 9s into the muck. Card that Greenwood wants to see. And instead, a 3 rolls right off, giving Ponikov's bottom set. He was already in the lead, but obviously didn't know it. I feel a lot better about things now. Binky.
Yeah, had he not hit that card, he is very likely to lose the pot as Greenwood would. Whether he hits or not, would be swinging. Just a dreamy card, and it's so disguised, obviously, with a pair of 3s.
What's your middle name, Mikey? You don't have a middle name?
I guess I got like out of communion or
42?
Second check out of Greenwood, and now 42,000
Paul, was your middle? Was your
announced by Alex
Did you do a
into 108.
Yeah.
What was your confirmation?
Bit of a decision here for Greenwood, still open-ended.
I'm trying to remember what mine was.
Occasionally the best hand against the 8-9, but not very often.
I think it might have been Samuel.
Probably some mixed strategy.
I think so. Can't remember. I was like
Some
15,
calling, some
16.
raising, some
You were
folding.
about that age when you did it? 14.
You can see him cutting out calling chips. Very big river incoming. Key pot for especially Ponikov's. Bricks out. I think it's safe to say this hand is over.
Just a matter of time. Ponikov's
All in?
jams it. ace for the king-queen.
A little bit of rebalancing. We lose the big blind to another table.
I'm going back over there. You guys just make me jump.
Brewer, like a ping pong ball through the arena. Can't seem to find a home.
Hey, it's Fedor. Fresh stack, 200K.
You know that guy.
Must be a rebuy. I know him? You know him.
Everybody knows him.
We all know him.
High stakes circuits. Seth Davies, queen 10. Into the muck it goes. Now Michael Soiza.
I feel like it's been a dry Cyprus trip from so far.
Talk to us.
0 cashes, 7 tournaments.
Yeah, I think that qualifies as dry,
Yeah.
Randy. Looking to wet his beak a little bit here as he opens to 16,000. Mike Watson, ace-4 in the big.
It's actually a candidate for actually 3-bet jamming big blind versus button. Not much playability post flop. Block the ace, unblock the hands that will raise fold.
128, can you come?
Never pleasant to have to continue with king jack potentially here, especially offsuit.
I think this is correct. I'm not sure.
Here we go. We'll find out later. GTO Wizard.
Sure. I feel like I'm doing okay.
Watson, 57% here as the jam does get called by Soiza, who has him well covered. Obviously would prefer to dispatch the opposition, then double it up. As an ace in the window, followed by a king and a 10, does leave Soiza with equity. A gutter. Second pair, less than he had pre. And even less now as the deuce. No help.
Yes.
But the river is a king of hearts, and Mike Watson shoves his tokens and time banks forward. Nasty little river there, as far as he's concerned.
Realize they always
Showers.
when someone is owing.
The end of Watson.
Yes, always.
See you next time.
Correct.
Yeah.
Soiza obviously not going to feel too bad, given he's been on the receiving end of those experiences on 7 separate occasions outside of the money.
Fedor, how much do you have?
You are?
Starting?
I'll tell you what, it's tough, Randy, you know, let alone across multiple festivals, but even midway through one of them to wake up in the morning and get back in the saddle when you keep getting kicked off the horse.
Of course, it's a painful thing, but you know these guys are professionals and they have their dry spells. They have their uber run hot situations. It's all about capitalizing and playing your best. Understand sometimes cards fall your way or not. We know Soiza is capable of just playing optimally all the time. 2 8s here for Adamo.
I thought you were going to say they can always drive for Uber. If things
I
don't
used the
work
word
out.
Uber, didn't I? Okay.
18,000 the open from Davies. Adamo 542K in front of him. That is a 6th place overall stack right now with 41 runners. Gonna flat it. Respecting that under the gun position.
About 400.
Feeling evil? I feel it.
Is A7 suited the one?
The little devil says so. No, maybe not. Because he smelt it. 2 kings right next to him.
Wow. Soiza fresh off of showering Watson, now with almost $500,000 in front of him. A dream setup. with an under-the-gun razor and a flatter right behind. You have to assume that's a lot of stuff that's durable enough to take the heat of a 3-bet.
Feels squeezy.
70,000.
And will be an interesting development when he gets back to Adamo. 2-8s, he knows his opponent is aggressive.
Almost 5.
Lots of stack to play for.
Does Soiza have that reputation, Randy?
I would say he's a very solid player, but definitely capable of some pretty sick bluffs. I mean, unless his game has changed dramatically. Maybe, yeah, I would say he's very capable of making some plays here.
Takes one to know one, as Adamo definitely shares that reputation. And we'll call the extra 52,000. Headed to a flop out of position and crushed. 174K in the middle. Paired board, the kind of texture that 8s will welcome. Don't put a lot of 9X into Soiza's range here.
Yeah, this is a really good texture for both players, actually. Like you said, 9X type hands actually will be flat calling in position. You tend to see people 3-bet broadways, pairs, or like those ace-X suiteds, the wheeling type. Paired boards though, 3-bet pot, stack to pot ratio shrunk. You tend to see the downsize bet, looking around in the range of 25 to 33%, that is.
Let's see if Soiza agrees. Is it 50K?
Yeah, it's 2 whites. Didn't say anything.
Cuts both ways when you get these downsized bets out of the pre-flop 3-better. You know that your hand, if you're Adamo, looks pretty strong, flatting the under the gun, then calling the 3 scoops out of position. And yet, your opponent is still betting, and betting the kind of amount that's designed to keep you in.
Yeah, and it's also that type of board that range is just going to tend to bet on, especially in position. 2 8s, right? Got backdoor straight draw potential, added equity, does blank out. You know, extremely tough for Adamo to get away from this. We know he's got historically a bit sticky, right?
Second check. Obviously, Soiza not worried about anything at all.
Yeah, quite a lot of stack to play for still. Comes to mind is betting a size where you get a comfortable river shove in there. And small is the way to go. You know, under half pot.
$110K. Does have Soiza covered.
Yeah, sure he blunks a little straight draws like 7, 8, and 8 of diamonds, but I don't really feel like those cards are in the 3-betting range of Soiza to squeeze in position against early position. We'll make the call on a troublesome river potentially. It's really blank as it runs out.
A literal napkin on the river here, and if 8s were good, they should still be that way.
So about half pot remaining in Soiza's stack.
Just a pure bluff catcher for Adamo in the event that he checks and faces all of it.
When he check calls flop and turn, it does look very pair heavy. The question is, would Soiza try to attack those hands? And quite frankly, hard to say. 2 really talented players, well balanced, always got some bluffs here and there. We know Soiza's going to push this in. 2 kings way too strong. The question now is Adamo.
Yep.
can he find a fold of 2/8? I don't know.
Asking for a count. These are gut check spots, Randy. You know, you got to be able to walk away from the sunk investment when you just feel as though you're beat.
I hear you for sure.
I'm not suggesting that if Adama were to call here that it's somehow a mistake.
No.
Obviously, we know that Soiza's going to have 3-barrel bluffs, given this board texture.
Look, Adamo knows that he tends to play the loosest ranges of most regs out there. People attack it a bit, feels obligated to be sticky to protect those ranges. Like I said, I mean, okay, so you got 2/8. If Soiza had 3-bet, you block those 7-8 hands you're trying to pick off. Not saying that Soiza would do so, but it does come to play a little bit. 8 of diamonds. Blocking some flush draws you want to pick off a little bit. Low frequency though. It's just, it's unhappy. You know, it just really is.
That's a gentle way to describe it.
Yeah,
Just look at all those chips out there, though, for grabs.
Yeah, not much more to add, really. It's just a tough spot.
Oh, and he flicks in the call, Randy, and you could see that sense of disgust when he did it. Felt a little obligated, compelled maybe, given the situation, which just ran out oh so well for Soiza. And that is devastation for Michael Adamo.
Yeah, he just felt like he needed to protect his calling range there and felt that Soiza is capable of bluff. And hats off to Soiza getting 3 barrels with its image. 1 million chips. Slides up to second.
Yeah.
Of course, Adamo down to dust.
Like 5 called PLO short deck.
So back
Stuff.
over
Made like
at
6
the
of
other
wild.
featured table,
It was fun.
which has seen some carnage of its own.
Seems like the man.
Yeah, he's awesome. Dude, it was so it was so good.
Ryan Kim's ace-king suited against the
We
2
did
kings coming to mind.
The stand-up game with it too. So you're playing
Dylan
this
Lindy with the 2 kings, double elimination.
Stand-up game. It was small, but it was fun.
Last game?
Okay, so I definitely gotta bump it up. 18.
Last hand, have to. Oh, starting stack. Not bad.
One bullet day 2. Congrats.
Yeah. Feels
Very
like
good.
a win.
Yeah, for sure.
King 9 suited come along from a small blind against Chris Brewer's 2.5x open.
Yeah, Lindy deep enough to speculate. That will invite Paul Poix into the pot. As boss can flick 20 in there. Jack 9-8. Open ender for the pre-flop raiser. Pair of 9s for Lindy out of position against the field.
Yeah, quite a decent piece for each player, actually.
Gutter and backdoor hearts for boss.
Yeah, even for Dylan, right? Middle pair, backdoor diamonds. I think Chris Brewer's got some checks back, so 10x here. Especially with no backdoor flush draw. Bet, of course, is a fine play. We'll check.
Ooh, and there is the diamond draw after it gets checked around. Sliding right in there for Dylan, who's got the best hand.
Yeah, tricky spot here if King 9 suit is. Could still be the second best, but looks like he's looking down at chips.
Gonna come out firing.
Yeah, just south with 1/3 pot, and Paul's got a monster draw still in position. Of course, calling the standard play, but it's not unreasonable for him to find a raise here and there. We'll call.
Yeah, oversight by me that Paul had flopped the heart draw. I just mentioned the gut shot part of the equation, but obviously such a dynamite spot for everybody but Brewer, he determines, as the bet and call in front of him sends the ace-10 into the muck. Note that diamonds and hearts were both covered. That removed quite a few outs for the ace-10.
There's value to be had against like 10-9, 8-10, these types of holdings, but then again, there's those missed hearts that maybe you want to pick off for the 10x.
65,000.
Looks like he'll value bet it himself, deeming the king kicker good enough.
Of course, having missed, Boss is gonna have a tough time doing anything but mucking. Not before taking a beat.
It's okay to take your time. Keep them guessing.
Yeah.
Don't tell them when the night ends. Let them wait 30 or minutes or so.
哎呀，冇撚晒。冇好大啊，已經。
What's up, Danny?
That is Danny Ting coming over to take a look at things. And that is going to draw a curtain on today's action. Might have something to do with Paul Fua's reluctance to do anything crazy, as you can just come back and pick up where you left off. We know he's got the heart of a champion beating in there. Likes to fight for every single pot, as we welcome you back to the desk here, Ali, alongside Randy. And as we wrap things up for the evening, Randy, let's talk final thoughts.
Yeah, final thoughts. Well, I think the important note to point out is that registration will close at the start of play tomorrow.
Right, so you got to show up bright and early, start things off, pony up, and you can do that even if you were showered earlier today. In fact, during dinner, when I was away from the booth, I did see a number of players who had already busted a bullet, weren't in a hurry to get back involved. Some of them saying, okay, we'll just come back tomorrow morning. So TBD, what we're going to see sliding in there. Let's talk about the overall chip leader. Boss, paying attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, did identify one Santosh Suvarna, 1.5 million in front of him. Just a staggering amount. And Soiza, of course, 1 million after showering Adamo right there as the top two. Dan Smith rounding it out as the third in chips, but just two 7-figure stacks. And if I slide all the way down, we get a look at the shorties. It'll be Sean Winter and Danny Tang, who we saw sweating the finale over there. That's going to do it for our coverage today. Certainly hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, 2 p.m. local time tomorrow. We'll pick up where we left off here in event number 8, the 75K. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew here in North Cyprus, Ali Najad, Randy Liu saying good night. We'll see you tomorrow.